Shabbat Shalom. Good morning. Good morning, Cindy. Freedom. Senator John McCain loved freedom and justice. As a young aviator in the United States Navy, John McCain was shot down over Hanoi, badly injured and taken capture by the Viet Cong. Because his father was a high-ranking officer in the Navy, the Vietnamese offered to let him go free for propaganda purposes. John McCain knew that that was not justice. He refused to be released early, and he remained captive at the infamous Hanoi Hilton for 5.5 years. John McCain loved freedom, and he had a fierce sense of justice. And he spent the rest of his career fighting fiercely to ensure that his country, the United States, would always stand for both freedom and justice. At Senator McCain's funeral at Washington Cathedral, his close friend, Senator Joe Lieberman, recalled their trips to Israel together and how Senator McCain loved looking over Jerusalem, imagining its history. Israel's story is a miracle, but most of all, it is the story of justice and freedom. And no doubt that is why John McCain loved Israel, and why this award, in his name, to the people of Israel, on the occasion of the State of Israel's 75th anniversary, is so appropriate. Executive Director McCain, ministers, distinguished officers, members of Congress, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to award the 2023 John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service to the people of Israel. Accepting on behalf of the people of Israel is a representative from Brothers in Arms, the largest civil aid organization in Israel. Brothers in Arms started as a protest movement against Israel's government's plans to reform the judiciary. On October 7th, the same day that Israel was attacked and the Jewish people experienced the greatest loss of life since the Holocaust, the very same day, Brothers in Arms pivoted and changed course to supply material aid to suffering Israelis in need. Only in a vibrant democracy could an organization protesting fiercely against the government one day then respond to urgent need and move all its efforts in a completely different direction the next. That is the power of freedom and justice. That is the power of democracy. And that is why John McCain would be so proud to be giving this award today. Here from Israel to accept the prize from Brothers in Arms is Lital Lashem, a major in the reserves of Israel's Defense Forces Southern Command. She has been active duty since October 7. Lital is an entrepreneur experienced in rapidly scaling startups into successful operating companies. She's a managing partner at A&D Beyond, a venture capital firm based in Israel, the co-founder of Carbine, the world's premier cloud-based public safety solution. Lital is also a founding member of the UAE Israel Business Council. She has a long track record of scoping and implementing complex technology-enabled solutions for governments, military organizations, and civilian clients. And she has been a member of Brothers in Arms since its establishment. Lital, please come forward and accept this year's John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service. Lital. going to lift this up a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Peter. Your Excellencies, ministers, Member of Parliament, members of congressional delegations, distinguished officers, ladies and gentlemen. John McCain was a great friend of Israel and the Jewish people. His many years of service to his nation in the military and in the public arena serve as an inspiration to us, the people of Israel. We are delighted to be here with his esteemed wife, Miss Cindy McCain, who continues to carry the torch of public service of her late husband. I am honored today to represent both the people of Israel and the organization that represents the best of Israeli society, Brothers and Sisters in Arms. Together with many other groups of highly motivated Israeli civilians, we have dedicated the last year to saving the Jewish democratic state of Israel and our people. We proudly received this Halifax Award in the name of all Israeli civil society. We established Brothers and Sisters in Arms at the start of 2023 to oppose the change the current government was planning on implementing. And I am happy and pleased to tell you that the protests we led with tens of other civilian society groups, from high-tech to women's rights to ex-security forces groups, managed to stop this revolution. But then on October 7, everything changed. Israel was invaded by a brutal terror organization that raped, murdered, and butchered over 1,200 of our people and kidnapped over 240 men, women, and children. Over 40 different nations were among those murdered and kidnapped. The majority of those kidnapped still remains hostages, hidden in Hamas tunnels without any access to International Red Cross. Our hearts are with them and their families, and we must do everything possible to bring them home. On the morning of October 7th, many of our members mobilized in their army units. Others went directly to the areas under attack to repel the invasion and save our civilians. On the same day, our organization decided to dedicate all of its capabilities developed over the previous 9 months to, one, ensure the IDF wins. Second, to hug and support the home front, our civil society. And third, to bring Israeli society back together again. In the 6 weeks since Brothers and Sisters in Arms has grown into the largest civilian aid organization in Israel due to 3 main reasons. One, we have highly motivated volunteers willing to give their time and resources to serve their country. 2, we are an agile and flexible organization without bureaucracy. And third, we leverage state-of-the-art technology to accelerate and amplify our initiatives. This magical triangle of highly motivated volunteers, a flat organization, and technology is what has enabled us to become the largest civilian aid organization in Israel in only 6 weeks. The incredible mobilization of Israel's civilian society since the horrors of October 7th has shown us that when we are united, we can overcome any obstacle. We do this together with our friends around the world who share the same deep democratic values that unite our nations. We look forward to building a better and brighter future for us all. And on a personal note, standing here as a proud Israeli woman in front of all of you important people who came here to discuss the future of the democratic world, Like you, I think about the future, but I do this from a perspective of a 30 weeks pregnant Israeli woman who wants her child to grow in a better world than the one we live in now. Thank you.
You did so great.
$1,200, a number we've heard all morning. Number of Israelis murdered in the terrorist attack on October 7th, the highest number of Israelis killed on one day in the country's history. 1.5 million, the number of Gazans who have been displaced from their homes since October the 7th. That is 3/4 of the population of Gaza. 250,000, the number of Israelis displaced from their homes, mostly in southern Israel, but also in northern Israel, as Hezbollah has fired rockets into those communities as well. 44,000, the number of Gazans killed or wounded since October the 7th, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza, which is run by Hamas. 368, the number of Israeli soldiers killed on or since October the 7th. That is the highest number since the Second Intifada. And finally, 100, the percentage of Gazans currently in need of humanitarian assistance. Ehud Barak, former prime minister, former defense minister, former IDF chief of staff, doesn't need an introduction. The goal of Israel's campaign, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, is to eliminate Hamas's military capacity, its governance capacity, and Netanyahu this week added the, quote, de-radicalization of Gaza. Is that militarily possible? And what are the constraints on Israel and Gaza right now?
I first of all want to make some preliminary remark. I thank you, Peter, and you, Cindy, for this moving event 6 weeks now after the 7th of October. I never participated in such a moving moment in Israel, not to mention anywhere abroad. And we thank you, and thank you as an Israeli for getting the award. John McCain was a great friend of mine personally for decades. And this young lady who was here, she was part of the founders of certain high-tech company in which I'm involved. Mm-hmm. And 35 years ago, she's second generation fighter. 35 years ago, I was the commander of her father, who was a battalion commander in our armor, and a very good one. And so it's really moving, and I feel in a family, and feel so many faces of people who are devoted supporters of Israel. It's great to be here this morning. Now, about your question, the objectives are the most justifiable one. After what you've seen or heard today, there is no way to avoid taking those steps to eliminate the military capabilities of Hamas and their capacity to govern the Gaza Strip. And it cannot be executed just from the air. Many of you are professionals, I fully understand it. It needs many thousands of pairs of boots on the ground in order to complete it. It takes time. But the whole operation is taking place under 4 constraints. Each one of them can derail it and block it from reaching its objective. Number one is the hostages, the 240 or so. The second one is the need to minimize the risk that it will spread into a full regional war with the Hezbollah in the north and others. The third one is the commitment to follow the international law, constrain our operation, and create a kind of a gradual, quite fast, steep gradient of losing the legitimacy in the world. And the last one is, even if we assume that we achieve all these objectives, let's say within several months or more than several months, to whom we hand over the Gaza Strip. It's a major constraint because we do not intend to stay there for decades once again. So we are facing it. It's usually people ask, so what should be done in order to achieve it? But it's all intertwined constraints, and the right answer always depended upon the details, the facts, the dynamics of development, not what we wish, but what happens on the ground. So it's still, I'm convinced that we will win this war, but how exactly, it's not yet clear.
We're going to go through all of that. And one of my first questions needs to be about the numbers that I brought up. 1.5 million Gazans who fled their homes, 44,000 number of Palestinians killed or wounded since October 7th, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza, which we know is controlled by Hamas, and 100% the number of Gazans who need humanitarian relief. In your opinion, why, in the name of Israel's security, in the name of those goals that you identified, has Israel killed so many Palestinian civilians?
First of all, I'm not sure that the numbers are accurate, but it doesn't matter, even if it were not many thousand, but only 500. It doesn't matter. If they are civilians that should not be killed, we're sorry for it. But Hamas deliberately deployed itself among the civilian population, even deliberately used them. We know for years that the main command post was underneath the Shifa hospital. The bunkers were built by Israeli architects at that time when we built hospitals there. But it was used for years by the Hamas. The same applied to another dozen or more hospitals in the whole area. Basically, those 1.5 million moved because we asked them to move. And Gaza Strip is very limited. Within a few hours on the walk, on foot, you can move to the southern part. And we asked for it because there is no way to hit the Hamas if you don't warn the people to leave. And in a way, Hamas is at the top of the causal chain of people killed on both sides. Nothing to explain about the massacre, the barbarian slaughtering of 1,200 people inside this. This was made physically by them. But in the case of the Palestinians, they are causing it. Basically, they hold those people who were killed at the point of a gun to the heads, blocking them sometimes physically from leaving in order to have this human shield. Now, Israel, any target is searched, sometimes more than once, by two different teams, and a legal advisor, expert of international law, not of fighting, is sitting in the room to make sure that everything is done as far as possible in a way that will eliminate the risk or minimize the risk of killing people. Every target is warned. People have warned from day one. Any one of you who knows that in a place where he's living or where he's working, there is or there was in the last 2 years any activities of Hamas, be it a munition depot, a command post, a communication device, training site, launching pad for rocket or whatever, should leave his place because this is a target and we are going to hit it. We delayed the actual operation against certain neighborhoods in order to make sure that they left. And on the other hand, we cannot afford providing Hamas a total impunity by just being able to have enough weapons and enough human fear in the minds of the civilians that you can just hold them physically and say, you stay here because the Israelis are protecting us. So we are sorry for any lives that were lost without any kind of making anything bad, but that's part of a war.
I've seen Israeli rules of engagement up close. I spent 6 weeks in Gaza the last time Israel invaded in 2014, and I saw how Israel targeted Hamas commanders when it had intelligence. Israeli rules of engagement allow for that targeting from the air, even if that Hamas commander is surrounded by his family. And the family upstairs has 10 people and the family downstairs has 10 people. There are lawyers sitting there right next to the person who pushes the button, but the United States does not have that rule of engagement. It would not take that shot. And this is why, in part, we are seeing so many...
Would not execute or...
Would not execute with so many women and children. Why does Israel?
Yeah, I'm not sure that all the story. I know of other stories, many of them. I was present in one of them where the legal advisor said, gentlemen, you cannot do it. At certain points, even of the reservation were raised by the pilots themselves. They say, we see some operators of armed drones. We see someone close and wait a minute until it happens. Many cases we hit targets. We were not aware that they are there, but you're describing a situation where it was clear.
Because these people live. I mean, you call them civilian shields, but they're also called neighbors and family members.
Yeah, I cannot deny that people were killed there, but it was never a kind of something that was planned.
Sure.
But you mentioned the American. I want to give you an example. Assume for a moment that some terror organization based in Tijuana, some of you know the place, or the West Coast, on the Mexican side, and this organization execute a raid on San Diego, whatever, and killed the equivalent numbers in American terms of 1,200 Israelis, about 40,000 people. So they massacred within 24 hours, 40,000 Americans slaughtered, mutilated, raped, whatever. I have no doubt that whoever sits in the White House will order to eliminate Tijuana from Earth. It might have happened much faster in our case and with more devastated consequences.
Let's move to the last couple days. The IDF has entered Shifa Hospital to target what Israeli intelligence, US intelligence, and I personally know when journalists were criticized by Hamas, they were invited to Shifa Hospital to meet with Hamas. So they call it, Israeli US intelligence calls it a command and control. Is what you have seen in the last 4 days that Israel has found, does it match your expectations? Is it underwhelming, as some have said?
Shifa?
Yeah, in Shifa. And was it worth the risk to the doctors and patients to go into Shifa, given what they have found?
You know, I almost feel that I am standing here as a kind of someone who has to explain. So I'll tell you. In order to avoid massive killing of doctor, patients, and probably Hamas people, we delayed it once and again. We delayed. We told them we are going to go there. We have to find what's going there. So it's not a big secret that it allowed everyone who knew that we will do it to try to erase any signs of whatever happened there, to take everything, to take the people, to take many things, and still there are a lot of evidence that it was there. I have no doubt that the CIA and the NSA know almost as much as we know, and they would verify that there was a command post underneath the Shifa.
Although U.S. intelligence officials do admit their focus has not been Gaza. But anyway.
But you mentioned the possibility that probably we were aware or we were careless about what will happen to the patient.
I didn't say that. Just risking the life.
You just insinuated.
Okay.
So we took all the steps. We have people who worked with them for years. Some of them are a little bit older, but even the leaders of the hospital are older, and they know each other. So they made sure, first of all, to tell them exactly what we are going to do, to tell them exactly how we are going to do it in order to avoid risk to the doctors and to the nurses and to the patients. Then we left there certain they needed the urgent oil supply for their generators and for the babies and so on. So we left there at the opening some fuel. It was taken by Hamas. We executed very carefully. Not a single doctor was hurt, not a single patient. There are probably 2,000 or 3,000 people there. None had been touched or hurt.
I'm not sure that we have that confirmed, but okay, that's the argument of what Israel has done. The United States has been very supportive overall for Israel, and that comes straight from President Biden. However, the United States is shifting, the United States government, I should say, has shifted its language. On October the 12th, Secretary of State Antony Blinken flew to Israel and started his speech by saying, "I come before you as a Jew." That was Blinken's opening line, supporting Israel. On November the 10th, Blinken left Israel, and his quote was, "Far too many Palestinians have been killed." You yourself have talked about this. You thought that Israel only has a few weeks before U.S. support shifts. So do you believe that Israel only has now 1 or 2 weeks before it risks losing U.S. support?
Look, I'm not sure that it's clever to analyze and predict how long. I can explain you the dilemma. We have to finish it. We know from our experience, I remember the United States sending some of its forces over half of the globe to make sure that Daesh or Al-Qaeda is destroyed in certain corners of the world, in Iraq or somewhere else in the Middle East. And we have it probably a mile beyond our border and far from our citizens. So we have to complete it. It's a compelling imperative. Israel government cannot survive, cannot live up to its very basic commitment to its citizens if Hamas can control or come back as a military power. So we highly respect really a moving kind of support by the administration of the United States of America, deployment of everything that we can think of to back us and deterring Iran, Hezbollah, and even working with the neighbors about the morning after. So we highly appreciate this, but at the same time, Israeli government, and I'm one of the harshest critique of this government, but it cannot live up to its commitment if it stops this operation before the military capability of Hamas is practically non-existent. And it's true that probably more thought had been to be invested from day one about the day after, the morning after. And because this cannot be done by Israel alone, it needs other players, and the United States is the leader of this axis of moderate Sunnite government together with Israel, facing the rogue axis led by Iran, Syria, Hezbollah, Hamas, others, and backed by Russia, and indirectly even to an extent by China. So the whole thing in American eyes is global. In Israeli perspective, it's much more local, but much more concrete. And I believe that Israel will do whatever it takes to complete the job, but we'll have to take into account the American position. It's too important for us, and I don't expect it to carry it for many months now.
The Americans say no reoccupation of Gaza, but Netanyahu's been clear he does not want this Palestinian Authority running Gaza. Palestinian Authority told my colleague Layla Malone Island that we will not go into Gaza on the back of an Israeli tank, and at least publicly, different thing privately, but publicly the Arab governments, as you have said, want nothing to do with this. So I ask again, is reoccupation inevitable?
No, the word reoccupation can carry several meanings in English, at least for my limited control of this language. We do not plan to reoccupy Gaza Strip and stay there. No. And our government, the present government, will really make a major mistake. And Netanyahu is the prime minister for the last most of the last 15 years. The policy of the last 5 years stated by our government, which could put in a concise way by one of the ministers, said Hamas is an asset, Palestinian Authority is a liability, rather than the other way around. And it was Netanyahu's formal position.
Oh, yeah.
For the wrong reasons for years now.
Allowing Qatar to bring in briefcases.
No, some of the audience do not know what's the politics behind it. There is a political, the real idea of this right-wing government is that whoever wants to block the road towards two-state solution should prefer the Hamas, keep him alive and kicking. The reason is that as long as Hamas is there as a terror organization, whenever the Americans, the world, or anyone outside Israel approaches us with the demand, why the hell you don't negotiate with the Palestinians? We can easily say, how can we? Abu Mazen in the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah does not control half of his people in Gaza. And when you look into these half of people, they are controlled by terror organization, even according to you. So we can't do anything. So it was a deliberate effort to block it, and which I think is a grave mistake. We should do the other way around. And even now, in the long side, that's not the right time to talk with it, because the blood is still boiling and many people are
But certainly the day after is a big question.
Looking for revenge.
Yeah.
But when the time comes, that's the only solution, is a two-state solution.
I've asked a lot of direct questions. The audience is coming up, but of course we need to ask one question about Ukraine before I turn to the audience. The premise of all of these panels is this, so let me just ask you directly. If Putin wins in Ukraine, how would that affect Israel?
It's bad for the world, and it's bad for Israel as a part of the world. It doesn't have a direct impact on Israel. But I think that our government made a grave mistake by not standing behind Ukraine from day one.
Refused to Zelensky visit and to send weapons.
No other country, probably no other country on earth, should be more instinctively go to support Ukraine. The raison d'etre of Israel was to establish a place which expressed our self-evident right for self-determination for the Jewish people. And we should be the first to resist the idea that a certain country or group of countries can decide that a neighbor should be eliminated from the map and from history. That's exactly what Putin is trying to do to Ukraine. So we should be there diplomatically and politically, and first of all, morally, from day one. People ask, why don't you send them these miracle magic Iron Dome? So the truth is that Ukraine is only about 30 times the size of Israel. And there is a limited area that this battery can cover. And we don't have enough, spread the word, enough batteries to protect Israel effectively. And it's not a hypothetical threat. We suffered the first morning some 3,000.
Right, and in fact, the Israelis have needed the U.S. to send more interceptors.
We cannot afford it now, but we should support them in many other ways we could.
Okay, so there's a lot of questions about this topic. We'll try and get through a lot. We've got 15 to 20 minutes or so. So around the room.
Jane. Ladies first.
Jane is first.
Good morning, Jane Harmon. I was in Congress on 9/11. I think some of my former colleagues were too, or on 9/11. And after 9/11, Congress authorized by a vote of 434 to 1 the use of military force in Afghanistan to go after the organization that had attacked us. I just would observe, I think that's exactly what Israel is trying to do. My question to you, Ehud, is that you and some of the prime ministers before Bibi Netanyahu made enormous efforts to achieve a two-state solution, and I think it might be useful for this audience just to hear how close we came with the support of a variety of U.S. presidents.
A short version of the history of the peace process, perhaps focus on 2000 and of course, Bill Clinton's efforts in the end.
So it's true that many of us made an effort since Rabin and Peres, and even Netanyahu, he found a friend in Arafat and was ready to propose a two-state solution. It failed. It failed at the time, mainly because of the Palestinians. They were unripe yet to make this tough decision. In Arafat's case, for turning from a kind of a terror hero into the guy who has to solve problems of education, social security, sewage, and you name it, and he probably was not built for it. I don't know. So I think that it's known well enough that we tried and the American helped us. But I think that what really happened is in the recent years, the Israelis looking around and seeing this, what seems to be eternal quarrel with the Palestinians, and turn more to the right. There is a majority. This government was elected freely by the public. On a verge, on a very, very light edge, they won election, and they later on turned into this judicial reform that happened to be judicial coup d'etat. And in order to release Netanyahu from his court case, they built a coalition based on extreme right-winger, messianic kind of racist guys. I compared them to these two guys of the Proud Boys who were sent to prison for 20 and 15 years, respectively. Think of American president nominate one of them to be Secretary of Treasury with certain formal role in the Pentagon, and the other one to make a Homeland Security Secretary. So we are in quite a crazy situation on our own, even without the Palestinians. And no one think or thought in the past of having a peace negotiation with Hamas. We think that it's not too late, even now, with a weakened Palestinian Authority, with the backing of the Arab moderate countries, to create what they think for the day after as a multinational Arab force backed by the Arab League, probably by United Nations Security Council resolution if the Russians will not veto it, and for sure backed by Americans, Saudi money, Qatari money, establish this fort. It will take over the Gaza Strip for a limited period of time, 3 or 6 months, during which they will bring back the Palestinian Authority, which is the original internationally recognized owner of the place. They were removed by violent coup d'etat of the Hamas and should be brought back. That's my proposal or thought, but
although again,
there might be others.
And the Israeli government has basically ruled out at least the current format of the Palestinian.
A part of I think that even Lital mentioned it, that we are in a height of an operation to remove this government, but that's our business, not yours.
Next question, all the way on the end here. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Roderich Kiesewetter from the German Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Barak, for your moving words. You said that a victory of Putin would not have a direct impact on Israel. I do not concur. However, would you concur with the sentence that an immediate or sudden victory of Israel against Hamas would have an impact on Ukraine, because international awareness will re-raise towards Ukraine? And second brief remark, you were one of those who were, very brief,
one question.
Iran, how to contain and to avoid to become a nuclear power. Thank you.
All right. Let's take the first one.
I'm not sure that I understood what assumption the gentleman made.
Just take the first question. Would an Israeli victory in Gaza help Ukraine, because it would actually shift international media attention and overall attention back to Ukraine? You know, is there a connection between an Israeli victory and helping Ukraine?
I'm for Israeli imminent victory, even without Ukraine, and for sure, if it helps Ukraine in any way, I would be glad to hear that.
And we'll do the Iran nuclear if we can come back to it. Over on this side, please. Thanks.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for speaking with us. You began to
Sorry,
sketch...
identify yourself, please.
Jim Baker, Pentagon. You began to explore...
Related to the original one or no?
No, sir, I'm from Ohio, not Texas. You began to sketch what a two-state solution might look like. I wonder if you might extend that analysis to include the role you think the United States would need to play, what Iran would need to do, how the Arab states would need to react over, say, the next 20 years or so. What are the specific milestones we should look for? Perhaps you might begin with the re-election of Ehud Barak in 2024.
I should admit that I'm not sure that even in Halifax, half a globe far from the Middle East, it's a right moment, so to speak, to discuss the details of how to create a Palestinian state, two-state solution. Not because I don't believe in it, but because I think that it creates a dissonance with the real needs. Our youngsters are now fighting there. Some of them that I know, their parents, as I knew many other parents of other soldiers and officers, might be hit by the news that their beloved one just killed or exploded in some tunnel or whatever. I don't think that we should find the energy, but it's not a secret. I great believer in the old Roman saying that if you do not know which port you want to reach, no wind will take you there. And those of you who sail from time to time know that with headwinds coming exactly ahead of you, you have even to zigzag, but you zigzag on the way to certain place that you know. So the long-term vision should be a two-state solution. And the reason is simple and painful. Between the river and the sea, as the pro-Palestinian kind of slogan goes now, there live some 15 million people, give and take, half of them Jews, half not Jews. If those block of millions can vote, this is a binational state overnight, and within a very short period, historically speaking, it's a binational state with a Muslim majority.
Jews would end up being...
That's not the Zionist dream. If they cannot vote permanently, and they do not vote temporarily for just 56 years now, but if it becomes formally permanent,
that's a long temporary.
This is not a democracy. I don't want to use names from neighboring continent in the previous century or previous millennium. But it's not a democracy. So we have a compelling imperative. That's what I find so hard to explain to Israel. It's not because of justice for the Palestinians, which is worse kind of a subject probably on its own, but that's not on our highest priority. Because we have a compelling imperative to disengage with the Palestinians, to find a delineated line within the promised land, which will include probably 80% of the settlers, all our strategic interests, and cover only single-digit percentage of the area of the West Bank, and have this line, the border, a recognized border of Israel, under agreement, and live in a flourishing Israel side by side with a demilitarized, independent Palestinian state which covers the part of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. And that should be the vision. But I have to tell you the sad reality. More than half, a little bit more, but more than half of the Israeli public believe the opposite, that there should be a one-state solution, and they believe that it's realistic in spite of the fact that I do not believe.
More than half of Israelis don't believe in two-state. More than half Palestinians don't believe in two-state. And nobody in the current coalition, not the war cabinet, the coalition, advocates for that. But that's certainly the vision and one that still exists for many. Okay, question right here.
Thank you. Michal Kotler-Wunsch, Israel's Special Envoy for Combating Anti-Semitism. And I want to start by thanking Peter for that recognition. And I want to make sure that we understand it's the recognition of all of the people of Israel right now under existential threat, fighting side by side, pro-judicial reform, against judicial reform, fighting side by side, right and left, fighting side by side, no matter who they voted for. And right now we have a unity government. And what I wanted to actually ask Ehud Barak, and it's funny that I would ask
in order to make sure that I understand the question.
You know, from the perspective of anti-Semitism, which fueled the atrocities of October 7th, but also fuel the responses to the atrocities of October 7th, including the false moral equivalence that we hear over and over again. So that 9/11 is absolutely the reason that the United States of America had to ensure that Al-Qaeda and then later ISIS cease to exist, whereas that same understanding is not afforded to the State of Israel. But it's not just Hamas, a proxy of the genocidal terror regime of Iran, that carries that anti-Semitism, but actually the PA leadership that not a month ago peddled the same anti-Semitism between Holocaust denial, the severance of the State of Israel, right to exist with understanding that Jews as an indigenous people return to an ancestral homeland, and the severance of Jews from the Middle East altogether. And that's, I just want to ask about the two-state solution.
You talk too slowly for the question.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask about the two-state solution, which we all believe in, and in many ways, I think that 100% of Israelis would agree in the two-state solution, provided that it would first include the recognition of the right of the State of Israel to exist in any borders. And I would want to ask you about your opinion about that and why that hasn't been what we demand.
I will answer you, but expect you to stay relaxed when I answer. Zionism was a rebellion against the fate of the Jewish people that culminated or got its climax at the first pictures in the movie that we have seen. Zionism was based on the idea that we are taking our fate in our hands. We stop to relying on what others think or what others recognize or do not. We take it in our hands and change the direction of history. The same period, some 130 years ago, from the area under the Tsar, of the kind of domain where Jews were allowed to live, 1.3 or 1.4 million people left. 1.25 went to America, and a small fraction to South Africa or Australia. Only less than 40,000 came to Palestine. Some of them get tired and left, and the 25,000 that remain changed the direction of history by making the defining element of their identity. We do not wait to others to recognize us. We will do whatever it takes until we get the recognition of the whole world. We got it in 29th of November, 47. Since then, we made peace with Arab neighbors. I brought up fighting against Egyptian for all my youth. And when I came first to Cairo as a Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, my first request was to go to the tomb of the unknown Egyptian soldier. And Amr Musa asked me, why the hell you want to see it? So I know him, you don't know him. I know him, I fought him, I probably killed him, and I could understand that his family never heard of him, and I want to pay respect. He was a good fighter. If we assume your assumption that there's something eternal built into nature, human nature and evolution that makes it impossible forever because this or that thing that they said, it's once again giving others the opportunity to define us. We will define ourselves. We never asked the Egyptians, never, to recognize Israel as a Jewish state. We assumed that we are there. We are strong. We are stronger than any neighbor 1,000 miles around Israel. In spite of this devastating blow that we got on 7 October, we are still the strongest country all around the Middle East. And as such, we did not ask the Egyptians. We never asked the Jordanians. I was deeply involved in the negotiation. Never raised this idea that we need the recognition of King Abdullah about our right to stay there. We are defining our right to exist as a Jewish state. We didn't ask it from the Lebanese when we had a peace with them. We never raised it with Syria. Netanyahu went to make a peace with Assad before I tried, and he never mentioned it. So the only reason that we made it a special demand from the Palestinians has to do with political motivation. It was one more trick to create a counter-response that will make it appear as if there is no way to make a peace with them. We have enough common sense to judge that Hamas is not a partner. I am the originator of the saying, we do not have a partner after Camp David, but that's not exactly what I have said. I said something much more accurate. I said, we do not have a partner in Arafat at the present. I didn't say we won't have, I didn't say anything like that. So we are against anti-Semitism. We are for a strong Israel, but I do not believe that this idea of putting something that no way will ever be accepted to demand as a precondition from our rivals to admit our perception, or basically the self-evident perception that we are independent power and we have right to define our trajectory in the world.
Okay, I think I just have two more questions, so let's just take them both together. Patrick all the way in the back, and then you right here. So let's just go back to back very quickly, and I'll get quick answers, and then.
Thank you. Patrick Tucker from Defense One. A lot of people would consider the size of the settlements in the West Bank to be the major barrier to a two-state solution, and settlement harassment of Palestinians in the West Bank has been increasing tremendously since October 7th. So very quickly, what is the realistic strategy for reversing the settlement policy when no administration beforehand has been able to do it?
Yeah, and hold on. One more question, sir.
Thank you, Mauricio Mechulam from Mexico.
I'll remember.
Risk me not remembering the previous.
I will remember, no problem.
On the information warfare, despite of what you have described now as the national security interests of Israel, on the information warfare, this is not being perceived as such. So Israel is not actually winning the information warfare. So at what point does the losing the information warfare impacts on the national security of Israel in order for it to actually make a decision to stop?
I start with the second one. I do not believe in stopping kind of vital security interest issues just on the results, based on the results of the information war.
Yeah.
Information war, we do not control the social network. We do not, never pretended to control the wishes, dreams, or thoughts of other people. And probably some, in this world especially, I saw some of these titles here behind tells you that in the modern day, there is an uninvited voter, even into elections, the form of this information war. We have a crucial interest when it comes to national security interests. We act upon them, not upon what anyone in the world think about it.
And then
about the settlements, once again, I don't think that it's a ripe time when we fight. Many of the victims, especially among soldiers, are brought up and live in those settlements. They are part of our unity that the lady mentioned. We fight side by side. Sometimes in the same unit, there are settlers and people from these kibbutzim around Gaza Strip, who are, most of them are extreme leftists. And they fight together to win. But having said that, I mentioned in my previous answer that there is a way to delineate a line that will include a heavy majority, I believe still 80% of the settlers within the line that I propose, and still the line will not cover no more than 9% or 10% of the whole area. So there is a technical solution. Of course, the settler movement believe that by spreading more and more of them, especially outside of what we call the settlement blocks, but isolated settlements here and there all around the area, they promote the situation that we cross certain point of no return where it's impractical again. Nothing is impractical. Don't use the word inevitable about military development and about political development. I don't want to go back to history to show how many things that were believed to be beyond any kind of question ended up to be the opposite when the carpet of the future rolled kind of open.
Anyway, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you so much. Thank you for taking all my questions and the audience's questions, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Victory in Ukraine, is it an example for Israel? And the state of the war in Israel and Gaza. You don't need any more introduction from me. That's what we're going to be talking about for the next hour with a panel that we're very, very proud is a little bit different than perhaps what you saw in your program. So let me introduce them. Nancy O'Hale is the president and CEO of the Center for International Policy, which describes itself as a progressive voice on U.S. foreign affairs. Petro Poroshenko, former president of Ukraine. Thank you very much, sir. Alicia Kearns, member of Parliament, member of the Tory party, and chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the first woman to have that title, but also formerly in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, working on counterterrorism and anti-ISIS efforts. So we'll talk about that as well. And Muaz Mustafa. Thank you so much. Executive Director of the Syrian Emergency Task Force, a nonprofit in Washington who many of us work with, whose goal is to bring an end to the killing in Syria. So I've got about an hour. We'll talk a lot about Israel and Gaza, and we'll have lots of time for your questions. And I encourage you to think about what you want to ask, because there is a lot to ask. Nancy O'Hale, let me start with you. How did we get here?
Well, first of all, I mean, thank you so much for having me here, and thank you for giving me the time, and it's not the first year. And before I answer your question, I just want to say how difficult it is to talk about the issues that we're talking about. And it's difficult for me personally to be sitting here, and not just because of all the death and all the catastrophe that we are witnessing, but also it's a déjà vu, because 2 years ago, we were sitting here, just Mr. President was sitting here, I was sitting here, and in your seat, Nick, Vladimir Karamurza was sitting. Vladimir is not here today and is not in that seat. He is sitting in a Russian prison. And the reason why he's in the Russian prison, because he was defying Putin. And he was there, as it's written, for his anti-war views. He was charged with discrediting the military, which is an absurd charge, discrediting the military. It's actually flattering. I mean, you say, I write an op-ed and I discredit a military. It was just like one of the largest in the world. But it's actually, I mean, it does not reflect power of Putin. It actually reflects fragility. I mean, that a few words could challenge you to the extent that you have to lock someone up and not get them there. And this fragility comes from the absence of legitimacy. This is what it does. And I want to be clear that I'm not making any comparison here between Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Palestine. And I'm actually told Peter that I disagree with the title of this panel, but because it's so different in so many ways, the context, the moral equivalence, political equivalence, so many different things. And it's not because the Middle East is so complicated. I mean, like, I've been working in this for 25 years, and I don't remember once that I sat in a panel or spoke to people until what people always tell me is like, yeah, but the Middle East is so complicated. No, it's actually not complicated. It's actually very clear. And if anything, this war gave it even far more clarity than before. And I can tell you, like, really straightforward how we ended up here.
As quickly as
I can. Because, well, first of all, there is the complete absence of a serious political path for Palestinians to live with dignity and rights and equality like other people. Second, a complete lack of accountability for all the atrocities and crimes on all sides that we have seen over the years. And third, and this is important, is the flawed assumptions upon which the US base its foreign policy towards the Middle East. And I will focus on this one, particularly because I love to criticize the US government. Not for anything, it's just because I'm new in a democracy. I just became American 2 years ago. And it's fun to know, it's like, oh, it comes with a feature that you can criticize your government and not disappear the next day. And also, I mean, like, I was born in Russia and raised in Egypt, so you can imagine. And I came here because I was sentenced to prison in Egypt, also for criticizing the government for its corruption. And the reason why there's a problem with US foreign policy towards the Middle East, because there is an assumption that you can have deals with governments or leaders of government that are not representative of their people and believe that those deals would be sustainable, and they somehow will make the Palestinian issue disappear if they're not included.
And we'll certainly talk about that. That is one of the premises, although the administration would reject the idea that it was about disappearing the Palestinian issue, but certainly one of the premises to go up over the top of the Palestinians. The Trump administration and the Biden administration has tried to do Saudi-Israel normalization. We'll get to that. But Alicia Kearns, you wrote remarkably op-eds earlier this year in which you didn't have the details, of course. You didn't know that Hamas was going to do what it did, the kind of heinous terrorist attack it did. But you did predict that there would be violence coming out of Gaza between Israel and Palestinians. Why do you think that you knew that, or what did you see that led you to be able to say that before October the 7th?
So in January this year, devastatingly, I did write, and I said to my Prime Minister that we were going to see the Gaza crisis of 2023. I didn't expect it to come in this form. I did not. No one could have predicted the crimes against humanity that we saw Hamas perpetrate in Israel. But if we listened to our partners in the region, we should have known we were moving to crisis point. Drugs coming across the border from Syria had turned to weapons. That's an important change in attitude and behaviors. Palestinian jihadist groups, not Hamas, were aggravating the situation, acting up more and more. Iran was becoming more aggressive and more muscular in its near region. And then within Israel, we had 100,000 people out in the streets protesting. We had increased tensions at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and we all know how important that is. We also saw statements from the Israeli government saying there was no such thing as the Palestinian people, and standing in front of maps that said that Jordan had to belong to Israel and eradicated the presence of Palestine. And in the absence of that, there was no meaningful political movement. Yes, there were talks behind the scenes that took place between certain countries, but there was no meaningful delivery on any of those meetings that took place behind the scenes. And so, no, I couldn't have seen the way it has, but it is, again, a failure. And I was very critical of my government in particular, that when we tilted to the Indo-Pacific, if you tilt to something, you are tilting away from something. And we were tilting away from the Middle East. And in my view, our historic responsibilities there, none so more dangerous than Israel-Palestine.
My job is to ask direct questions. Some of you may like my questions, some of you may not. Some of you may like the answers, some of you may not. But this is a really important question and answer to ask directly. Muaz Mustafa, do you believe Israel's campaign is making Israel more secure?
Thanks, Nick, for this question. I want to say it's always an honor to be at Halifax. And it's an honor to be on this distinguished panel. And I'm speaking to you here as I'm actually Palestinian. My father is Palestinian and my mother is Syrian. In Syria, 14 million people think in Syria.
Just keep going.
In Syria, 14 million people have been displaced.
Yep.
About 1 million, I know the UN stopped counting at 300, 400,000 have been killed. Hundreds of thousands are in jails. They've been murdered by Iranian-aligned militia groups, IRGC, Russia, in the most horrific ways, of course, by aiding the Assad regime, a criminal dictator who France just put out a red notice for his arrest. my Palestinian side have also, my family on the Palestinian side have become refugees. And I'm here not speaking about the importance, not from a humanitarian perspective. Let's look at this logically from what makes us safer, what makes the democracies in the West safer, what makes Israel safer, what gives, what allows us to be on a path not into a dark tunnel where we don't know where we're going to end up, and that's where I feel we are, but to a place where we can see stability, peace in the future for all the peoples of the Middle East. So to answer your question, Nick, 1 out of 57 people in Gaza have been killed and injured since October 7th. That's Siri. And we have as well dozens of journalists that have been killed. I checked with my good friend Ayman Mhanna from the Samir Kassir Foundation in regards of these journalists that have been killed there. Food and water and other necessities for civilians have not been allowed in. Now, I understand that it is no easy challenge to address the horrific attack that happened on October 6th and how and Israel here is a nation that I'm sure is angry as it should be over what's happened. But if every child in the Middle East and across the world are going through their TikToks and seeing pictures of children that have been killed, seeing hospitals that have been bombed, seeing 1.1 million civilians that have been displaced within Gaza for now, and then you compare that number with how many Hamas operatives have been killed, I don't know, 200, 300. If the goal is to eradicate Hamas, and we've now over 12,000 civilians that have been killed, and let's say 200 to 300 are killed. And let's say Hamas has, I don't know the numbers, 40,000, 50,000 fighters. Is this a sustainable way? Are the claims of the Israeli government that it's doing the best it can to stop the killing or death of civilians, is that just a claim, or is that what is being practiced on the ground in Gaza? So it's not an appeal for humanity, but it's an appeal for logic in the long term. Such a campaign where there are thousands and thousands more children being killed than Hamas fighters is not something that makes, frankly, Israel nor the West safer. And you can see that in Syria. I just came back from Syria. I go to multiple US military bases, both in Syria and Iraq, to help break a siege on a camp in southern Syria called Rukban, a camp besieged by Iran, Russia, and Assad. And now we see on average, I think, of 3.5 attacks against US forces in these areas. Again, this is an Iranian plan for Syria and Iraq, having nothing to do with Palestinian lives. It is a long-term strategy, but now they have the audacity to do so even more because they're seeing how the international sort of community is seeing the fight in Gaza as being a place of potentially a double standard in these ways. And so I think that the way that this war has been going on is not something that makes us safe, and I think we need to take a real look at how we can, how that can change. And one example is allowing food and water into there. And Cindy McCain, who John McCain is a dear friend, has been great in that. Thank you.
And your criticisms are echoed in public and private by the U.S. government, who has been pushing the Israeli military to use certain tactics that aren't necessarily the ones they've been using, and to allow more humanitarian aid. Petro Poroshenko, Mr. President, President Biden has linked Israel's effort against Hamas with Ukraine's effort against Russia, and this forum has done the same. Do you see that linkage between Israel's effort against Hamas and Ukraine's effort against Russia?
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. First of all, I want to thank Peter and the whole team of the Halifax International Security Forum, all my friends, for their unique and necessary solidarity with Ukraine. And this year, the whole topic is start with the word Ukraine. Why it's happened so? Because now is a decisive moment of the war. I want to start with the attempt to pay tribute to Ukrainian soldiers. I have a phone call this night where the brother of my chief security advisor, chief diplomatic advisor, today is in Gulay Pole and starting the tactical offensive operation this night. I have a phone call from Avdiivka, where...
A city in eastern Ukraine that Russia is currently bombarding.
Yeah, and it is, when war was started, it was 27,000 people. Today in Avdiivka is 500 people. And do you know how many Russian terrorists and occupants were destroyed in Avdiivka during the last 24 hours? 451. This is the efficiency of the Ukrainian armed forces, providing their work and their job for protecting the world every single day. At the same time, it is a price Ukraine pays every single day of delay. Delay of supplying weapons, delay for not technological weapons supply, delay of the sanction strengthening mechanism. Hundreds of civilians, hundreds of soldiers. At the same time, I want to deliver you the message that Ukraine is not fighting because Putin came not for Donbass, not for Zaporizhia and Kherson, and even not for Kyiv. Why I know that? From Putin. At the beginning of the war, President Biden, Prime Minister of Great Britain, Chancellor of Germany and French President have a negotiation with Putin, trying to deliver arguments not to launch the war. And do you remember what was Putin's answer? Several ones. First, we do not start the war, guarantee it. What does it mean? Please don't trust Putin. No one single word. He's a KGB officer. He never telling the truth. Second, let's have a negotiation with Putin. Putin said, okay. What is my ultimatum? First, NATO should go back to the borders of 1997. All attack missiles should go out on the Eastern Europe.
And the connection with Israel?
And Ukraine should be zone of influence of Russia, together with the old Soviet, as called, bloc. This is why Putin launched the war. Not the demilitarization or not denazification, no. That was the war against the whole free world.
And Mr. President, the connection with Israel?
Yeah. And last word, but Ukraine is fight for the whole free world. Why? Ukraine is a democracy. And what connection with Israel? Israel is a democracy also. This is the fight against Ukrainian democracy because Putin started the war in the year 2014 just because Ukraine want to be NATO member and EU member. And we provide the reform. And the source of the war, the reason of the war, the initiator of the war in Ukraine and definitely in Israel is Putin, Russia, and Russian acts of evil. Iran, North Korea. So we have the same enemy. Only one difference. Ukrainian war is 50 times bigger than Israeli. 50 times by territory, 50 times by battlefield, 50 times by military power. And I'm absolutely confident when Ukraine will win, it would not only for Ukraine, the victory. It would be the victory for Belarus. Hello, my Belarusian friend. It would be the victory for Moldova. It would be the victory for Georgia. And please believe, it would be the victory for Israel. That's why President Biden is absolutely right. We have one enemy. And what we need to have this victory? Weapon, sanction, and unity. unity between Ukraine and Israel. Because sometimes when I speak with the Israeli Prime Minister, his message was, yeah, we understand, we are together with you. But we have no right to irritate Putin.
Well, yeah, we want to get into whether Israel and Ukraine are united in a second.
And I said, please, believe me, some of Ukrainian leaders also hate an idea to irritate Putin. Nothing depends on you. Nothing depends on us. Lisa is absolutely right. Putin will attack using the terrorists. And nobody knows when it's happened. Tomorrow, Putin can attack on Balkan. Tomorrow, Putin can attack on Africa. Tomorrow, Putin can attack Middle East. And that's why we should keep the unity.
So President Biden has been clear on the unity. He has also been clear on his priority before October the 7th in the Middle East being U.S.-Saudi normalization. The idea that the future of the region is an economic one that goes through Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Riyadh into India and Europe. This is something that the Trump administration started, Biden administration has been focused on. Nancy, is that the right U.S. policy?
No. This is the straight answer for many reasons. Going back to the point of the assumption that you can partner with authoritarian regimes, even if you're partnering with them on economic projects, supply chain, issues related to climate, if you think that those deals are viable and sustainable while they're being conducted, I wouldn't even particularly with Saudi Arabia, you're not having a deal with a country, you're having a deal with a person.
MBS.
This person, MBS, and this person happened to be a murderer. And I mean, it's not my words, I mean, it is President Biden's words.
U.S. intelligence finding that MBS was knowledgeable of and perhaps ordered the killing of Jamal Khashoggi.
To be precise, you're right. He was knowledgeable. And this is, I mean, well, first of all, I mean, when people, particularly in the region, see President Biden calling MBS and he's going to make him a pariah, and then the next day there is like the fist bump, the credibility of the U.S., not just in the Arab world, but the global South, is eroded because of that. Because people understand that, I mean, what we are talking about, you're asking about the connection here and the whole paradigm around Ukraine, that this is not just about Ukraine. This is about democracy. This is about, I mean, preserving our values and freedom and human rights. But when it comes to the Middle East, it seems perfectly okay to continue having those relations. And those, I mean, the thing is, those normalizations was also based on another flawed concept that it is like weapons for peace, because it was more a deal of U.S. defense based on arms deals.
Security guarantees for Saudi and civilian
rather than an issue of normalization. Right. Because like with the Abraham Accords, actually the countries that had this were not in war with Israel. I mean, the main issue was with the Palestinian, and this is the issue that was ignored. Again, thinking it's just going to go away if we continue into that path.
Alicia Kearns, let's stick with this regional look. As I mentioned at the top, you have a lot of experience with Daesh, with ISIS. The Israeli argument, and one of the key points that Israel has been making, is that Hamas is ISIS, ISIS is Hamas. Do you agree?
No, not in any way. The only similarity between the two is how grotesque they are willing to act, that they are embracing fully the title of terrorist and are proud to do so. But Hamas is a political, Islamist, territorial-focused organization. Daesh was an apocalyptic, global, Takfiri, Salafi, jihadist organization. They are different. And I understand why Israel wants to put the two of them together. But we have to be really cautious when we do so, because it doesn't actually help in the long term. In the same way as, and look, Israel didn't have time to plan how they were going to respond to this attack. But I wish they hadn't called it a war. It should have been a counter-terrorism operation, because they are not at war with the people of Gaza. They are not at war with the 1.2 million children. They are at war in a terrorist operation with Hamas. And a terrorist operation is precise, it is specific, it is focused, and it takes them down. And yes, it takes time. I also reject it because the comparison to the operation against Daesh, and I spent many years working to defeat them, it was very different. We were not allowed to go into a territory and liberate it from Daesh, even though liberation, surely you think, do it as quickly as you can. We were not allowed to liberate somewhere until we had a reconstruction plan in place. There was 300,000 hours of RPAS, so drone flight hours, for every airstrike that took place. It was a very different operation. And I believe that Israel has the ability, because it controls the airspace, the maritime space, the entry, the ground all around Gaza, that it too could be operating in a more patient and calm manner. Because currently, destroying civilian infrastructure, even if terrorists are in it, is about preparing for a ground war. What we're not seeing is the use of ground-penetrating weapons. What we're not seeing so much is a focus on the tunnels themselves and getting in and either destroying them or using sponge bombs to make them be unable to be used. So the premise I have to reject, and I understand why you would use it, I understand that we grieve with the people of Israel, and I understand the emotional desire to do it. But as a politician, I think I have a responsibility to say that they are not the same, and that the comparison is actually unhelpful for Israel in the long term.
Well, as Mustafa, we're talking about the region now, not just Israel, Gaza, and we cannot talk about the last 40 days or so without mentioning a number. It was 57 or 58, I believe, on Thursday. You were telling me it's probably one or two more, so let's call it 60. 60 attacks by Iranian-backed groups on U.S. troops and their coalition partners across Iraq and Syria since October the 7th. One of the U.S. stated policy goals, perhaps the highest U.S. stated policy goals, is to prevent spread of this conflict. Has the conflict already spread?
You know, the stated policy goal even before the October 7th attack and what the job was as far as the director of Middle East North Africa at the White House was to keep Syria and to keep the Middle East off of the president's desk. I think the president's desk is essentially on fire as far as the Middle East is concerned, and Syria is very much back on there. You can't just put something on the back burner and hope that it goes away. And so, first of all, over 70 attacks at this point. Okay. Yes, sir. And what has happened all along, and by the way, by ignoring Syria, that's what paved the way for Putin to invade Russia, re-invade Russia the way that he has done.
Or invade Ukraine.
By Ukraine, I'm sorry, the way that he's occupies Russia, but invaded Ukraine. And he, enduring all of, currently right now, and this brings me back to the first question you asked, which is the way that the war is being conducted in Gaza. Is that making Israel safer? Is that making the West safer? Well, the fact is no one celebrates the death of children at the hands of Israeli bombs in Gaza as much as Putin, as much as Iran, as much as these Iranian-aligned militia groups that not only do that, then try to and they don't care. These are crocodile tears. They don't care about Palestinian kids whatsoever, just like they don't care about the Syrians that they've slaughtered, including hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Syria, refugees that they've killed, including in Yarmouk camp, which was besieged by Iran, Russia, and the Assad regime. But now they also use, again, the disproportional response that's ongoing in Gaza to say, okay, it is fair game to go after the United States military in these places because the United States is Israel. This is not an American flag, it's an Israeli flag. These are not American soldiers, Israeli soldiers. And if you saw in Nasrallah's speech, He didn't open a front in the north with Israel, a fear that still exists. But he did say that the so-called Islamic resistance of Iraq will conduct more and more attacks against U.S. forces with more sophisticated weapons, and he's kept that promise at a huge range. I mean, to see the audacity of these Iranian-aligned militia groups attacking U.S. forces in daylight regularly, even just very recently, is something I think that again shows that the way this war is being prosecuted in Gaza is already resulting in a lot of other complications in the region overall, as opposed to the fact that if we stood with the Syrian people who are fighting against Iranian-aligned militia groups, against Putin, against Assad, and by the way, got less than maybe 1% of the military aid that Ukraine has got, would help us not be in the place that we're here today. And I want to reiterate, this panel would be even more accurate if it said, victory in Ukraine, example for Syria. Because at the end of the day, these are the very same pilots, the very same airplanes that are killing Ukrainian children, that are killing Syrian and Palestinian children in Syria regularly. And now as the world is distracted with what's unfolding in Gaza, the uptick in attacks has only increased, not just against US troops, but against these civilians, causing even more refugees.
Yeah. Petro Poroshenko, Moaz brought up something that we've seen Russia do, which is in social media and regular media and in its diplomacy, highlight the cause of Gaza, highlight the cause of the Palestinians. Again, crocodile tears, but it clearly sees an advantage in doing that politically, especially in the global South. Do you see something even more direct? Do you see Russia's involvement or Russian proxy involvement ahead of October 7th with Hamas?
I'm absolutely confident about the Russian involvement, and this is the military crime which should be immediately investigated. I personally know, as a president of Ukraine, what is the style of Wagner. They attack us since year 2014. They use the same tactics at Hamas in Israel. They call it meat assault, no matter how many terrorists will die. They do not give them any chance to go back by open the fire. And Wagner instructed training the Hamas terrorists on the Middle East, including Syria, probably in Gaza. And with that situation, this is another evidence. We have one single enemy, acts of evil. And this is another reason why we should be united. Next year, it would be, can you imagine, 70 elections, 7-0, for more than 3 billion people. Please, do not allow to make Ukraine as a hostage of the election campaign. Because we're talking about values, we're not talking about political victory, money, or anything else. You should choose between money and values. And other things. There is no gray zone in Ukrainian war. Either white or black. And if you want to sit aside, you are in a black side. If you want to postpone their decision, you are on a black side. If you want to stop, suspend, or use Ukrainian matter for any other reason, you are on the Putin side. Because this is delay, and price we pay for delay is enormous. I'm very much pleased for our partners. Very much pleased for the weapons. Without you, we pay significantly bigger price. But if you delay for 1 year, we let Putin to build up Surovikin line.
Yeah.
If you delay for 1.5 years, you help Putin to develop his anti-air defense system. And today, when we have an offensive operation in Avdiivka, we have a full air dominance of the Russian Air Force. That's why, please, do not delay. Day before yesterday, I was in the position on the east of our country, having seen and even driving the American Abrams. Bravo. We needed 1 year ago.
Yeah.
But at least now, it is strengthening our community. But please take into account, this is absolutely different war. The world never have this type of the war. You can ask military person about that.
Yeah.
This is the war of drones. This is the war of radio electronic warfare system. And the effectiveness of the small and cheap FPV drones can be bigger than the big high accuracy artillery.
Yeah.
That's why I, for my own money, delivered 2,000 FPV drones to our offensive troops. Please, keep unity. Please, do maximum you can. For example, you said that we have a discussion on the budget in US. Please, use the money, partners frozen, as a Russian assets.
I'm being
300 billion, please send immediately to strengthening Ukrainian army, because this is the best investment you even can imagine.
Let me, I'm being told that we only have so much time, so let me go to questions quickly, because I'm sure there are going to be a lot for this panel, and we'll try and get to as many questions as there are, and then we'll move on to the next panel. So, all right, maybe not. All right, all the way in the back.
Hi, thank you. My name is Siddharth Vardarajan, and I'm a journalist from New Delhi, India. Thank you very much for this panel. And I can't help feeling that somewhere down the line, we are doing a disservice to Ukraine and the people of Ukraine by making what I believe is a lazy comparison with the Israel-Palestine war. The last I checked, Ukraine has not invaded any country. Ukraine does not occupy any other person's, any other people's territory. Ukraine does not use, I saw the statement by the WFP.
Sir, just briefly, yeah.
So I mean, Gaza is on the, people of Gaza on the verge of starvation. This is not something Ukraine is doing, right? So I'm saying by making this kind of a comparison, we are doing a disservice. Does the panel agree to Ukraine?
Sure, Alicia Kearns.
So the first thing I'd say is we have given Ukraine consistently enough to survive, not to win. That is a moral abdication. I remember when we sat in the Munich Security Conference a year ago, and world leaders stood up and celebrated that Ukraine was still free, that Ukraine was still standing, as if that was our success story. It is shameful that a year on, we were saying, thank God Ukraine is still standing, and not that we have protected them and given them enough to beat them. When it comes to the comparisons, there's lots of points being made at the moment about, Joseph Borrell said that the EU has lost a lot of its support from the global south because of its position on supporting Israel's right to defense, although right to defense within international humanitarian law. The question I want to make when it comes to comparison is, why are there such double standards? Where was the global south or the middle countries when it came to Ukraine? Why is it when I go around the world, the people I ask for bilaterals with are not my traditional partners, but the countries who have refused to speak out and support Ukraine? And yet now, they are the ones speaking out against Israel. Where is the qualification in that? But another point I'd make about fairness and qualification is, why do we have Western countries running around saying that Zelensky needs to do more on corruption? Zelensky needs to hold an election. Zelensky needs to get hold of himself. But there are no calls for Netanyahu to hold an election. There are no calls for Netanyahu to step down. There are no calls for Netanyahu to face up to the trial that he is going to go through. We have to stop having these double standards. Let us recognize that we are not happy with the way things are going. But the global south do not get to now shout in support of Palestine when they were silent on Ukraine. And that is a double standard nobody is calling out.
Let me try and get one or two more questions quickly. All right, so Senator, and then I have one more over here, I think. Yeah. Mike's coming.
Thank you.
Is the mic on?
It will be in a second, I'm sure.
Okay, just keep going.
I want to have you elaborate a little
Yeah, most.
Elaborate a little bit. When this conflict with Hamas started, there was enormous horror at what it had done to Israel. And you defined what should happen as Israel responding as a counterterrorism as opposed to a war on Palestine. And even that last question, there was a the term that was used was Israel versus Palestine. Given if it were a counterterrorism activity as opposed to a war, we would not be flattening Gaza. And what is your assessment of any possible good outcome that is going to occur with this war plan that has included so much bombing and now a ground campaign? And what would be a way to write it?
Elise Kearns, hold on for 1 second. Let me just try and get one more question because we are rapidly running out of time.
Hi everyone, my name is Michaela. I am one of the 15 at 15 winners. My question is it possible that other countries such as Russia, North Korea, and China will help Iran in backing Hamas?
Sure. So, Muaz, why don't you take that one, and then we'll come back to Elise Kearns.
Sure. I think that for Russia and for Iran, I mean, Iran has historically been the supporter of Hamas in terms of providing them weapons and financial support. I think for Russia, it is, and Iran, they're in the exact same league. And I think for Russia and Iran, their whole point is that, and this goes beyond specifically Israel, I think their whole goal is that the West democracies, they are hypocritical, they don't work, that they do this moral equivalency between, the way people live in Russia or China or Iran in the West, that, that it's somehow, the same equivalency in freedom or in the ability to protect minorities and so on. And so all of these groups that don't believe in democracy and freedom stick together, and I think that's generally something that you can count on. But what's really, really important is that for democracies to uphold the values that they speak all the time, and it is more difficult. It's more difficult, as we've heard in earlier panels, for democracies to even make decisions. But that's why democracies should be resolved in their support of Ukraine, and democracies should be resolved in their support of the Syrian people, because at the end of the day, there you have indigenous populations on the ground fighting on their own land against invaders, against terrorists, against people that want to hurt them. But when we don't stick to our values, and when we do sometimes have our own double standards, that empowers them. That's why when we see, unfortunately, kids die in Gaza that maybe could have been saved, Russia and Iran use that to garner more support.
Elise Kearns, why don't you take that one on quickly, and then we'll also let Nancy do it. And
so on the Crinks point, I would just say they already are supporting them, but I also would really urge this audience. We have to stop making this false conclusion that all these Crinks are best friends and are in bed with each other. It's just not the reality, and if we're going to separate them from each other, we need to stop saying that China and Russia are best friends and that they genuinely want the best for each other. They don't. On the point about how this is prosecuted, none of us will ever forget where we were when we saw the first videos coming through on our Twitter. As a mother, I was in bed with my 2 children and I hugged them so tight. And I will admit, it took 3 weeks before there was a day where I didn't cry about what was happening, what we are seeing, and I'm desperate to get the hostages home, and I'm desperately working to do so. But the way in which Israel prosecutes this matters. Both Israel and Ukraine face existential threats. People are trying to destroy them. Hamas is not a liberation movement, as some kids seem to want to say on TikTok. Its founding principle is genocide, the destruction of Israel. However, how Israel prosecutes this war in the long term determines their long-term security, it determines whether we can be a partner of theirs, and it determines the future that they are choosing. It is difficult, but we should not be comparing Israel's conduct to Hamas. One is a terrorist group, one is a democratic country. They have to hold themselves to higher standards because that is their duty, and that is the way that we preserve the rule of law and the international rules-based system. It's difficult. but that is what we all have to do.
Nancy Kale, last word, quickly.
I just want to relate to the issue of the terrorism and the issue of a path. There's a myth out there that it is possible to just have this military operation that, I actually respect that Mr. Ehud Barak, frankly said, we don't know what winning means, or we don't know how or the end of all this. But still, there is this sort of vague position that you will have this military operation, and once we're done with it, we're going to come to rights and political process. And when did that happen? Syria is an example. We were always told we just need to fight, stop ISIS and defeat ISIS, and then we'll come to democracy. And then Bashar al-Assad was treated royally in Saudi Arabia as if nothing had happened. This keeps on going. The idea that we let us just go through the military path, that was never successful. Actually, it's the 15th anniversary, and 15 years ago, 2008, it was Operation Cast Lead, where Mr. Ehud Barak was the defense minister. And similarly, there are 13 Israelis died and 1,400 or 1,600 Gazan died. Where did that take us today? Where, from that time, with the reoccurrence of further hostilities and further military operation, where we are actually in a day where the numbers have more than doubles. But the thing is, these are not numbers. These are people that are dying. But the cruel part about it is that they're not just dying. They don't know they're going to live the next day. The unknown, that it's just as if this is something that is happening to us as earthquakes, as a natural disaster. And we talk about people being killed. No, people are not being killed. There are people who are killing, and it's not a natural that we can stop it. Just stop the killing.
We're going to have to leave it there, unfortunately. As Nancy said, some of these statements, some of these arguments are hard to make. Thank you so much to the panel. Really appreciate it. And thank you to the audience. Let's thank the panel. Thank you. And we need everyone to stay in their seats to prepare for the next Halifax chat. So thank you so much.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining us. My name is Jason Rezaian. I'm an opinions writer with The Washington Post. Previously, I was our bureau chief in Tehran. until I was arrested along with my wife in our home, where I was taken to Evin prison and held as a hostage by the Islamic Republic Revolutionary Guard Corps for 544 days. Since my release in 2016, I've been reporting on hostages and wrongfully detained people around the world, a phenomenon that is sadly on the rise in countries like Iran, China, Russia, and now, horrifically, as we see, in Gaza. Last year, along with the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C., I launched a commission to look at hostage issues and related topics. It's a completely bipartisan endeavor that I am happy to say is co-chaired by my friend Robert O'Brien and Senator Shaheen, and I want to thank them both for taking a deep interest in this critical issue. I'm joined today by Yevgenia Karamurza, whose husband Vladimir, a democracy advocate and fellow Washington Post contributor, is being held in Russia for standing up to President Putin, and Ambassador Roger Carstens, United States Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs. Thank you both for joining me.
Thank you.
Yevgenia, I wonder if you could start by telling us about Vladimir's current circumstances and progress in efforts to win his release.
Thank you very much for the question, for the introduction. And first of all, I would like to say what a privilege it is for me to be here today. Last year, Vladimir was recognized as one of the builders of this community, so I know how much this platform means to him and how much it means to him to know that his voice is heard here, that his cause is recognized, and that you stand with him and people like him fighting for freedom, the rule of law, and respect for human rights around the world. Vladimir has been the opposition to Vladimir Putin since Vladimir Putin came to power. In 1999, actually, as a prime minister, Vladimir Putin put up a memorial plaque to Andropov on the KGB building in downtown Moscow. Andropov was someone who introduced punitive psychiatry in the Soviet Union. That was a person whom Vladimir Putin decided to commemorate. That's when my husband said, yep, this is what we're gonna get. Russia will be becoming yet again a dictatorship. Since then, Vladimir has been constantly fighting this regime, and of course, after the full-scale invasion had been launched, he could not stay away from Russia. He believed that as a Russian politician, he needed to be there to share the risks and challenges faced by Russians back home. He believed that as a Russian politician, he needed to show an example that to give in to fear and intimidation is a choice, always a personal choice that you make. And in April of 2022, he was detained. He was accused of disseminating knowingly false information about the war in Ukraine, for speaking out, condemning the war crimes committed by the Russian army there, and for calling for a Nuremberg-style tribunal to bring to accountability all those responsible. He was accused of cooperating with an undesirable organization. Anything that has to do with human rights in Russia nowadays is undesirable. He was designated a foreign agent, basically to portray him as a sort of a spy, because the Russian regime wants to show that no one would be opposing the official narrative on their own volition. If you do that, it means that you're being paid. It means that someone out there is trying to damage the Russian Federation as a state, and you are on the payroll of these people. And to top it off, he was accused of high treason for speaking against Vladimir Putin, for calling for targeted Magnitsky sanctions against human rights violators, for calling for a Nuremberg-style tribunal, well, basically for all of that. Today, he's being held in the in a punishment cell of the maximum security prison colony in the middle of Siberia. And he's been sentenced to 25 years of strict regime. He's in complete isolation. He has no rights to phone calls, no visitation rights. our kids have not seen his father since April 2022.
What can democratic governments, folks that are here today, do for political prisoners like Vladimir that isn't being done already?
You know what? When I think about that, that's my second day here. And yesterday, I've heard many people voice that very important thing that we need to come to terms with and deal with it. It does not happen in the void. Dictators work together. Hostage taking and imprisoning people for their political views or religious beliefs does not happen in the void. Usually this is the result of years of impunity. In Vladimir Putin's case, almost the same time Vladimir got as his sentence, almost a quarter of a century. And which means that after years and sometimes decades of ignoring or appeasing a dictator, the free world is left to deal with damages, to try to control the damage created by this continuous impunity. And that process is usually accompanied by all these moral dilemmas about how much we should give in exchange for prisoners, in exchange for hostages. Well, the thing is, maybe if the world had done enough to prevent these regimes, these autocrats from growing into monsters, that problem, those moral dilemmas could have been avoided. So, and also when we think about those dilemmas nowadays, when we are faced with the need to control the damages created by these autocrats, it is important to remember two things. First of all, there is nothing more precious than a human life, and that is the basis for democracy itself. Hence the respect for human rights and freedoms, respect for the rule of law, because at the center of it is the absolute value of human life. And second is that very often there are reasons why these specific people are being targeted, are being taken hostage. In the case of Ukrainian kids stolen by the Putin regime, or those Israeli kids kidnapped by Hamas, we're talking about the Putin regime and a terrorist organization literally trying to destroy these nations' future. And the way in which entire families were tortured and killed in the most atrocious ways proves this point. And in the case of political prisoners, it is those autocrats trying to destroy the alternative. The clear alternative. I very often get this question from audiences when I travel to different fora around the world. Is there an alternative to Vladimir Putin? Well, there is an alternative, and he is actively trying to annihilate it. And the way it can also be proved is by the fact that the most prominent figures like Alexei Navalny or my husband are also often targeted for assassination. Vladimir survived 2 assassination attacks in the past, in 2015 and 2017, when he was poisoned and ended up both times in a coma with a multiple organ failure and had to relearn how to walk and talk both times. And thanks to an independent investigation by Bellingcat and The Insider, we now know that the same team of assassins in the service of the Russian state, the same team of FSB officers had been following my husband before both attacks that was involved in the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. So this is the active efforts to destroy any alternative that can bring to Russia becoming, even getting a chance at becoming a democracy one day.
Thank you. Ambassador Carstens, the current hostage crisis in Gaza is like nothing we've seen before. Hostages from 40 countries, the horrifying use of small children and the elderly as potential leverage, hostage takers that aren't a terrorist organization in the classical sense, nor are they a traditional state, but that enjoy functioning working relations with both friends and adversaries of the United States. All of these factors underscore the need for something that you and I have discussed often, a multinational, multilateral hostage strategy. What would that look like, and is something like that starting to take shape?
So Jason, thanks for that question. Thank you for your leadership and everything you've done since you've come back. You've stayed in the fight. You could have walked away, and yet your leadership at CSIS, along with Ambassador Bryan and Senator Shaheen, has been just amazing in taking on some of these hard questions, to include the question of deterrence. And before I answer that, if I may, Peter, thank you for hosting this specific topic here at Halifax. Your team has just done a wonderful job, and we're grateful to discuss this in this forum. Additionally, and this kind of gets into the answer, I'd like to thank Canada for their leadership, not only in hosting us, but in engendering, or rather making, the Declaration Against Arbitrary Detention in State-to-State Relations in February of 21, a document that now has 75 endorsers due to the great diplomatic work of Canada going around the world and getting countries to endorse this important document. The document is an effort to establish a higher, stronger norm against taking hostages in state-to-state relations. And it kind of gets into the answer of your question. What would this look like? I think not only is this declaration important because it in a way points out the obvious, that states, nation states, and terrorist groups should not use people as bargaining chips, but it also is allowing us to maybe fine-tune and focus on building together a multilateral coalition that can use elements of national power in an effort to prevent and deter this effort from ever happening. I know Secretary Blinken very early on put his hand on my shoulder one day after a particularly rough meeting related to hostages, and he said, we've got to come up with a way that this never happens again. Start working on bringing countries together, and in his mind, to create a NATO 5, Article 5 rather, effort. So when a person is taken from a country, that nation state feels compelled, nation states feel compelled to try to help out and work with each other. To that end, we've spent the last 2 years working with some of our allies and partners around the world to come up with that multilateral coalition. Now, we're still kind of sketching out what it's going to look like. We're working with some very esteemed jurists, lawyers, to try to figure out how we can create the laws that might support that. But at the end of the day, if I could just give you this, and I'll turn it back over to you. If the United States can take its elements of national power, diplomacy, information, military, economic, legal, financial, and find tools that it could use and put in the service of trying to prevent and deter hostage taking, and if other countries can do the same, the goal would be that one day a country like Iran would look at a potential target and decide not to take them as a hostage because the price is now too high. All the countries have figured out what game's being played and have now banded together to stop that game from being played. We're working on it now. It's going to take some time, but it's something that I have a full team of 3 people working on every day. I'm trying to figure out how to make those tools come to fruition, working with not only the interagency, but also Capitol Hill, members of Congress, in order to perhaps create the authorizations that are required to put this practice to rest.
In the meantime, though, you have dozens of Americans being held in countries around the world. You and I have both been in fora like this and taken the question over and over again, doesn't negotiating the release of a hostage lead to more hostage taking? No one, fortunately right now, is saying don't negotiate for the release of these 200 plus people in Gaza, and I think that's sort of a game changer in how we think about the issue. Talk about the tough decisions that have to be made, and why President Biden has chosen to make so many of those tough decisions so far.
There's never been a case, at least to my knowledge, and I could also refer to Ambassador Bryan, who had my job before I did. There's never really been a case where you go up to a country, a dictatorship, and really advocate for someone's release. You know, I call on you to unconditionally release Jason Rezaian. It just doesn't work. You usually have to find some sort of accommodation. The decisions that you make are really hard and brutal. We put a lot of time and effort into those courses of action. If, for example, if we have to do something as unpalatable as coming up with a prisoner swap, we'll take a look at the person under U.S. detention in a prison to determine what's their rate of recidivism. You know, are they still a threat to U.S. or national security, or the national security of our foreign partners were that person to be let out. So we try to make sure that when we do these things, we actually have done all the math so that the president gets the, I guess, a full sense of what he's buying into. But what I can say that, is it worth it? I mean, to my mind, I'm looking at two examples. You know, Jason, you were held in prison unjustly for quite some time. Your wife was held in prison. You've suffered greatly. And when I see that you're sitting here right now in this leadership role, I can't help but think the United States made the right decision to do what it had to do to bring you home. Yevgenia, you're an example of someone who didn't ask to be here. You did not want to be in this position, and yet here you are. You're here advocating for your husband's release and try to fight this fight as well. You know, I was with Yevgenia 2 nights ago in London when she received the Magnitsky Award for Courage Under Fire, for the hard work that she's done. I'll just say it, I feel inspired every time I hear you speak. But again, you didn't ask to be here and deal with this. So what does this come down to? We make hard decisions, and President Biden's made a lot of them. In the time since he's been in office, President Biden's brought back 37 Americans by making a lot of these hard decisions. But the President and the Secretary of State and others have had a chance to meet with these family members. They understand the human toll and the cost that an American citizen and family have to endure during these occasions. And when you meet people like Yevgenia, when you meet people like Jason Rezaian and have a talk about what they're going through, you can never put yourself in their shoes, but you understand the human toll. And as I think you indicated, the individual matters, and bringing people home matters. Families matter. And our job is to, as your government, to find ways to bring those families back and unite them again.
Thank you. I could talk to you both all day. We don't have a ton of time. I have one more question for each of you, and I hope we have a little bit of time for audience questions. Ambassador Carstens, different countries are doing this for different reasons. The motivations for Iran, China, Russia, Venezuela, Syria, and others aren't the same. So will we need specialized deterrence approaches when the time comes?
Yeah, I think you will. That's a great question. When I took this job, I went to see my two predecessors, Jim O'Brien and then Robert O'Brien. And both of them said the same thing, and that is, there is no playbook for this. There's no cookie cutter. He goes, you think there is? You're going to spend time looking for it? But they were both right, and there is no cookie cutter approach. I can say overall, does Iran usually want bags of money? Probably could say overall. Is Russia usually more interested in prisoner swaps? I'd say, yeah, probably overall. And yet each case comes down to engaging with the other side, really trying to pick apart what it is to get the job done, and then finding a way to make it happen, not only on their side, but also within the US government. So will it come down to individual efforts? It will. Can we still, however, through a good deterrence and prevention effort, find these tools that can stop nation states from doing it? I think we can. We have a lot of hard work ahead of us. You know this isn't easy.
Thank you. Yevgenia, in the past, the sort of public efforts to raise awareness and win the release of a political prisoner like Vladimir, they usually work, and more quickly than they are these days. What does that say about the strength or weaknesses of democratic and civil society institutions in the West in the face of authoritarians who probably in the past would have bent to public pressure?
First of all, I want to thank Ambassador Carstens for saying what he did about how it is important to find the ways to prevent such practices from being used. Because although it is absolutely crucial to solve the existing cases, because again, there is nothing more valuable than a human life, and because this is what democracies are based on, the respect for that value. But it is also crucially important to democracies to find ways to protect themselves and protect their values. Because autocrats work together, they learn from each other, they adopt each other's practices, they share their knowledge in how more and more evil they can be. And democracies are left to watch in shock. And so, and try to control the damage. So the ultimate goal of such cooperation between democracies who should also bring their efforts together should be to find ways to prevent such practices from being used in the first place. And I think one important part of it would be to return to the notion of goodwill and standing for what is right. Many Soviet dissidents were released thanks to the advocacy of US presidents of both parties. I am blessed to be acquainted with Honorable Professor Erwin Kotler, the amazing human rights defender who fought for many dissidents and political prisoners around the world, including Nelson Mandela, Natan Sharansky, and now my husband. I know that behind all this advocacy by US presidents, by people like Professor Kotler, there was this, not just goodwill, but the understanding of how important it is to stand for what's right. Because that sends a powerful message to those autocrats that the free world knows the nature of these regimes. It knows why these people are being prosecuted, persecuted, and it's going to stand with them to show to the world that the world can be better. It's like, for example, showing to Vladimir Putin that you see that he's trying to destroy the alternative, and you're going to fight for that alternative. You're going to stand for this alternative because, well, in the end, it's actually going to be pretty nice to everyone to see Russia democracy, right? That is the only way to Russia to stop being a threat to itself and everyone else, is for it to become a democracy. This is why the regime is trying to destroy this democratic alternative. Because, of course, it wants to continue waging the war and oppressing its population. And that is the only way Vladimir Putin can stay in power. So do not give in to that. Stand with those who do fight, who represent a different face of Russia, who know that there is this chance for our country. And my husband has always, I mean, you know, twice the guy had to relearn how to walk. And I remember in 2015, it took him over a year to get back to normal. He was walking with a cane, but as soon as he was on his feet, he packed his bags and went back to Russia to continue his fight. And I was looking at him and I was thinking, well, it's just the wind's gonna carry him away like Mary Poppins. He was wobbling with his cane, and yet he refused to give up. So do not give up on us. Do not. There is a different Russia. My husband is a different Russia. I am a different Russia. I know what I'm fighting for, not just my husband. And, you know, recently, an artist and a pacifist, Alexander Skochilenko, was sentenced to 7 years in prison for switching price tags at a local supermarket with anti-war messages. And at the same time, the murderer of Anna Politkovskaya was pardoned by Putin. 2 Russian citizens, 2 different Russias. Stand with the one we all want to see, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have time for a couple of questions. So, no, we don't have to. Is that okay? Nope. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's okay.
good morning again. Hi, I'm Louisa Savage. I'm executive editor of growth at Politico, and we're so proud to be the media partner here at the Halifax International Security Forum for, I think, the 4th year, Peter. It's always incredible to be a part of this important gathering, so please give our reporters all your secrets when you see them, always. That's why we're here. Very excited for this particular panel. Victory in Ukraine equals Indo-Pacific possibilities. I think this conversation is where everything we've been talking about all weekend comes together. When you think about it geographically and strategically, Russia spans from Ukraine to China. And Russia-Ukraine is the hot conflict, but I learned a new word. China is the pacing threat, yes. Meaning that it is the only country that can pose a systemic challenge to the United States, to democracies, economically, militarily, technologically, and politically. And so the Indo-Pacific theater is obviously where this all comes together. It also happens to cover half of the world's surface and is home to 60% of the world's people. So we have a lot to talk about, and I know there are going to be a lot of audience questions and comments about how everything fits together and where we are in this moment. We have a really incredible panel from around the world. I'm very excited to introduce them. Dr. Comfort Arrow. She is president and CEO of the International Crisis Group, and they are doing work in the South China Sea, as well as working to prevent conflict in the Taiwan Strait. And next to Dr. Arrow, General Wayne Iyer, Chief of the Defense Staff for the Canadian Armed Forces. And I think it's worth noting that his extensive military career also includes time as Deputy Commander of the United Nations Command in South Korea. Next to him, General Charles Flynn, Commanding General of the US Army in the Pacific. And we usually think of the Navy, but it'll be great to get your perspectives from the Army. And then last, but in many ways first, Nathan Law, a former legislator from Hong Kong, who is now politically exiled in the UK and working with the Hong Kong Democracy Council. So thank you all for being here as we knit together everything we're all thinking about this weekend. And Nathan, I would like to start with you and then ask all the panelists, and with great apologies to Peter Van Praag, but I'd really like to pressure test the title of our panel. This hypothesis, does victory in Ukraine necessarily, automatically, or at all have any significant impact on the Indo-Pacific? And Nathan, I'd love to hear your perspective from the point of view of the democracy movement in Hong Kong. What does it mean for you?
Well, thank you so much, Louisa, for the introduction. And I think that the multimedia team of the forum has been magnificent. I almost cried seeing the clips, especially the protests in Hong Kong. And we've seen a lot of democratic struggles for the past years. And we've come to a moment that we all think victory of Ukraine is victory of democracy. And democracy is not going to lose in any ways, because that will create a huge impact in our region and also people's lives and political system around the world. 2 years ago, I was invited by Biden administration to attend the first Summit from Democracy. And the Chinese government, a few days before the summit started, wrote out a white paper saying that China is a democracy that works. It undermines all the other democracies, saying that the US doesn't work, the UK doesn't work, Canada doesn't work. China is the one with a democracy that cares about its people. The reason why I brought that up is not because I think it is true, it's definitely false. But it shows that China wants to contest what does that mean of democracy. And they also recognize the moral appeal and superiority of the term, because that's what has been people praising looking forward. But they're going to do it another way in order to contest the so-called Western world and to make them work for them. So I think that is a big problem, because we see war in Ukraine. Definitely we want military superiority, we want to win the battle, But at the end of the day, it's about whether democracies can work together, can have unity, and whether the term democracy coined by people's participation in democratic process, whether they can really create results and then to make people to be involved in the process and to win over that kind of ideological warfare. So for me, it means a lot to the region because Taiwan is a democracy, so does many other in the region. And if we cannot be united in the face of that big invasion from Russia to Ukraine, then that may signal a really bad situation to the other democracies in the region as well.
But I just want to push on that a little bit because we know that Xi Jinping wants eventual reunification with Taiwan. So what does it matter to him what happens in Ukraine? Like, what difference does it make?
Well, first of all, Xi Jinping wants a prolonged Ukraine war because that shifts the attention of the world, and that will definitely consume some resources from the rest of the world. And secondly, it's about ideology. It's about whether he can promise the other dictators that he can craft a world that is much more friendlier to them, rather than the other dictators being scrutinized. So if, like for example, Putin gets away from what he wants, then he has a much more moral appeal to the others to say that if you join my camp, you can get what you want, and you don't have to be held accountable by the international rule-based order and also the other democracies. So that creates a big appeal to them, and that for Xi Jinping is what he wants because he is also being challenged by a lot of difficulties in mainland China. And he wants a world that he is not being held accountable.
Mm-hmm. General Flynn, in Washington, in the US, there's a lot of recalibration right now about what America's role in the world should be. And there are some who would argue that if China's the big issue, then Ukraine is a distraction. How do you see that?
Well, I think to the title, I think there are enormous opportunities out there. I think to many of the points Nathan brought up here, first of all, there is a limited and regional war going on in Europe. There's another limited and regional war going on in the Middle East. And the last thing that we all can afford is another war in the Pacific. So every day we're working out there to try to prevent more from happening. I think that the region, Xi Jinping, and the Taiwan leadership, they're all watching closely what's actually happening in Europe and Ukraine and looking at the outcomes, or at least what's unfolding in both the European continent and then across the Central Asian states and the Middle East. I would offer some bad news and then some good news. And on the good news, there'll be the opportunities. I would say the bad news is that they have created a military instrument that is very, very dangerous. Admiral Aquilino, my boss in the Indo-Pacific, has referred to it as an unprecedented buildup of military capability. So it is a dangerous arsenal that they have created. And having been out there, this is my third assignment, and really have been out there pretty straight since 2014, what we're witnessing, at least the military be able to perform, is very different in 2023 than it was in 2014, 2015, 16, 17, 18. So that trajectory that they're on is a dangerous one for the region, and candidly, it's a dangerous one for the world. So we are all should be concerned and trying to slow that trajectory down for safety, stability, security, and international rules-based order.
And
the good news, if I can, on the good news, this goes to the very opportunities that are going on. What we're seeing out in the region is a dramatic increase in multilateral and multinational participation in a wide number of areas. On the military side, for sure, but I also think about the recent engagements from APEC to the president's discussions, to the 2+2 in India, to comprehensive strategic partnerships recently signed with Vietnam, and also in Indonesia. So those are all the opportunities that I think the region is witnessing as a result of actually what's happening in Europe and now in the Middle East. And I think that that bodes well for our countries and for the rules-based international order that we all want to protect.
You're nodding, General.
Well, of course, I agree with Charlie. Yeah. So, hey, firstly, on behalf of the Canadian Armed Forces, I just want to welcome everybody here. It's great to see so many familiar faces and new faces as well, and likewise for my fellow panel members here. 10 plus years ago, Charlie and I were one-stars jumping out of planes together, so never envisioned sitting on a panel with him talking about the Pacific. So it just shows how small the world is. And just how small the world is can relate to this question as well. You know, victory in Ukraine, I believe, directly relates to opportunities, and I would add threats in the Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific region, and actually beyond. You know, what we're seeing is a direct challenge to the ideas of territorial sovereignty, the right of a people to exist, the right of people to choose their own form of government. You know, if those norms in the international order are not upheld, that will embolden others to embark on imperialism, adventurism, expansionism in the international system. So standing up against this aggression, standing up against this perhaps largest threat to the international order since the end of the Cold War, and perhaps since the end of the Second World War, I think is in all of our interests. You know, what victory will bring is a degree of certainty and stability to the international order. You know, let's face it, for all of our nations, a vital national interest is national prosperity, national sovereignty, and the ability to protect our population. While our national prosperity, for the large part, is based on stability and certainty in the international environment. And if that stability and certainty is not there, our national prosperity is going to suffer. And that's why collectively we have to stand up and collectively deter against this adventurism, expansionism, imperialism. You know, I firmly believe that the world is at a turning point, and it'll pivot on the survival or not of the rules-based international order, and Ukraine is on the front lines of that.
I just want you to pick up on something that your longtime friend General Flynn said. He said that Beijing is watching closely what happens in Ukraine. What specifically are they watching for, in your view?
So in my view, there's a whole host of different things that they are looking at. Top two, the importance of isolation. And so the inability of Russia to isolate Ukraine from Western support has proven instrumental in Ukraine's ability to fight on. And so using hubs in Eastern Europe to be able to flow supplies in. Well, the situation in Taiwan, fundamentally different, being an island, and you can see their exercises aimed at creating that isolation, absolutely necessary. You know, secondly is the investment and utility of numerous capabilities, whether it be communications, long-range precision strike, the persistent surveillance. They are watching very, very closely and consequently informing their own force development.
Very good. Dr. Era, what do you think about the general framing that we're talking about? How closely linked is the future of Ukraine with the future of the Indo-Pacific?
You actually stress tested that last night in the night owl session. I heard your session. By the way, just before I deep dive into your question, I have to say that the videos that accompany each session are quite provocative, but they're also quite emotional. And this one was particularly emotional because you begin to understand what's at stake for many people of the world, especially the next generation as well. So I have to commend Halifax, Peter, because this one particularly, I had to pull back the tears because I can name a number of other countries where today's generation of children would be holding that flag in defense of their own future and and the vision that they have for their future as well. So I just want to commend you for that video. For me, it's personal as well, and I can talk about that on another occasion. But you started to stress test that question yesterday, and I was struck by the response by the panel from yesterday's Night Owl, which put the response to you in a historical context, that the history of China's sort of reclaiming back of unification of Taiwan, so to speak, didn't start on the 24th of February or the 22nd of February last year. I mean, it goes way back into history. And I mean, it's hard to know whether there's a survey. It's hard to know what the people of China think. But the person who responded to your question yesterday remarked that this is what the people of China want. I have no idea if that's true, and only that person can come back to you and clarify that. But I thought that was an important point, one I also didn't appreciate. So I think that history was important to hear. Whether it's true or not is a separate issue. However, in contemporary times, it's very hard to ignore how clarifying, I would say, Ukraine has been for China. And I want to answer it in sort of three perspectives. Number one, the war plan that China probably had on the eve of Russia's own invasion into Ukraine is likely to have been changed or likely to be rethought of as well. And quite frankly, we're also talking about a 180-kilometer straight, Taiwan Strait, which requires you to kind of like move very quickly if you're going to plan any form of amphibious invasion. You would know that better than me, but we're talking about moving tens of thousands of troops and doing that quite quickly. And I think if you ask the PLA quite privately off the record, I think they would have question marks about their own capacity today. So there is that reality check of what China itself militarily can do, and I'll ask the two of you to clarify that. Number two, I don't think it's, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about the global fallout of Ukraine for the rest of the world, but it's also been interesting to see how the countries in the South China Sea region, in the Indo-Pacific themselves, have viewed this conflict. So as a result, Japan is reviewing its own security. That's as a consequence of what's been happening in Ukraine. The Philippines also is striking up various defense deals with the United States as well. And also at the same time, South Korea, Japan, and the US are coming up with their own deals. This is as a result of Ukraine because they've viewed it as an existential crisis, not just within Europe, but within the rest of the world, and the impact that it means for them. It's not lost on any one of us also that the US does see, to a certain degree, what is happening in Ukraine as a distraction. They were supposed to do their pivot to the Indo-Pacific, and so they've found themselves having to invest heavily into Ukraine. My third final point, Louisa, is as a result of all of this, we've seen the way in which Russia and China have become tighter in that relationship. And I think that tightness is as a result of that competition between the US and Russia, but also as a result of the alliance building that we're seeing as a result of the fallout in Ukraine. So it's brought partners that traditionally may not have been necessarily closer together for national security interests. And for so long as the US continues its own sort of posturing in the region, you're going to see China latch on closer and closer to that relationship with Russia as well.
Could I
Go ahead.
Jump in? I think Comfort makes some really good points, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to say, because I'll get to the military aspect of what Comfort was describing there. I think that there are four things as a result of what's happening in Europe and the Middle East that President Xi is evaluating, assessing, sort of go, no-go criteria. The first is economic sanctions, particularly the economic sanctions that have been levied on Russia. You know, evaluating, can they withstand that? The second thing is they are doubling down on the region to fragment, fracture, disassemble the network of allies and partners that the U.S. enjoys. And they are working every day on that. They're doing that in the information space. They're doing it in the air. They're doing it at sea. They're doing it on the ground. And so, again, that's another area where he is assessing whether he can do this or not. The third thing, to Comfort's point, and you've just recently seen this, they've changed out a number of their military leaders. So I believe that they are, assessing the military proficiency of his force to actually conduct a cross-strait invasion. That is a highly, highly complex operation, not to be taken lightly. It's going to require all of their forces, and it's going to require a significant amount of expertise, precision, timing, sustainment, and I could go on and on. But that is an area that they are looking at. The fourth thing is the information, and it was mentioned earlier today and yesterday. So they have to win the information war. They have to be, they have to have the U.S. seen as a declining power and unreliable, and that they are seen as a reliable and ascending power. And they have to win that war. I think somebody mentioned yesterday, what's at stake? It's information, information, information. And
so what you're saying is America's reliability as an ally and its stalwartness and the length of its commitment to Ukraine is going to inform the narrative that China gives a lot of other countries.
I guess what I'm saying is our unity and collective commitment out there is so important for the region and the world. He has a regional desire to be hegemonic, and then he's got global aspirations, and we have to prevent both from occurring.
In fact, the one thing that Xi Jinping and Russia, and what binds them together, is that they didn't bank on the unity that you're talking about as well. And I think that has been quite a wake-up call for China as well.
And to go to Charlie's second point, this is classic Sun Tzu. Attack alliances before you attack armies and cities. So this is part of the strategic culture that we're dealing with as well.
Yeah, if I could push back a little bit, because I think that's one thing about how we calculate and how we see whether there's any possibility militarily it could win. But that's the other thing, that's the danger that we're witnessing is the Xi Jinping regime is becoming more like a one-man dictatorship than it's like a collective authoritarian regime. There's no sign of successor in the Politburo, which in traditional term there will be in their second terms as the top leader, but we were approaching the third term, and then there's no sign of it. And we've seen a lot of signs of Xi Jinping becoming much more reliant on himself and less listening to his allies and his people around him. So that becomes that there's a big danger whenever he feels like there's a need for him, no matter it's distracting the economic strait or no matter it's distracting a lot of domestic problems, that may have a call to create a much more belligerent attitude and valiant external enemy in order to unite. Because at the end of the day, what is in his mind is, first of all, to retain in power at all costs, and secondly, try to become the greatest leader in history, surpassing Mao, which requires the so-called reunification, but in a lot of what spectators on that term is an annexation on Taiwan. So I just feel like we shouldn't underestimate that kind of perspective in looking into the scenario.
General, you want to jump in? Then
I was going to say that's a key point when comparing China and Russia, because Putin did the same thing in terms of surrounding himself with yes men who would not deliver bad news, who would not deliver an assessment that would run contrary to Putin's worldview. We see the same thing happening with the band of advisors around Xi, who without giving him an honest assessment, will allow for increased opportunities for miscalculation, unintended escalation, and what falls from that.
So my follow-up from all these comments is we're talking a lot about unity, the importance of showing unity, maintaining unity. In Europe, we have NATO. In the Pacific, we don't have a collective security architecture. We have a lot of bilateral agreements on mutual defense. Do you think we need a Pacific NATO? And if not, then how can we structure ourselves to show that unity?
I guess you're asking me, so I think what I would say is, again, to a number of points that Comfort made, what I'm seeing, and this is as a result of what I would refer to as and I have referred to it as, China has been on an incremental, insidious, and irresponsible path. And what that's done is it's actually brought the region closer together. So even though we operate in a very bilateral stance in terms of, relationships, I have a number of examples. So an exercise that we do in Indonesia, Garuda Shield, that was an army-to-army exercise 5 years ago, 2 years ago in 22. That became 14 countries, 6,000 multinational forces out there. I see some of my Australian colleagues here. We just did an exercise in Australia, Talisman Sabre. That was 15 countries, 30,000 troops, all kinds of different assets down there from a wide range of countries across the region. Yamasakura in Japan, that was once army to army, now 4 nations. I mean, I could go on and on.
But so you're saying, no, we don't need it?
What I'm saying is the region wants those kinds of activities. So the measure of performance or measure of success that I look at is that an increase in multilateral and multinational work together as a region is really important. And that is the way they're speaking about countering the insidious and irresponsible activities of the Chinese. And that is what's actually playing out on the ground out there.
I mean, regardless of the structure, there is already alliance building already in the region. You talked about Australia, and you've got AUKUS, for example. And then you've got, the other sort of country that is not on this panel, but is part of that calculation is India as well. And we're seeing just very much the reliance and the focus and seeing India as part of that sort of geopolitical military sort of thinking or rethinking or reshaping that is driving the US and its own alliance building. And also there is overall, regardless of whether we're talking about the Indo-Pacific or whether we're talking about Europe or whether we're talking about Latin America, what defines this period that we're talking about is this era of clubism. I want to be in your club, your club, your club, for different reasons, for how it supports my own national security interest, my own short-term benefits as well, and they can be military, they can be economic, they can be for trade. What is also clear to me, Nathan, I was listening to what you were saying very, very carefully, is that although these countries have built up these alliances, at the same time, proximity matters. The cost is great to the region. And so they are hedging. They don't want to put themselves in a camp where it's them versus China. I believe they're also pragmatic in their outlook. So they look at the US as an important partner. They've learned the lessons also from Ukraine and how Europe and the West have become allied. But at the same time, because the cost is grave to them, they still want to keep the door open to be able to engage with China. So for example, in an economic area, in the trading area, because regardless of whatever promises and commitments they're going to get from the United States, they have to live in that neighborhood, and the fallout to that neighborhood cannot ever be underestimated to that neighborhood as well. So I think when I agree with you on the scenarios, but that is one set of scenarios of what the neighborhood thinks. And so while they lean in and expect the US to come and stand shoulder to shoulder to them, and they watched what happened when Biden went to Israel. So there's an expectation there. But they will hedge, and they want to make sure that their relationship remains as possible, as stable as possible, and not necessarily one of an existential crisis to them.
So I have a quick question for you on that. There's so much to cover, and I do want to get to questions in a few minutes. So many aspects to this. Coming out of the meeting this week between President Biden and President Xi Jinping, there's a lot of discussion about the economic piece and trade. I heard a comment, I think it was last night, someone here said, whatever Xi Jinping thinks of his military chances of success in potentially invading Taiwan, and actually a potentially stronger deterrent is economic integration with the United States, with Europe, with other democracies, because if he were to be subjected to debilitating sanctions, that could really imperil his hold on power if it tanked the Chinese economy. And I just wanted to get your thought on that. We hear a lot about decoupling or now de-risking, but actually, is that a powerful thing to maintain those economic links?
In fact, for me, if there's one thing that I take away from Ukraine, and if there's one lesson for any other sort of state leader that wants to pursue that kind of adventurism that you both talked about, it is the maximalist sanctions that you've seen imposed on Ukraine, on Russia. Even though the Russian economy has found itself to be resilient, and the way in which Putin sort of has recrafted that economy to withstand for now. But nonetheless, that is a big lesson. And at the end of the day, although Biden walks away and the Pentagon walks away from what happened last week on the talks by the two leaders, getting that sort of military high-level dialogue back on the table, I think for Xi Jinping, he welcomes that, he accepts that, but what matters for him is he can't do anything about the previous economic sort of constraints that are there, but he wants to limit future ones, and that's what matters for him. So he'll nod to the military dialogue, he will nod to all the other aspects, but the one that's important to him more than anything else, because he's understood that lesson, is the economic one. And he saw what happened with the semiconductors. He's seen what's happened around the various chip acts and the RIA as well. And I don't know whether he's read what Jake Sullivan said, but the de-risking one is also interesting in the way Jake Sullivan borrowed that language from Europe, from Van der Leyen, and said, look, of course we can't decouple America from China, we're interdependent. But this other language about de-risking means that there are ways in which we can curtail, limit, restrain China. And I think this, more than anything, is what drives Xi Jinping's own calculations. But Nathan, I see you're agitated.
That's definitely one way to portray where there is like an increasing economic activities, we can have more leverage on containing its action. It is variation of trade to change ideology in it. But there's also another way looking into it, and it's the reliance. If we remember, at the very beginning of the Ukraine war, because of energy reliance on Russia, there are lots of difficulties of the West coordinating a very holistic and strong response. And that's what we've been witnessing for the past years on China as well, because the kind of increasing economic interaction and intertwined economies, it comes with reliance as well. And in many terms, that could also pose a challenge for us to come up with a coordinated actions against some of the extremely bullying economic activities from China, which they've put on economic sanctions on Norway, on Australia, on Lithuania, because these countries criticized the human rights records of China. So I think I've been hearing some very interesting ideas about how we can have economic Article 5, where democracies come together and they kind of react to any of these individual sanctions from mainland China, from PRC to certain countries, and they react together. And all these democracies, they combine, they have more than half of the global GDP, and that would be an enormous weapon to defend the ability for these countries to just pose critics to China. And that comes back to the idea if we're seeing the war between Ukraine and Russia and China and the kind of democracies, there is a component of who owns the definition of democracy, who can be the representation of democracy, and who can have the moral appeal and superiority in terms of defending their political system. And that would, having the kind of economic Article 5 would definitely help to achieve that goal.
Interesting. General Eyre, I wanted to ask you, because we are in Canada, and the defense minister was here yesterday, and he told this forum, Oh, there he is. Well, here he is.
He's back.
Well, he told this forum, which I thought was really interesting. He said, we know that Canada now has 3 warships in the region, and we must, quote, move from an episodic presence in the region to a reliable and persistent presence. And I wanted to ask you, what does that look like? Is that purely a naval move or something else? And secondly, what kind of resources will this take? Because I think he also said that the Canadian Armed Forces are, quote, in desperate need of resources. And I thought that was a very strong word. So how desperate?
And very welcome word. Thank you. No, that is a great question. As we speak, we've got 3 ships in the Western Pacific right now on exercise, annual X with Japan, with the U.S. But maintaining that presence is going, a persistent presence is going to be a challenge as we go forward, but one that we are committed to doing as we balance resources around the world and prioritize the naval component in the Western Pacific. But to sustain it is going to be a challenge. If we take a look at the 2 major capabilities that we're projecting out there, Halifax class frigates, named after this city here, and our maritime patrol aircraft. Hey, our Halifax class frigates, they were commissioned around the 91, 92 timeframe. They've got a 30-year lifespan. Well, guess what year we're in now? And so they are in desperate need of some maintenance. If we take a look at the trajectory of our maintenance funding over the next few years, we're going to have a very, very hard time given the current path. Likewise with our CP-140 maritime patrol aircraft, extremely useful, not just for the Western Pacific, and as we speak, we've got 1 operating on that exercise and another operating out of Iceland, not just for the Western Pacific, but for the Arctic and for our own coastlines as well. Maintenance is sitting below, or serviceability is below 50%, so we urgently need to replace that platform with something that's proven, dependable, and interoperable with allies. And then going forward, there's a number of other capabilities we're going to need for the future. But regardless, we're committed to doing our part, as Charlie was talking about, that multinational group of allies, friends, partners, standing up, deterring against that expansionism, adventurism, and just doing our part to be present in the region.
I'm going to make a hat tip to Canada and the minister, and I met with both yesterday. So in my command, I have 2 1-star brigadier generals from Canada that are Deputy Commanding General in the 11th Airborne Division in Alaska and Deputy Commanding General for 1st Corps at Joint Base Lewis McChord. Recently, we also have an agreement where the Canadian Army will be sending a battalion task force to our Northern Warfare Training Joint Pacific Multinational Readiness Center in Alaska. And they'll do that every other year, with the odd year being a company-sized team there. Of course, the work that we do in the Arctic as neighbors in the Arctic with Canada, and in fact, our homeland defense is contingent on some of the assets that we have in Alaska, large U.S. Air Force presence there, global missile defense. So the work that we do partnering with the Canadian Army, and as Wayne pointed out, the Air Force and the Maritime Forces, vital out in the Indo-Pacific. And actually the Canadian flag and the Canadian soldiers and the Canadian formations and the Canadian aircraft and maritime capabilities that come out there, that international, that's the point about unity and collective commitment. When they see that, they can't match that. And so that's really, really important about what we're doing out there. So Minister, thanks to you and to Wayne for your support.
And just before I kick it to the audience, I just want to ask you one thing about what came out of the Biden and Xi meetings, which was the military-to-military reestablishing communications. Very quickly, what does that give us? Is that a big deal? And secondly, do you, in your role, ever have the opportunity to communicate with your counterpart from China? Would that be desirable? And then thirdly, on operations, there used to be U.S.-China joint exercises around disaster response. Is that something that you foresee bringing back?
Well, first of all, a lot of the mechanics need to be worked out, but it's a positive aspect of what happened from the meeting. So I'm sure a number of other people will work out the mechanics of that going on. To your point, we had for many years up until COVID, with the Chinese Army, we had what was called a DME, a disaster management exercise, where we worked together on responding to basically humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. That stopped, obviously, with COVID, and it never got rebooted because of the security situation, candidly. So the point I'm making is I think the positive aspects of communicating mill to mill. I know Admiral Aquilino wants to talk to his counterpart. I believe Secretary Austin is working out a mechanism to talk to his counterpart. So after all of that happens, then maybe, just maybe, we can have a retooling of what we had once, a disaster management exercise. And that was an annual exercise. One year we did it in the US, the following year we did it in China. So when I was the Deputy Commander General in this command in Hawaii, my boss at the time, General Brown, he actually went to China and he spent a week there with those forces. So it's certainly within the realm of possible, but still to be determined.
General, you want to say something really quickly and we'll go to questions?
Yeah, and I would just add that, in my view, having that military-to-military communication at the highest level is essential. Regardless of the political relationship, having that hotline where you can de-escalate incidents will be good for all of us. But with a warning, military-to-military communication cannot be seen as a reward, cannot be seen as a form of supplication. It's got to be there for its own purpose.
Got it. Do we have questions in the audience? Over here. Yeah, it's coming to you.
I'm Paula Dobriansky, Harvard University, and I wanted to cite comfort. You mentioned the importance and shift in Japan, which is historic. Actually, the fact that they have upped their military spending, I mean, truly historic. And it should be mentioned too, Korea at this time is engaged in nuclear discussions, which they weren't. It was always, a bit over to the side, US in the front. So just one point and a quick question. The point is, I do want to connect the dots with Ukraine and the Indo-Pacific. Japan's Prime Minister Kishida came intentionally to the United States to actually state, if the war in Ukraine is not won, it will affect us in the Pacific. I wanted to make that statement because it really underscores, I think, the sentiment in the region is very worried about what will happen in Ukraine. There is this interconnectivity. My question for all of you is about, which I didn't hear, the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue. Japan initiated it in 2007. And the question is, where is that going to be going? There was some question, not with the Malabar exercises in the military, but about expanding the Quad in the non-military domain. Do you see that? And thank you for this panel.
Who'd like to take that?
Non-military domain.
On the Quad as well.
Quad's yours.
Well, I mean,
You own that.
I
Touched a nerve.
think the points, ma'am, that she's made about Korea and Japan, they are in a very different spot, even from my last assignment when I left in 2018 out there. I would just say that I think the AUKUS agreement is an indication of that. I think the work that we were doing with Japan, again, I mentioned we have exercises that were once just US, Japan. Now, next in December, we'll have Philippine observers. We'll have a division from the Australian Army there, and then, of course, multiple regional armies in Japan. And then, as I just mentioned, I think the 2+2 that just went on in India was very positive, and lots of great outcomes from that. From the Army standpoint, there was actually a co-production agreement for Stryker vehicles in India. So these are things that are just completely different from what we had before. We have the largest bilateral exercise with India called UWABIAS, and we do it this year. It'll be in India, and we just had the largest Indo-Pacific Army Chiefs Conference in New Delhi. There were 30 countries represented there. There were 20 chiefs of army there. General Pandey, the Chief of Army, and Minister Singh were very, very accommodating to have that 3-day discussion go on there in India. So those are all indications, at least in the security sector, where the Indian, Australian, and Japanese and U.S. forces are working much closer together.
Dr. Arrow?
Listen, I think the one thing that I think is very clear, and it's been accelerated as a result of how the region read Ukraine and what it means for them, is that we have seen in the last 18 months just a sheer militarization of the region. It's a hyper-militarization of the region. And you're seeing a turning of a new page in Japan and how it positions themselves at a time also then we're talking about denuclearization. We're seeing an opposite conversation happening in the region as well. And exactly, it does worry me, because this is one of the fallouts from Ukraine. I mean, and I think we should be concerned because the risk of miscalculation gets graver and graver every single day. And that miscalculation is not just on the doors of China. How China reads how others position themselves matters also. How those countries posture and how they position themselves vis-a-vis China also matters. So it's not just how China reads things, but it's also how the regions read each other for the likelihood of some kind of escalation. You know, I was interested by the question you asked earlier on about sort of regional sort of economic integration and multilateralism. There is one body in the region, and the fact that it doesn't function adequately is also quite telling, and that's ASEAN as well. So it's not as though there isn't multilateralism in the region. The question is, why doesn't this particular body work, and why we're actually looking elsewhere for others? Because it doesn't get to the crux of the issue, even politically, before you can even begin to get it to build trust and credibility among the allies as well.
We have a question over here. The gentleman right next to you.
Thank you. Steve Sang from SOAS in London. I would like to ask the panelists, particularly the two generals, because what we are looking at the competition with China is that the competition is in fact global. I mean, Xi Jinping is very, very clear. He is looking at the whole thing in a global terms. When he come up with new ideas, he call it Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative. It's very, very clear. It doesn't see China as a regional power. So the competition really is global. The theater for competition is the Indo-Pacific. And the most likely front line is, in fact, Taiwan. Would it make much more sense for the Western democracies to look at it in those terms and try to engage in those terms? In which case, the case for Ukraine and the Indo-Pacific being very closely linked is completely obvious, because it is not just one or the other. It is one same thing at the same time. Thank you.
This is excellent.
Yeah, well, so thanks for the question. As I mentioned, he has stated he has global aspirations, but I do think that he's got a number of challenges in the region. And as I mentioned in my sort of 4 criteria there, I think his effort on doubling down to kind of disassemble the network of allies and partners that we do have in the region is he's doing everything he can to stay at that. I mean, if you just go to South Asia and you go from Pakistan to Vietnam, you've got a Rohingya crisis in Myanmar. You have ground locks that are being cut through Myanmar. They're being cut through Pakistan. There's pressure along the line of actual control, the damming along the Mekong River, the information operations that are going on in Nepal and Bhutan. I mean, that's just 10 countries, 2 billion people right there in South Asia. Jump out to Southeast Asia, same activities going on. You jump out to Oceania, right on the doorstep of the homeland of the United States, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, Fiji, Tonga. Different approach, same tactics, doubling down on trying to find corrupt officials, political, military, police, business, and it's very difficult for these small island nations to get untangled when they get into their IT backbone, their power grid, they get into piers, ports, warehouses. They're basically taking terrain. So in my view, I think this violation of countries' territorial integrity and national sovereignty in the region. I think that's where China is putting that pressure on the region in very demanding ways and very coercive ways. And that is difficult for these small countries that get pulled into China's orbit sometimes through that coercive power to get untangled from. And so that's where I think the work of Korea, Japan, the United States, the Philippines, Australia, India, Thailand, Vietnam. I just came out of Vietnam. I think that that's really important as a counterweight to what China is attempting to do across the region. So I agree they have global aspirations. In my view, they have to win the region first, and they're doubling down to try to do that as best they can, although they're having a hell of a time doing it.
But to take it further afield, I firmly believe that we are in a globally integrated security environment, not just for today, but for the future as well. And I'll just take you to a different region. And again, looking ahead, and that's the Arctic, one that we're spending a fair bit of time looking at. And we've traditionally seen the Arctic being a wedge issue between Russia and China. But as Russia has become more isolated, it has acquiesced more and more to China, and we're seeing much more cooperation up there. And as we take a look at Russia expanding along the north, expanding its Arctic infrastructure and increasing its anti-access aerial denial bubble over the northern sea route, they are taking a page out of China's playbook in the South China Sea to present a territorial maritime fait accompli. And so in the decades to come, when the Arctic becomes much more accessible, they will already be there with the capabilities necessary to exert control.
Thank you. I think we're coming to a close, but if there's one takeaway from the panel, it is all connected in all kinds of ways. So I want to thank our panelists. I feel like we could talk for another solid hour. There's so many questions I want to ask you, but we have another day here, so I hope we'll all get a chance to do that at additional dinners and panels. We're going to stay in our seats.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Louisa. That was fabulous. Nathan. There's been a little bit of a change to the schedule, so I'm just going to keep going and ask everybody to stay in their seats. We are delighted to have Secretary Pritzker with us. On September 14th of this year, President Biden announced that he was appointing former U.S. Commerce Secretary Penny Pritzker to serve as the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery. In her new role as Special Representative, Penny is working closely with the Ukrainian government, the G7, the European Union, other international partners, and critically, the private sector, to help Ukraine forge a prosperous, democratic, and secure future. She's driving efforts to shape donor priorities and ensure they are aligned with Ukraine's needs, while also working closely with the Ukrainians to intensify their reform efforts to stabilize and rebuild their country and realize their Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Thank you, Penny, for being here. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Peter, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here at the 15th Halifax International Security Forum. Peter, you and I have some things in common. We're both policy entrepreneurs. Your work as the founding president of this forum has helped to advance Canadian leadership on the world stage. And there's another thing that unites us. We know that security is an economic issue, and economic resilience is a national security issue. It's been true for the United States, for Canada, for our NATO allies, as well as it's true for Ukraine today. As a Ukrainian American, I'm delighted to be in a country like Canada, which has such deep ties to Ukraine. Canada has the largest Ukrainian diaspora outside of Europe, with provinces like Alberta and Manitoba, where over 9% of the population claim Ukrainian ancestry. Just think about everyone from the late Jeopardy host Alex Trebek to Canada's Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland. Like for many of them, working to help Ukraine is extremely personal for me as well. Roughly over 140 years ago, my then 10-year-old great-grandfather, Nicholas Pritzker, fled Kyiv to the United States to escape the Jewish persecution at the time. He came to the United States, grew up, became a pharmacist, and then a lawyer, and raised a family. My family found opportunity in the United States in my beloved hometown of Chicago. 7 years ago, when I had the privilege to serve as Commerce Secretary, I led the U.S. delegation to a commemoration of the Baba Yar massacre in Kyiv, a place where more than 33,000 Jewish people were brutally murdered in less than a week by the Nazis 82 years ago. I was struck to see up close the ravine that was a mass graveyard. And it was clear to me, had my family not fled when they did, there's a good chance they would have been murdered there as well. Today, the people of Ukraine are experiencing a whole new horror. Since its February 2022 full-scale invasion, Russia has aimed to erase the sovereign nation of Ukraine. And let there be no doubt that Vladimir Putin is bonded with others, like Hamas, in their use of terror and their hatred of free ideas, free markets, and free people. Throughout the world, both our friends and our adversaries are watching to see how the U.S. and our allies collectively respond to this moment, reminding us that our military and economic support for Ukraine will affect the global order. So let me be clear, economic resilience is a core tenet of Ukraine's war effort. Ukraine's security and economy form a double helix, indelibly intertwined in the country's effort to beat Putin on the battlefield and beat the Putinomics of authoritarianism, corruption, kleptocracy, and state capture by oligarchs. That's why I wanted to speak to the Halifax International Security Forum in my role as the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's economic recovery. Today, I want to make 3 points. First, how Ukraine's security defends prosperity, both in Ukraine and in NATO. Second, how Ukraine's prosperity hardens its security. And third, how we can all work together to advance the Ukraine of the future. First, on security. Make no mistake, the strategic momentum is with Ukraine. Ukraine's brave service members have reclaimed over 50% of the territory Russia once captured. And with our collective support, the Ukrainians are degrading the Russian military, in fact, destroying more than half of its capabilities. The courage and sacrifice of Ukraine's forces are in fact protecting the United States and its allies. In defending Ukraine, they are also defending the rest of Europe against Putin. That's a pretty good deal for the United States and our allies. It saves lives of Americans, Canadians, and our other NATO allies while protecting our values and our democracy. In addition, all of this in this audience must not forget that Russia's war in Ukraine exposed an urgent need to strengthen and invest in the North American and European defense industrial bases. To meet the demands for today's fights in Ukraine and Israel, and to prepare to deter and defend against future threats, we must increase our production of key military capabilities like artillery, ammunition, air defense systems, and other critical national security needs. Our Ukraine security aid not only helps Ukraine defend itself, but also helps us to modernize our allied defense industrial base. Once enacted, the U.S. National Security Supplemental Request will invest about $50 billion in the American defense industrial base, funding Patriot air defense systems made in Arkansas, artillery shells made in Pennsylvania, Texas, New York, and 9 other states, Abrams tanks made in Ohio. U.S. security assistance is powering American military readiness and putting hardworking Americans in good-paying jobs that make us all safer. The case for military support of Ukraine could not be stronger. Which brings me to my second point. The case for continued economic support for Ukraine is just as strong as that for the country's war-fighting ability. As Putin has failed to break Ukraine's military, he has turned his efforts to breaking its economy. In many ways, Ukraine's economy itself is the biggest prize. Think about it. Russia's attempting to sever Ukraine from global grain, steel, and energy markets. As a result, inflation globally has increased. America feels it, Canada feels it, and our NATO allies and the world feel it. I know we get the importance of security assistance, but the international community's combined economic support is equally as important to enabling Ukraine's ability to prosecute this war. Just take the U.S. funding. Our economic support covers 57,000 first responders saving lives after Russian missile attacks, 517,000 doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers addressing basic healthcare to veterans, including thousands of warrior amputees, and pays for over 650,000 teachers educating millions of Ukrainian kids, which allows families to stay at home in Ukraine. And the U.S. is not acting alone. American allies and partners like Canada are sharing the burden. For example, for both direct budget support and humanitarian assistance, partners have given roughly double what the United States' contribution has been. Our economic support also unlocks significant additional funding from the IMF. Plus, we continue to mobilize more donors to step up, and our collective leadership matters. So keep in mind that the Ukrainians are making good use of our collective assistance, investing in areas like infrastructure and energy, and focusing on a reform agenda, including anti-monopoly laws, financial disclosure requirements, energy market liberalization. And all of that will compress the time Ukraine needs to join the EU. That EU aspiration brings me to my third point. How we, as the international community, can together ignite Ukraine's future. Our goal is to help Ukraine meet its urgent needs now, and yet simultaneously engage in the long-term planning to support the vision of a sustainable, digital, clean, competitive European Ukraine, integrated into global markets. Both the short-term and the long-term effort are important to give Ukrainians the confidence to come home and start building towards that future. Both are necessary to accelerate GDP growth and job creation. So let me tell you how I see it. In my first 8 weeks, it's clear to me that there are 2 keys to achieving the desired end state for Ukraine's economic recovery. First, the United States and its allies must work in concert with the Ukrainian government to address the foundational issues required to attract private sector investment. So what does that mean? First and most important, restoring security. Second, reforms. Anti-corruption reform remains critical to attracting the private sector interests required for a full economic recovery and eventual EU accession. And we all have a role to play there. Third, we need to support the development of key infrastructure necessary to expand market access and increase exports. This is where we have the greatest potential for quick wins that will support opportunities with the best return on investment in terms of expanded government revenue in the near term. Fourth, equity in the law demands that Russia pay for the damage it has caused, and therefore we must find a path to use Russian sovereign assets to facilitate Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. Fifth, we can and we will unlock new tools like war risk insurance and maritime insurance to support companies operating in Ukraine and those that want to enter Ukraine. And finally, for Ukraine's economic success and social cohesion, it must have the capability to reintegrate two communities, its refugees and Ukraine's veterans. Addressing the foundational issues facing Ukraine is necessary, but it is not sufficient, though, to achieve our goals. We must also focus our business and private sector leadership in the relevant opportunities in Ukraine, particularly in 6 sectors: agriculture, technology, critical minerals, mining and steel, energy, the defense industry, as well as transportation and logistics. Since we're here in Halifax, let me go into a bit more detail on the potential of Ukraine's defense industry. Prior to Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022, Ukraine was one of the world's largest weapons exporters, always among top 20 countries in terms of arms exports. Even now, especially now, Ukraine has a lot to offer Western defense companies as a market for defense in the short run, as it works to beat back Russia's onslaught, and as an exporter in the long run, as it takes global market share from Russia. It is for this reason that the White House and President Zelensky announced yesterday that we will be holding a U.S.-Ukrainian Joint Defense Industrial Base Conference in Washington, D.C., December 6th and 7th. So let me end with an image that demonstrates the possibility. Today, Kyiv is an island of relative stability and prosperity, made possible to the large extent because of air defenses, security. Because of it, you have kids going to school, vibrant retail, even traffic jams, prosperity. That is the double helix at work. Security enables prosperity, prosperity hardens security. This is the positive feedback loop that we are here to invest in together. So again, thank you so much for inviting me and for your warm welcome. And I look forward to our discussion on the challenges and opportunities for Ukraine on the road towards recovery. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, it's lunchtime.
Good afternoon. For those of you who don't know, I'm Cindy McCain, and I'm the Executive Director of the World Food Program. And I'm very happy to be here today. And James, thank you for moderating this today for us. And thanks to the Halifax International Security Forum for hosting this incredible event. At the World Food Program, we know all too well food security is a fundamental requirement for political and national security. So Feeding the World, the theme of this session, is vital to support broader efforts to achieve peace and stability. The war in Ukraine revealed the fragility of our food systems. In normal times, Ukraine is a major global breadbasket, with exports of wheat and grains flowing out through the Black Sea ports and onto international markets. But the disruption to this trade caused by the war sent global food prices spiraling and caused hunger rates to spike in many middle and lower income countries. The conflict in Ukraine, whose impact was felt by food insecure communities around the world, reminds us of another truth. The conflict drives hunger, and hunger drives conflict. Instability and violence combine with economic crisis to destroy the systems which produce, manage, and distribute food to civilian populations. This vicious cycle is also present in many of the countries where WFP works. I've seen its heartbreaking impact for myself in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in South Sudan, and many other places. I've met families and children who are starving because they're caught in the crossfire of conflict. I went to Somalia earlier this year. I was horrified at what I found. Violence, fear, and starvation are the daily reality in Somalia. I spoke with mothers in a camp for the internally displaced people in Dolo, and I met a woman there, Halima. She had fled for 200 kilometers from her home with her family to protect her young sons. She said armed groups have been taking boys from their families to force them to join their ranks, killing anybody who refused. Every day is a fight for survival for Halima and her family. WFP also has anecdotal evidence from the Sahel region of West Africa. The hunger is a factor driving recruitment for extremist groups. Our people have heard about men signing up not because of ideology, but because they were desperate to feed their families. And these groups can give them food. In our modern world, conflicts and humanitarian crises are not contained within national borders. Their impacts are felt everywhere. This is why it is so important that we all work together to address the global hunger crisis, which has left 333 million people not knowing when or if they will ever eat again. We must respond to this crisis to prevent further destabilization in already fragile regions of the world. We need short-term and long-term solutions to hunger to address the immediate threat of starvation, but also tackle its root causes. This is an investment in our collective security. In the Sahel, WFP has been working since 2018 to reduce hunger and support long-term food security in Burkina Faso, Chad, Mali, Mauritania, and Niger. In addition to providing food aid, we are teaching irrigation and land rehabilitation techniques so communities can grow food despite the changing climate. And we help them earn a living by selling the produce they grow. We also run school meals programs to encourage the poorest families to keep their children, especially their daughters, in education. So far, our Sahel program has reached nearly 3 million people in more than 2,700 villages, and we aim to support 5 million people in the next 5 years. As a result, many young people across the Sahel now have access to new economic opportunities, which helps reduce migration, criminal activity, and their recruitment to armed groups. We are doing similar work in more than 80 countries where WFP runs humanitarian operations. We work with farmers' cooperatives, helping them access the latest agriculture tools and techniques so they can grow and sell food commercially. Our homegrown school feeding programs provide millions of school children with nutritious meals made from food bought from local farmers. These programs improve the health and education of children while supporting local agricultural economies. And our humanitarian programs often include community asset creation programs. They help the vulnerable communities build local infrastructure to protect them from extreme weather, such as floods and droughts, as well as support local livelihoods. This has to be the future of poverty alleviation and food assistance, not just treating the symptoms, but addressing the root causes. It is critical that finally we break the cycle of poverty and aid dependency, which traps so many vulnerable communities. At WFP, we know we can't feed the world on our own, but if we all come together and collaborate, I believe we can and we will succeed in laying the foundations for stable and prosperous societies and strengthening our collective national security. Thank you for having me.
It's not often that people laugh at the films made here, but that was, yeah, that raised a few smirks, didn't it? Well, look, first of all, thank you very much, first of all, to Mrs. McCain for that introduction. She's laid out very clearly the global nature of the issue that we're about to talk about for the next hour. Thank you to Peter for inviting me back to Halifax. Thank you for all being here. And Peter gave me a little word of advice before the start of this. He said, don't do your job, which I don't think anyone's ever said that to me before, but what he was getting at was we want you, as many of you, to participate in this session as possible. So I'm going to try and keep my questions to our esteemed panelists brief, and I'm laying it out there, so I'd like you all to think of questions you want to pose, and I will try and moderate between you rather than take up all your time posing the questions as I would normally do. So without further ado, let me introduce our 4 esteemed panelists who are going to talk about food security, and what the war in Ukraine has meant for Ukraine, but for the world more broadly, and how to address those issues. First of all, Hannah Hopko is a former Ukrainian MP. She was head of the Foreign Relations Committee in the Ukrainian Parliament. She's also the co-founder of the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. And I think she's probably the only member of this panel who actually has a foodstuff named after her.
Ooh.
Well, I think I'm right. I didn't ask the other panelists, but she did an interview with National Public Radio in which she talked about her own experience, her family's experience, and a sausage shop in Buffalo, New York, has named a sausage after her, the H.H. Bush sausage. So that's quite a distinction. Yeah, there we go. Next to her, Senator Chris Coons from Delaware, who needs no introduction to the Halifax family. He's very much part of it. He's someone who's been interested in food security for a long time, passing legislation. He has a new bill he's introduced just in the last couple of weeks with 2 of his Republican colleagues, the Foundation for International Food Security Act. But his interest in it goes far beyond that. We'll talk to you about that, Senator. Pastor Esther Ibanga, a distinguished pastor from Nigeria, but she is also the founder of the Women Without Walls initiative, which is an NGO which has been trying to foster cross-community peace and reconciliation between ethnic and religious divides in Nigeria. And Mrs. McCain talked about the impact that food insecurity has had in fostering violence, fostering terror, and perhaps we'll address some of that with you, Pastor Esther. And to the end, last but not least, Johan Berganas, who is the Senior Vice President of Oceans at the World Wildlife Fund in the United States. You have long experience in dealing with national security questions, but we're going to dabble in why wildlife is on the panel a bit later. But I'm going to start, and I think it's appropriate we start with Ukraine itself and with Hannah. And I know you have a historical view of this, Hannah, because food and the way food has been used to punish your country has a long history, doesn't it? I want to perhaps put into context how you view food and how it has become a weapon in this war against your country.
Thank you for these important questions, and I'm really very thankful to Peter for actually all the conference dedicated to victory of Ukraine. And especially when we are talking about weaponization of food, for us it means weaponization of hunger. Because just November 16 of 1933, when Stalin man-made famine against Ukraine, when the breadbasket of Europe and our people were just dying because of hunger, because of starvation. And it was really one of the most painful pages in our history, because millions of Ukrainians died because of Holodomor as a genocide. And why I mentioned November 16, 1933? Because at that time, unfortunately, the US, instead of punishing Soviet Union, they recognized diplomatically Soviet Union. So actually the price we paid for not recognition Holodomor as a genocide at that time for future generations, Ukrainians were unfortunately killed, and actually we lost this chance to build a strong nation. And actually the League of Nations at that time was also kept silent instead of acting. And only 90 years after, because next week in Ukraine is a week of commemoration of 90th anniversary of Holodomor as a genocide. And I'm really very thankful to James Bazan, who is here sitting with us, who is a Canadian legislator who in 2008 submitted a legislation, and Canada recognized Holodomor as a genocide. And it's sad that only last year, European Parliament, only last year, after the new genocide Russia started to commit against us, European Parliament and Bundestag recognized Holodomor as a genocide. Why I'm keeping attention on history? Why I'm telling about this weaponization of hunger against Ukraine in last century? Because there are some linkages between Holodomor as a genocide than Holocaust, from Stalin to Hitler. And then also, I think this unpunished evil now is committing another genocide, because there is no difference between Soviet Union and current Russian Federation totalitarian regime, because they are using food, they are using hunger, because at that time, during Holodomor genocide, this was deliberately against Ukraine. This was an act of destroying Ukrainian nation. Now, weaponization of hunger means millions of people suffering in Africa, Asia, and why it's happening? Because we expected that NATO presence in the Black Sea before the full-scale war will stay and defend freedom of navigation. But actually what we see, the strongest military alliance in the world just withdrew its presence from the Black Sea. And now Ukraine export potential declined for 40%. Russia, after withdrawal from the Black Sea Grain Initiative this July 17, they destroyed by constant military missile attacks on ports, terminals. They destroyed 300,000 tons of grain. Can we imagine how many people could receive this food? And the prices in Cambodia, in Vietnam, for rice just go up because of this situation in the Black Sea. So I think the lessons we should learn, and this is why victory for Ukraine means liberation of all our territories. Because Ukraine, 20 years ago, we produced food for 40 million of people worldwide. Before the full-scale war, Ukraine was able to produce for 400 million of population. So without Russian invasion and Russian war, Ukrainians, our farmers, are able to feed, there are different estimations, but around 1 billion of people. So this is why liberation of all our territories, demining of the territories, supporting farmers during the war, this is key for Ukraine to keep feeding the world. But the key is here, and why I'm here. Because, just to finish, because the video which started the 15th Halifax and the end of our soldiers who are now in the heaven, our heroes, it reminds me about James Mays, a famous American researcher who helped US Congress with evidences and data also to contributed a lot to recognition of Holodomor as a genocide. And he wrote a book, I Was Chosen by Your Death to Tell the Truth. So I think the most important is to plant the seeds of truth. Truth about Holodomor at that time and punishment evil and how it's progressed in 21st century. And now on behalf of those heroes who are not with us anymore, I want also to express the sense of urgency. It's already 10 years of Russian ongoing aggression. Almost 2 years of Russia committing genocide. And the father of genocide classification according to the UN 1948 convention, so all what Russia is doing in Ukraine, ecocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, it's also forceful displacement of Ukrainian kids. It's all is genocide. And I do believe the world will not need another 90 years, like with Holodomor genocide, to recognize and to punish. So this is why we demand tribunal, we demand punishment through confiscation of Russian assets, and of course, reparation in the future. Otherwise, this evil will prevail in next generations, in other places, in other continents.
Thanks very much, Hannah. Senator Coons, a lot there, but I wonder, so much of the debate is about military help for Ukraine, but what more can the West do, can America do to help with these issues of food security, not just the demining, the very practical help, but making sure the world is fed and making sure that Ukrainian agriculture gets back on its feet?
So for Ukraine to win, we need to continue our support, not just military equipment being sent to the front lines to the brave Ukrainians who are facing Russian aggression every day, but also investment in the economy, in the restoration of the huge agricultural and economic potential, reopening the Black Sea, demining the fields, investing in new agricultural processing facilities. This will have enormous consequences for Ukraine's ability to win and for dozens of countries around the world to have access to sustainable, healthy, and affordable food. As we heard from Director McCain from Cindy in her opening remarks, we're on the verge of one of the biggest global hunger events in modern history. The tragedy of the genocide of the Holodomor is recognized in a memorial on Capitol Hill in Washington, should be recognized in the hearts and histories of every nation and every person here. That we are allowing this to continue again should be unspeakable. And the consequences, not just for the people of Ukraine, but for the dozens of countries fed through the abundance of Ukraine, makes this more urgent than ever. I chair the subcommittee that delivers funding from the United States for humanitarian relief around the world. We are in the middle of a real struggle in Congress over delivering on our president's request for humanitarian assistance. And it's my hope that colleagues of mine, both here and back in Washington, will hear this urgent need for us to continue to lead the global alliance of 50 nations that President Biden and many other leaders around the world have pulled together in response to Ukraine's urgent need, and invest not just in military equipment, but in revitalizing the Ukrainian economy. That's what victory will truly mean, is when Ukraine is fully back to its potential and feeding the world.
And a follow-up just on something that Hannah referred to. She referred to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which is probably the only deal that's been done with Russia during this war of any consequence. It lasted for a year. It helped feed many countries. The World Food Programme took advantage of it, and a number of African countries were ones that benefited from the grain that was shipped to those countries. But it ended. Russia pulled out of it. I mean, what lessons would you take from that whole experience?
Don't trust the Russians to keep their word for anything. Frankly, what's happened is the Ukrainians continue to show remarkable tactical innovation, and despite lacking a relevant navy, delivered naval drones and attacked the Black Sea Fleet, which is now withdrawn to the far side of Crimea. And so there are some exports now resuming. But frankly, what I would take from that is that Russia continues to be aggressive in every possible way without regard for the consequences, not just to the people of Ukraine, but the world, and that we need to sustain our support for Ukraine and for their innovation and for the solutions that they're delivering to a hungry world.
Thanks very much. Well, that brings us to you, Esther. How, in Nigeria, are you seeing the effects of the war in Ukraine, and specifically the limited exports of grain from Ukraine? What impact is that having? What are you seeing?
Thank you so much, James. And I'd like to appreciate Peter and his team for inviting me once again. It's always an honor to be here. I would like to start with an adage that is said in Africa, particularly in Nigeria. And that is to describe a situation that is worsening. And that adage is from frying pan to fire. And it's interesting because we saw that in the video, you know, and so that typically describes what is going on in Africa right now as a result of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And I'm also glad that Mrs. McCain, in her introductory speech, highlighted, you know, the effects in Africa and what is going on. And most of the examples of the countries that are really suffering from it are from Africa, you know, and I will speak from Nigeria, but, you know, allow me to share some statistics first, and then I will describe how that translates to the common man, you know, in Africa. So we're told from the World Poverty Clock that about 719 million people, which is 9.2% of the world, are poor. And most of children and youths account for 23rd of that world's poor, including women. Out of this figure, extreme poverty is actually concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. We all know that. And 24% of world population, which is about 1.9 million, live in fragile contexts. And 1.2 billion people living in 101 developing countries live in poverty. That's the situation of my continent. And so if this was the situation before the Russian aggression in Ukraine, you can imagine what's going on now and how the situation will be. Unfortunately for me, and I'm embarrassed to say this, Nigeria is regarded as the world poverty capital of the world. Not because of lack of resources, but the mismanagement of resources, endemic corruption, unaccountability, a flawed democratic system that encourages corruption to go on, and so on and so forth. How does that translate to the common man? So I'll give you two examples. In Africa, you can stand by the roadside and buy roasted corn and eat. And it's usually maybe about 10 cents, then that's the cost. Currently, right now, most people cannot even afford that one corn. And so it has to be broken into 3 pieces and portions sold to the common man to eat. Between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Gabon, it's a village right now that exists where parents actually take their children there and sell them for food because they can't feed them anymore and they would rather sell. Coming home, to me personally, there is bread that we buy in my family, and it's part of our breakfast meal. We love it so much. And it's like 3,000 naira, which is equivalent to $3, okay? Right now, it sells for $12, and it's no more part of, our meals. So we have to look at other options. So that's me and maybe the middle class, you would say, that have options. What about the average people that have no options? Over 70 million of Nigerians live in poverty. And right now, the cliche in Nigeria is let the poor breathe. And they're not breathing. So there are short and immediate and long-term consequences of the war that's going on, and Ukraine has to win. For the benefit of the world and for Africa to survive, Ukraine has to win. And all hands must be on deck to ensure that Ukraine wins. Because when Ukraine wins, Africa is winning. The whole world is winning, except, of course, for Russia and probably the Cranes.
You're very... You're very clear on that, but many African leaders are not taking sides. Mm-hmm. Public opinion polls seem to suggest that actually a majority of people in African countries do see with moral clarity who is responsible, but actually are reluctant for their governments to take sides. Why is that? What are the consequences?
For economic and political reasons. Unfortunately, in Africa, we have to separate our leaders from the people, because the leaders in most African countries are only interested in themselves, in keeping their political offices and growing big at the cost of the lives of the people, the quality of the lives of the people. So they know what is wrong and they know who is wrong, but of course they have to keep the importation lines open for imports to keep on, for grains and wheat to keep on coming in from Russia, because as it is right now, Russia has already said they're only exporting to, quote, friendly countries. So if they think that an African country is not friendly, they're definitely going to shut that exportation route, and which will, of course, compound the situation that is also on ground. And again, I'm sorry to say, but the Nigerian, African leaders are yet to carry the burden for their people.
Well, maybe we'll come back to that with Senator Coons, but let's turn to you, Johan, and the World Wildlife Fund. And I know quite a few people have asked you this question, so I'm going to ask you it as well. Why is the World Wildlife Fund at a security and defense conference? What's your role here?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a fair question. I think the previous speakers did a great job, Director McCain and others. conservation and natural resource management is absolutely fundamental to good approaches to food security and to getting to the left of conflict. So I think that's the first piece. The second piece is that there's an issue that troubles me tremendously and has done for many, many years, and Senator Coons as well, and that is this notion that even democracies fight over food. And there's one commodity that matters a lot to us in the oceans community, and that is fish. And I bet that a lot of people in this room does not know that 25% of all conflicts during the Cold War between democracies was over fish. So that's a remarkable data point that we need to be careful about. After the Cold War, you add Russia and China to conflictual engagements about this invaluable commodity, and the risk increases. And so we have tremendous environmentalists, scientists at WWF who took a stab at understanding this and getting to the left of this problem over the last few years by combining climate science, ocean science, and conflict science. And we are very excited to have released today a new platform, Oceans Futures, that gives audiences in this room and around the world the potential to understand global hotspots for fish wars 5, 10, 15 years out, so we can start having predictive and preventive conversations. And I was really glad to hear General Flynn and others talking about the nature of using the military for preventive action, stamping out ambers that are brewing in this world that is going to lead to food insecurity, that is going to lead to conflict. And so I think that's where WWF has a tremendous role to play, but we need help from members of this community, and I think that's why Peter and others suggested that I join this panel today.
Thanks very much. I just want to follow up with Senator Coons really on what Esther was saying about the public in African countries seeing what's happening and seeing that Russia has invaded Ukraine, but at the same time depending on Russia. I mean, how do you deal with that?
A couple of concerns. One is that Russia and China have invested heavily in disinformation. Wagner is a significant presence now in the Sahel in several countries. I would argue a malign presence. But Russian disinformation has spread broadly on the continent the message that if your food prices have gone up, if your fertilizer prices have gone up, it's because of Western sanctions against Russia, not because of Russia's aggression. So the core problem is the United States and its European partners are making your life harder. We need to do a better job at pushing back on that. We also, frankly, need to change the end result. When Ukraine wins, food prices will come back down. But there's also, to be blunt, a tension where Africans look at millions of Ukrainian refugees being welcomed with open arms across Europe, being given housing and education and healthcare, and they say there's millions of African refugees who are left to sit in tents out in the desert for decades and aren't welcomed with open arms. So there is a racial distinction made between different types of conflict and refugees that I've heard repeatedly from friends on the continent who say you're not treating justly the refugees on the continent. Yeah. In August, I went to the Kakuma refugee camp in northwestern Kenya. It's been there 25 years. It was started by the so-called Lost Boys of Sudan. Today, there's a whole new flood of Sudanese refugees, and very few people ever get out of that camp. The World Food Program, because of the increase in the cost of food and fuel and the falling off of support, has had to cut back support. And to sit in that camp with a circle of mothers who were being told that their rations were cut from 100% to 80% to 60%, and then to see in concrete terms what that means every week they and their children will get in this camp in the middle of the desert for 250,000 refugees was truly heartrending. In partnership with African countries, we can invest in food security innovation, in modernizing and changing food systems across the continent, across the world. That's part of the point of the legislation you mentioned in your introduction that Senator Graham and I have just introduced, is not to supplant, but to complement the work of the World Food Program and the U.S. government's initiative, Feed the Future, to bring private sector innovation and investment in, to partner with public sector resources to try and transform food systems so that hunger is a thing of the past.
Hannah, someone who's out there advocating for Ukraine, when you hear that story from Africa that people understand Russia is responsible, but they depend on Russia, how do you counter that, or what, for your narrative, what does that mean?
Just recently, we invited to Ukraine 35 representatives of countries from Latin America, Africa, Asia, to Global South Crimean Platform Forum. So I think this was a good opportunity in Kyiv, during also visit to Bucha, to discuss about sustainable peace, and we produced this manifesto, Sustainable Peace Manifesto, with responsibility for aggression for Russia, punishment, and also other steps what needs to be done. And because it's about decolonization of Russian history, it's about de-imperialization of Russia, the issues which are very familiar. And talking to African representatives in Kyiv about weaponization of energy, weaponization of food, colonization, and how to fight with this. So I think Ukraine in the future will become the best country in the world for bridging the communication with representatives of so-called Global South, but countries from Latin America, Africa. Because compared to other European countries, they also have some, difficult pages in their history. Ukraine, with our fight for decolonization with Russia, it's centuries. Why it's really important to win this time? Because I don't even can imagine, because when my colleague mentioned your story, how now people are sharing bread and trying to survive, so I was honestly about to cry, because for us in Ukraine, it's reminded Holodomor, when there was the facts of cannibalism, when it's well-known facts, when there are many historical stories saying like, mommy told us to eat her when she died. So it was normal at that time when Ukrainians, to survive, they had, can you imagine, mommy told us to eat her when she died. And it happened in the breadbasket of Europe. Country which, with the role to feed the world, was starved. And actually, millions of Ukrainians, we don't know exact number, 6, 8, 10 millions of Ukrainians who died just because lack of food. So this is why hearing this, for me, I don't really understand why we are not seeing more ATACMS. Why Germany is not providing us more long-range missiles. We are talking about the Black Sea Grain Initiative, but it's only partial solution. It's not even solution. Demilitarization of the Black Sea from Russian presence. Why? The Black Sea is the lake of Russian monopoly. I don't understand when we have NATO member states like Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and others. So I don't understand why countries with 2/3 of world economy, also NATO, 3 countries with nuclear power, they are not behaving in the way that Russia will not just respect, but will withdraw all their troops from Russia, from Ukrainian territory. And what we keep reading now, I also visited India, and there were many talks about global crises, food, fuel, fertilizers. But never in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Energy, they never mentioned Russia as an aggressor state. Russian aggression against Ukraine was mentioned as an uncomfortable situation. Ukraine was not invited to the G20 summit. I do believe next year in Brazil, there we will find solutions that Ukraine will be present there. But actually, Senator Kunz, since we know each other for many years, so I really admire your compliments that Ukrainian armed forces are very creative, and we managed to limit Russian presence that we can export the grain, but actually we need more ATACMS, because every day millions of people are, the situation is worsening with food supply. We cannot wait and discuss, and what I'm reading in American press now about containment, some experts saying that we have to redefine the victory the same experts which were telling us in 2015 that Ukraine should sit and negotiate and not ask for weapons. 8 years of peaceful settlement, of politico-diplomatic ways of solving Russian aggression resulted in what? In Russia committing genocide against Ukraine. When we finally will learn the lessons from last century, from Holodomor as a genocide, and lessons from current Russian aggression. And even more, since I visited Taiwan, I see these connections. Non-recognition Holodomor as a genocide, then Holocaust during Hitler time, then also when Taiwan, the Republic of China, was also, I would like to say, betrayed, and actually someone wanted to appease a communist regime in Beijing. And now it seems like the history for me, Ukraine, Middle East, and we are talking about Indo-Pacific Taiwan. The same. Ukraine was sacrificed at that time. Now Ukrainian heroes are sacrificing their life. And I'm traveling almost 10 years. Can you imagine? 10 years of my life. 1/4 of my life I'm dedicating to defeat Russia and de-imperialize. And I really believe in victory. Otherwise, I cannot explain my daughter, because before the full-scale war, when I was in the assassination list, and my daughter was forced to leave Ukraine, I was staying with my husband in our guinea pig in Kyiv. So actually, my daughter asked me a question at the border, Ukraine-Polish border. Mom, you were so proud that you know all Western leaders. You show me pictures with Vice President Biden, with Prime Minister Trudeau, with Chancellor Merkel. And after 8 years, why all these Western leaders didn't help Ukraine to win, and now I have to leave Ukraine? And honestly, I was crying at that time, because at that time, I was talking to my daughter and didn't know that if I survive, because Russia was attacking, and my decision was to stay and defend my country in Kyiv. And at that time, it was like farewell conversations that you never will talk with your daughter again. So this is why my question, and after now 2 years, I traveled already to 20 countries. For some countries like United States 5 times, to Brussels, to Taiwan, to South Korea. And I don't understand what else is needed to convince the West that victory is in your interest as well. That this is not just we Ukrainians asking to help us, give us weapons, give us finally to win, give us this chance. What is the strategic value of Ukraine? It's our people. We don't want to receive F-16 when there will be no pilots anymore in Ukraine. Or ATACMS, when Russia will destroy all terminals, when half of country will be destroyed. This will not be victory anymore. So I'm so thankful to Peter, because making Ukraine victory as the main issue of this Halifax. Maybe this will be the idea that no appeasement to aggressor, no this settlement, what we keep hearing and others. Please give hope to my daughter, not to be disappointed in Western democracy. It's also your credibility. Your reliability is at stake.
Hannah, I think that very powerful testimony is a very good spot to pivot and to take, as I promised, questions from the audience. So I'm going to hands shot up straight away. I don't know where the microphones are. They are arriving, hopefully. There's a question right at the front here. Someone with the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Dobriansky, Harvard University. First, I want to echo and underscore, Hannah, your words. Peter, it is brilliant that you did make the theme of this Halifax victory in Ukraine and have tied every single panel and discussion to that, because there are many of us who want to see that victory in Ukraine, and it has to be repeated, repeated, and repeated. So I did want to underscore that and congratulate and thank you. My question is to Hannah and to the senator, and that's actually about China. China, interestingly enough, does depend a sizable amount of its own imports and grain on Ukraine. It's an odd and interesting position. Zelensky called Xi, and when he called Xi, he actually raised the question of the abduction of the children and asked for China's help in that case. The Chinese said they'd review, but there's been nothing. Do you think there's any leverage in this particular case relative to food and food security, especially because their own imports, there's a high percentage of their own imports impacted actually by the blockade and the diminishment of grain coming out of Ukraine?
There's a web of connections, some benign, some genuinely malevolent. Iran is producing the same drones that are being used to attack civilians in Israel and in Russia. China plays a central role in so many aspects of these different conflicts. I hadn't really focused on this before, that one of the possible avenues of leverage for President Zelensky and the Ukrainians to seek assistance with China is to say, we continue to provide you with critically needed foodstuffs. Keeping China from providing weapons to Russia has been one of our most important sort of geostrategic priorities, something that we've used a whole range of countries to over and over give the message to China, stay out of this war. They've come right up against the edge of it. And my hope is that Zelensky's plea can produce both help with pulling back China from engaging in the war. Frankly, the brutality, the cruelty of abducting thousands of Ukrainian children is just one of many ways in which Putin has shown his intention to try and erase Ukrainian identity. What our vice president at the Munich Security Conference last year called out clearly on the world stage as a genocide. So do I think that particular appeal will be the one that will make Putin stop this aggression? I don't, frankly. But I do think providing more weapons that are more sophisticated in a timely and relevant way is exactly what we need to do to provide Ukraine with a forceful message that will allow them to move forward to victory. Yes, sure.
Thanks very much. Do you want to?
So for me personally, China is part of Russian aggression against Ukraine. China supporting Russia, feeding not just with humanitarian aid, maybe some experts prefer to say that this is only humanitarian aid, or technologies, and together with Iran. And I think this is really important. Krink's session was really about authoritarian mafia-style club, which are supporting each other. And I do believe with victory of Ukraine, we will not see Chinese investment. Because I think China is an enemy for democracy, and not just as a communist regime in last century and what they are doing now with Uyghurs. And I think Ukraine, which we are fighting for our rights, we should also not to tolerate the repressions what are happening in China, and it's really important to mention this. The same like what's happening in persecution of indigenous people inside Russia, the same. So I think Ukraine's role in 21st century, not just as a breadbasket of the world. We have to become, how to say in English, a spiritual basket, when dignity, freedom for everyone, this is the value of Ukraine victory. This is not just about restoring territorial integrity, returning back Crimea. No, it's much wider, because I cannot, for example, when I saw the case when a scientist in the age of 82 from Udmurtia made 4 years ago an act of self-immolation because of persecution and actually no allowance to have Udmurtia language.
That's in Russia.
That's
part
in
of
Russia.
Just to be clear,
This is in Russia, 21st century, self-immolation in Udmurtia. So this really, I cannot accept this. So this is why Ukraine's mission in 21st century is much wider, much bigger. And we cannot just simply watch what's happening in China and to keep silent.
Yeah,
James,
I want to bring you in on
something?
China, because I think it's been relevant to your work, isn't it, in China and fisheries?
Yeah, I want to add something to Senator Coons and Hannah's comments, but also acknowledge how difficult it is to speak about anything on this panel, hearing the stories from Hannah. So we'll try, but we empathize and sympathize. The weaponization and the investment that goes in to make food part of geopolitics and strategy is something that we really need to take seriously here. And in the domain of China and in the domain of Russia and other countries, we are seeing a concerted efforts of legislatively, with economic subsidies, protection of military and hard and soft security resources around the world, on the world's oceans, to lay claim, dominate, and to access blue foods and terrestrial food for use in very powerful way now and into the future. And we need to understand better this sort of brewing challenges that we're going to face in the Indo-Pacific region that was discussed on the previous panel, in the Arctic, where there is requirement for governance in other areas. And if you want to talk about indigenous and local communities, they're going to suffer tremendously unless we get to the left of the problem in terms of foreign incursions in that part of the world and resources. The Gulf of Guinea is another major challenge of foreign fleets and foreign actors coming in and pillaging these areas without much governance and transparency. So we're seeing it in Ukraine today, but we're going to see this type of warfare over and over again if we don't put resources to it.
And Esther, just briefly bring you in about the impact that the starvation that you talked to us about is having in terms of security in Nigeria, in terms of fueling terrorism, criminal gangs. What kind of impact is that having?
So again, it's a situation of from pan to fire. You know, already we had an insecurity problem with Boko Haram, ISIS, ISWAP, all over Nigeria. And now with the war from Ukraine, there's a higher risk of food insecurity and a higher risk of young people joining criminal gangs in order to survive. That has already been mentioned. But I also think that more attention needs to be given to Africa. To follow up with what Senator Chris said about the imbalance in the way immigrants are treated from Africa vis-a-vis, for example, Ukraine. It's also in the same way with the hostage-taking situation that happened with the Israelis, you know. And here we are in Nigeria. 9 years ago, 276 young girls were kidnapped from school, the Chibok girls. It's 9 years ago. There are still 98 of them in captivity. Nobody talks about that anymore. 14 of these girls were rescued from the kidnappers' camp, and they returned with 24 children. And they have parents, you know, they have to stay with their parents. There's stigma now on the children as children of kidnappers or terrorists, and so they're not accepted or assimilated back into the society. And parents are grappling with, who is the father of my grandchild? He's a terrorist, you know. So I think more attention needs to be given to Africa. You know, like there's an outrage on the Israeli hostage taking that just happened. That kind of outrage needs to be expressed with what's also going on in Africa. Otherwise, we're going to lose the whole governance structure of Africa to non-state actors and see nothing done about that.
Thanks, Esther. There's lots of hands going up. So I want to go towards the back. Gentleman at the back.
Tolu Ogunlesi from Nigeria. Well, I think my question is to Senator Coons, being from the US. It's one thing to sort of talk about how Ukraine or the invasion of Ukraine is affecting food security in the world. It's another thing to think about the opportunities that this presents to invest in food production in places like Nigeria. You know, so I wonder if you have any thoughts sort of on what the US for example, could be doing. So, for example, in Nigeria, urea exports became our largest non-oil exports last year in 2022. You know, overtaking sesame seeds and all that. A lot of that urea actually comes to the US and other places. So there's room for all these investments. So how much is the US thinking about sort of like putting money behind the words to just make sure that we're not just complaining, we're also making sure that, we're building capacity for the future? Thank you.
And thank you for the question. There are huge opportunities for innovation in the agricultural space on the continent. After the Munich Security Conference, a bipartisan group of senators went and visited 5 countries across Africa, and in almost every stop, one of the issues was exactly this. How can the continent that has the majority of the arable land on Earth that is not currently being farmed, or on which fish are not currently being raised, to his point about blue foods, how can we work with African communities and leaders to find innovative paths? I didn't realize that the fertilizer crisis was in some real part being met from Nigerian exports. We don't in any way want to supplant Ukrainian exports. We need to make sure that there is robust market opportunity for Ukraine, for edible oils, and for grain going forward as they come out of this horrible period of Russian aggression. But this is also one of the few ways that we have real promise to feed a hungry planet. Climate change is causing fish stocks to migrate. It's also impacting where you can grow food and what kind of food. The foundation that Senator Graham and I are trying to create would mobilize innovation to deliver new hybrids, new styles of production, and to innovate in terms of where and how food is being produced and exported around the world. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go in the back there. And
Thank you very much. I have a question. I'm Nabe Watanabe from Tokyo, Japan, and I have a question to James. The reason is that it's very curious how this information campaign was collaborated between Russia and China. The experience of Japan recently, you may know the Japan discharged the water from Fukushima nuclear plant, and the IAEA clearly said that no risk, no risk of the water with the scientific data. But China banned the import of seafood from Japan. And not many people follow because they believe the IAEA scientific data. But very recently, Russia joined China to ban seafood. So I'm curious, the collaboration between China and Russia on this information campaign, especially the food security. Thank you.
Jamie, do you want me to take that one? I think you meant me, yeah. I think I understood you. What does the data say, and how can we use it, and what does a holistic approach to this problem look like? Look, we have, fortunately, at WWF, put together a team, not only of environmental scientists, but social scientists and ocean scientists. And the innovation that we are bringing to the world is integration. It's been very, very siloed. It's been buried in academic literature. And what we wanted to do was to integrate and visualize a global map of where future threats looks like for 2 reasons. Number one, we need to elevate the political awareness. Chris Kuhn has been a champion of this. We need, all 535 members of Congress to understand the threat that this poses to American interest. Secondly, we need to give appropriators and those who can build capacity around the world a little bit more time to put the resources where they're needed in a holistic way, including both defense and conservation forces, and then respond in all sorts of ways, from deterrence to natural resource management. And finally, there are some better players and there are some worse players in this space. And we need to shine a light on both of those players and bring together a consortium or a coalition around this space. And what's better to have a coalition around than food? Everyone is impacted. It has tremendous human and geopolitical consequences. And so that's where I think we need to bring this conversation. And I think this conversation here today has helped that, and I'm thankful.
Thank you, Johan. At the front here.
Thank you. My name is Ido Moed. I'm Israel's ambassador to Canada.
I have an observation. I'll be very happy to hear your thoughts about that. In my mind, victory in Ukraine goes through Africa in many more ways than just about food. Africa has the potential to feed itself and to provide food, as you just said, Senator, to the other parts of the world, but it needs to be looked at as an asset and not as a liability. In many ways, Russia is abusing its powers in Africa to get access to raw materials, to gold, and circumvent sanctions and use it in ways that actually prevent us from achieving that victory. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. Thank you.
We'd like to take that on, Senator.
Let me just say, yeah, I totally agree with you. There are opportunities. But I also think that one of the major issues we're contending with in Africa, I speak for my country, is bad governance. And if we can get governance right, I think those opportunities will have an enabling environment to be more productive.
I think one of the most important initiatives from the United States and other allied countries is combating corruption. Russia uses blatant corruption in order to influence elites in countries where they then either facilitate a coup or engage in extractive industries. Your average person on the street knows that they are not benefiting from the resources of the nation in which they live. And when the United States talks about democracy, that doesn't move people as much as saying we're going to insist on ending corruption, promoting transparency, and ensuring that you get the benefit of the country in which you live. These are two sides of the coin in terms of addressing bad governance, but Russia uses corruption, violence, and force, and in Africa is a particularly pernicious force because of it. Weak governance needs to be met with strong governance, and that requires good development partners from the West and from the United States in particular.
Thank you very much. Over here, the last.
Hi, I'm Koshin Bathmax. I'm one of the... sorry. Over there?
It was.
Sorry. I'm Koshin. I'm one of the 15 at 15 winners. And my question was, as youth, we grew up hearing about food insecurity. Since we grew up, it's been every day, everywhere. So what would you tell us as we move into positions of power in the future?
Don't know who wants to take that on. What will you tell the youth about food security? Maybe Senator Coons, a quick one from you.
I'd say
you're a young man. You can,
if I look young, that's a remarkable thing. Only in the U.S. Senate am I considered. My occasional visits to the senator's only gym are invigorating. But I would say stay hungry for change. Be insistent on not forgetting the sense of compassion and concern you have for billions of people around the world who go to bed hungry, who don't know where their next meal is coming from, who are on the move or suffering because of climate change and conflict. And when young people raise their voices for the importance of addressing climate change, addressing injustice, they're also contributing to addressing food insecurity. So keep at it and keep making great videos.
Unfortunately, I'm very sorry, unfortunately we've run out of time, but I'm sure the panelists would be very happy to take your questions personally. But it just leaves me to thank everyone for this fascinating panel, to Hannah Hopko, to Senator Chris Coons, to Pastor Esther Ibanga, and to Johan Berganas. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you all very much indeed as well.
Please join us for coffee.
we've got a special conversation with Dr. Brendan Nelson, who's the president of Boeing Global, and just as significantly, a member of Club HFX, and our board chair, Janice Stein. So thanks very much, and then we will take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'm going to skip the formal introduction because I had the pleasure of being at a lunch yesterday with Brendan when he spent time with our Women in Peace leaders. And I discovered that Brendan Nelson is a physician. After he was a physician, he became president of the Australian Medical Association. And for anybody in politics, you understand your life is easy in comparison to being the president of a medical association. Then I think he wanted a new challenge, so he entered politics, was Australia's Minister of National Defense. Apparently, that job became routine for you. So he then went on and applied to become director of Australia's War Memorial without ever having any background in a museum. So we had a great lunch in which we talked about what makes great leaders. How did we all understand these traditions, these transitions in which you could move across silos like that? So that's what I want to talk about with you, Brendan, in the time we have. But let me start first. Why Halifax? Why have you been such a consistent supporter of the Women in Peace program? What makes Halifax special for you?
Well, Janice, firstly, it's my privilege to be able to spend some time with you, let alone have a conversation with you, and to further add to what I've done, which gives context. For 4 years, I was Australia's Minister for Education, which, as Thomas Jefferson said, is the defence of the nation, and represented my country at NATO and the European Union for 3 years. The Boeing company is very committed to the Halifax International Security Forum. The reason for that is because context is everything, absolutely everything. And I often say to young people, don't fall into the trap of seeing the world through a straw. You need to be interested in and interesting to the world. And the Halifax International Security Forum, in my view, in our company's view, gives us an opportunity to be exposed to diverse opinions and views, to be informed about the most consequential geopolitical realignment that is occurring in our lifetime, the dimensions of this, particularly for countries that are democracies. One of the paradoxes of life that you observe is that people have a tendency to take for granted those things that are most important to them. As an Australian, I live in a country of political, economic and religious freedoms where faith coexists with reason, free academic inquiry, a free press, an independent judiciary, as do people who've come here from those countries. That's not to suggest that our system we regard as superior to any other, but it's certainly the value system that drives us. And I must say for the Boeing company, it's a very proud parent company. It's an American company. It's very, very important for us to support dialogue.
You made a comment to us that the world is going through the most significant geopolitical transition that it has experienced in the last 75 years.
Yeah.
Tell me how all the different careers you've had help you understand that transition.
Well, there are people in this audience that have forgotten more about this than I will ever know. But the world in which you and I have grown up and lived has gone. It's never going to come back. And in my view, in reflecting on it, the humankind is going through a major transformation. Paul Kennedy, the Richard Dilworth Professor of History at Yale, made the observation over a decade ago that after major cataclysms like the Napoleonic Wars or the Second World War, you can see the world's changed, it's obvious, and it's never going to be the same again. But when you think about the late 15th century, over 4 decades, just look at what happened as humankind went through that major transition of formation of nation states, the expansion of Europe into the Asias and North America, the Gutenberg telecommunications revolution, all of these and other changes over 4 decades. A person, as Paul Kennedy said, who lived in 1480 would not have recognised the world of 1520.
Right.
Just think back. Peter MacKay and I were defence ministers at about the same time. And I think back to the challenges we were dealing with in the 2000s compared to what we deal with now. So you made the observation yesterday, it's a world of disorder. Henry Kissinger marked his 100th birthday with an interview with the Wall Street Journal, and he described this as a world of disorder. He said that nation states have lost their internal orientation. The United States, he said, has lost belief in its historical ambitions and confidence in its institutions. That's what he has said. And as you look at the world, the Sino-American relationship, as Kissinger said, is riven the world. It's taking us to a world we've not lived in since the Franco-Prussian War or the Qing dynasty. We've had Russia invade a sovereign nation, something that we thought we'd left behind at the end of the Second World War. And then a fractious, polarised US political class, which itself creates significant challenges in a great American democracy. A major energy transition that's underfoot, an existential environmental challenge in the form of climate change, a major energy transition that's having an impact not just on our world but contributing to a complex operating environment. And then, of course, where we thought were reaching a much more stable situation in the Middle East, then these heinous, barbarous attack on Israeli civilians by Hamas on the 7th of October and the unfolding tragedy that's come from it. So I think the privilege that I had in coming from the medical profession, and one of the Women Peace Fellows is herself a physician, is it gives you an understanding of people. And one of the key things in life, gratuitous advice to young people, is knowing what people think is important, but understanding how they think is much more important. And what the Halifax International Security Forum gives us is an opportunity to get a sense of how people are actually thinking, what's forming their worldview and shaping the way they see the world.
By the way, you're looking at me, so you can see the huge smiles that spread across the faces of the Women in Peace Fellows. And they all looked around to the woman leader who's a physician and smiled.
Well, we're going to, by the way, we're going to support the further initiatives in the Women Peace Fellows.
That's a wonderful announcement, which we haven't made, but you just put it on the table. With your leadership, we will be able to bring back next year to the forum all the women alumni from the Women in Peace Fellowship next year.
Well,
we want to thank you very much.
No, we thank you. And it's interesting that we're very committed as a company to diversity and inclusion. It's critically important that we have people have different backgrounds, see the world differently, think differently. You have to have a mind that's open to the unfamiliar as much as new innovative ideas and technology. But people will often argue we need more women in leadership and positions, and we certainly do. But less often, other than a 50-50 gender mix, do people put an argument. In my experience, women bring a heightened sensitivity to the needs of the future and to think about the future. For a lot of my colleagues, when I talk about vision, which differentiates leadership from management, their eyes often glaze over. But women more so get it. And that is one of the reasons why I think your initiative with the Women Peace Fellows is important and be supported.
Well, thank you again. You know, it's interesting, as we were listening to Penny Pritzker speak earlier, and she said, look, there's the double helix, right?
Yeah.
There is security, but you don't have security unless you have prosperity, but you don't have prosperity unless you have security. Looking back at what you have done, let's add a third one, which is education. You've been Minister of Education, and that is so intimately tied up with a deeper understanding of national security and prosperity. Tell us why, I think it would interest everybody in the room, why your last career transition before Google was to take on the Australian War Museum.
I love Google, but I'm Boeing.
Well, sorry, Boeing, yes.
No.
You're right, you're Boeing.
I'm happy to take on a few things, but I wouldn't want to take...
You're Boeing.
Yeah. It's interesting, I had been in... I say this to the young people, everyone's young at my age, but to the 15-year-olds that have been a part of this program, and Maxine from New Zealand yesterday said of all of the things she'd done in the program, the time with those 15-year-olds was the most consequential for her. But I say this to young people, you've only got one life. You've only got one chance to use it in a way which makes a difference to the lives of others. I had been in Brussels for 2 years. We were in a NATO-led war. We had no real relationship with NATO. My job was to get us to the table. We managed to achieve that, to change the relationship with the European Union. 2 years into the job, the Prime Minister asked me if I'd do an extra year, 4 years instead of 3. And I just said, look, if I do 4 years, I'll just be doing the 3rd year again. It'll be time to go home. And it was the time that I spent in the cemeteries in Flanders that actually meant much more to me than the heads of state and the ambassadors and all the excellencies and things you deal with. And so I found out quite by accident that the director's job at the Australian War Memorial in Canberra was available. As soon as I found out, I applied for it. And I went to an interview and in fact, one of the interviewers asked me if I knew much about museums. I said, well, I've visited a few. And he asked me if I'd ever run one. And I said, no, of course not, you know that. And he said, well, why on earth would we appoint someone like you to run this preeminent museum and memorial? And I said, well, if you're looking for an expert, my advice firstly is not to. But I've learned something about experts as they have a tendency, as I said earlier, to see the world through a straw. And the key task in leadership of these institutions is to apply intellectual rigour to the process of exercising judgment. And you draw on all the expertise that you have inside and outside of it. When I got the job, several people said to me, you're going to run a museum? You're going to run the Australian War Memorial? One person said to me, you're wasting your life. You've got more to do for our country than rearrange its history. And I said to them, well, it's actually got much more to do with the future than it does the past. A sense of history is absolutely vital to any understanding of the future.
Yeah.
History is the reminder that hard decisions have to be made and the consequences of making them and of not making them. History can also demolish prejudice. It also has the capacity to inspire people, particularly leaders facing new, emerging and increasingly hostile horizons. So I go to Washington, DC a lot. I've probably been there 50 or 60 times in my professional life. My staff will tell you I always go to 2 places. Even if it's just for 10 minutes. I go to the Holocaust Museum to remind me of the depths to which human beings are capable of descending in certain circumstances, even those that are educated. And then I go to the Jefferson Memorial to remind me of Thomas Jefferson's still unfulfilled promissory constitutional note, not just to Americans, but to those of us who come from and believe in liberal democracies. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
So how lucky are we to have not only Boeing, but you as global CEO, as a supporter of the forum. I think the message that you've given us all, which aligns so much with the spirit of the forum, is that we learn from each other by moving out of our silos. And so we have in the room women, 15-year-olds, private sector leaders, military leaders, ministers, senior civil servants. In fact, it's exactly that. It's not seeing the world through a straw.
I'd just say finally, Janice, particularly to young people, always... I don't know what that was, but I'd just say to young people, the most fragile yet powerful of human emotions is hope, paradoxically. We all have to believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today, that next year is going to be better than this year. And there's a lot in the world about which to be concerned, and we're discussing it here. And what most sustains it is men and women who reach out and support one another, even in the face of their own adversities. And Kenneth Clark, who did that stunning series on civilizations in the 60s, at the very end, he concluded his analysis of civilization from its origins through to the mid-20th century. And he said that no matter how fragile society may be, it is lack of confidence more than anything else that destroys a civilization. We can destroy ourselves with cynicism and disillusionment just as effectively as by bombs. And that in particular, is a message that I think we need to disseminate.
Thank you so much, and we'll see you next year in Halifax.
You will,
Safe
Dennis.
travels.
That's if Boeing keeps me on. They might be in trouble after all this.
We'll see you anyway.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as we make this short transition.
So, it was
Can I just say Steve Markle is brilliant. Wherever you are, you combine wit and wisdom and images and sound and words in just such a terrifically effective way. Thank you for setting this up. You are just the best. So innovation isn't optional. It is imperative. We are seeing a suite of emerging technologies changing the way war is fought, and it is even creating new domains for warfighting in the future, cyber, space, just a couple of examples. I have a great panel here. Let me introduce, starting from the end, Liam Maxwell is Director of Government Transformation at Amazon Web Services. Sitting next to him is President Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic, did I get it? The President of Croatia. Pleased to also have with us Hanno Pevkur, who is Estonia's Minister of Defense, and sitting next to me is Senator Mike Rounds of South Dakota, a member of the Armed Services Committee. Steve set this up perfectly. I had not seen that film, but my first question is about generative AI, which terrifies some people and thrills some people. Let me ask you each, quick round-robin question here. How is it going to change warfighting? Senator, why don't I start on this end?
It's already started. Nagorno-Karabakh War, September 2021. A good example, Armenia loses Nagorno-Karabakh to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan uses drones and new equipment to take out heavy artillery. They do it in a matter of 44 days. Part of what they used were drones that had some segments of artificial intelligence to pick out, identify targets in a kill zone, and take them out without a human in the loop.
Well, I'm just wondering that after that, what we saw, that do we have to sit here in the panel? So it's just, continue with, with this ChatGPT and get all the answers. But nevertheless, I believe, artificial intelligence is something we see more and more, and it has been on the battlefield already for a long time. So it's just, we didn't call it artificial intelligence, but when we talk about targeting, when we talk about, intelligence, what we're gathering with all the assets we have, so it has been on the battlefield for a long time.
But generative AI, how's that going to change?
But generative AI, so for me, the main question is actually an ethical question. So how far do we go? And at what moment we will, go away from this, that somebody has to pull the trigger. So this is the question, and it doesn't matter, which the trigger is. So when we can find also this question be answered, then we can talk about, how we can use a generative AI in the future more on the battlefield.
Madam President, worried about killer robots?
In a way I am, but just to build upon what my colleague said, in order not to be repetitive, I'm just going to recall a situation that one of the participants of the Halifax International Forum this year had, Mr. Petro Poroshenko, when the UK businessman Bill Bowder announced in May of this year that he had a weird Teams conversation with somebody who pretended to be Petro Poroshenko. And it was actually an NI-generated deep fake voice and so audio and video of the former president of Ukraine. And Mr. Bowder became suspicious only when the so-called former president of Ukraine asked for sanctions to be lifted for Russian oligarchs. And when people tell me that they Googled me, I tell them all of those photos of me in bikinis, fake. I can only imagine what generative AI can do to all of us. So the biggest problem, disinformation, erosion of trust into politicians, into institutions, into governments, and the question of regulation. It has not been regulated. On our side, in the transatlantic community, we worry about ethics, we worry about the rules, but do our adversaries also worry about the same things when it comes to the application of AI? And how do we proceed on the national and international level to regulate the space of artificial intelligence?
Liam, your thoughts on generative AI and the changes it will.
So I agree with the Congress. I agree with the senator. I mean, it started, but the thing to remember here is this is very, very early in the development of this particular technology, and I think it's almost we're looking at things where we're sort of 3 steps into a 10-kilometer race, and so the decisions and the ideas we're having now will be formative but things are going to develop very differently as we go through. And I think that one of the points that Madam President pulled out is that it's about trust. It's about being able to have trust in the services and the systems that you use, and that requires a certain level of transparency. And that's very important in anyone who's developing any of the services and systems for people to trust them.
So regulations were brought up by the president. You're shaking your head.
I'm shaking my head.
And
Let me share.
Okay.
Okay. We're either going to win this race or not. The problem is this race does not have an ending to it right now.
Exactly.
But we've got adversaries that right now that are trying their very best to create AI, to use it as a tool, whether you're talking air, land, sea, space, or cyberspace operations. The people that can do it the quickest, the fastest, the most powerful, they're going to win this battle. Our adversaries could care less about whether or not we regulate ourselves. What they care about is whether or not they have a system which is better than ours. So number one, we want to make the systems put together that we incentivize the development of AI within our communities, not in theirs. And we want to slow down their developments. And finally, yeah, we've got to have the confidence of the people that we represent. You're talking about protecting personal information, and you're talking about transparency. But if you do it to where you chase these folks out, and there's a lot of people out there that have the capabilities, if you chase them away from here, they're going to go to a third country, and that third country may not be our friend.
Thoughts on regulation?
Yes. Can I, Senator, also, pose a question in that regard? So the AI currently is not regulated. Actually, it pertains to the domain of the individual companies who create different programs and innovation. Now, in our case, when it comes to investment into AI, and what can potentially be looked at as dual-use technologies, we have investors or financial institutions who are not prone to invest because they do not want to participate in war-making. Or we have companies who will not share their products with governments and everybody else because they don't want to participate in war-making. Now, Russia and China don't have that problem because the companies who produce, who are the ones who come up with innovation, including AI in Russia and China, they're state controlled. And the state has access to every kind of information. So that is a huge advantage. And that's why, in my opinion, we do have to look at the way how we regulate that. It's not just the rogue actors that are below or above the state level. It's also the fact that unregulated, undemocratic societies can have more advantage of the new technologies than we can because of the freedom of expression and everything else that we cherish, and which is one of our fundamental values. So how do we get beyond that?
Well, in military, what we do normally is that we talk about offensive and defensive capabilities. So there's the question that when we go back to Estonia, cyber attack conducted by Russia in 2007, like first state orchestrated cyber attack, then we had to shut down all our internet traffic to reopen it piece by piece. But there was a counteroffensive or let's say defensive move. Now is the question that when we talk about generative AI, then is the question that, okay, it will make a decision or it will make a move. Now is the question that what will be the counter move or the counter action. So let's imagine that, we put together the generative AI and deepfake. So, and we will have a message coming out from the White House that the president is saying that he will launch a nuclear missile to China. So, and what will be the response? Will the Chinese be able, or vice versa, will we be able to acknowledge that this was an artificial intelligence created deep fake, or we act immediately? And this is, in case of 2007, we were able to identify the attack and to take the measures. In AI situation, I believe that we are in a much more difficult situation that the same AI has to acknowledge also the counter move if necessary. So we will enter into the new phase of normality maybe, and we yet do not know how we will come out of that. So
I'm curious, how many of you have played around with ChatGPT? Anybody? Almost everyone. It's amazing the speed with which this is spreading.
So this is what I'm saying, that that just imagine that when let's say that I hope that it will never happen, that let's say that we have also the answer to that we will when the system of defense will hear some words, let's say that US president launched something, and automatically there will be a response, and somebody or some system will launch a countermeasure. So then we will end up, in a conflict which was created by the artificial intelligence.
Fight fire with fire.
Exactly. So we do not know where we end up, with all of that.
So what do we do? I mean, there has been a proposal that we put a pause on this, but the counter argument is if we put a pause on the,
they will never put the pause.
If we put a pause on it.
But I ask you, just coming back to your point there, is what is all of our systems of defence for the last 70 years have been based on the basis of deterrence. So what is the deterrent against which you may apply that, or do we have to think about things in a completely different framework?
No. I believe deterrence has to be there. So and then it's not linked directly to artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, once again, we talk about this. That okay, we read also here that I do not have emotions. I believe when he answered to different questions, I felt there is emotion involved. But when we say that there is a human touch for reaction, then we can also regulate it, and then we can have the proper response to that. If there is no human touch, only artificial intelligence will communicate, then.
And therefore, as our deterrence, we need to have some form of a deterrence about people deploying completely automated solutions.
Exactly, of course.
But they don't have emotions, but they're able to detect emotions. And in the programs that are applied in the battlefields today, when you take a massive amount of data to analyze, from weather conditions to the positions of the enemy, to using information that you get from civilians and from everybody else, even using instruction manuals for different technologies, these generative AI programs that simulate warfare are able to predict the reaction, the emotional reactions of the troops on the ground as well.
Yeah, so, if I may, just one quick additional topic to that. So about this human touch, the question is that let's because why we have still the regulations that any kind of weapon you are using, it has to be controlled by the human being. When we take the side mines, you cannot have the like moving sensors adapted to that it will launch automatically. There has to be a human who launches the side mine. So, and it's the same with any other. So when we end up in the situation that we will collect all the information from the intelligence, from the satellites, from all the places to the battlefield management system. And the battlefield management system will also say that, okay, now we have to launch the rocket or the missile to some spot. Then we will end up in the situation where we are not controlling the war anymore.
Now the Pentagon has guidelines on that, saying a human has to be in the loop. Well, is it enough?
No. Look, let's be clear. There's a difference between an offensive weapon and a defensive weapon. And I think most of the folks in here that have a uniform on would recognize that if you're talking about hypersonic missiles incoming to any type of a warship, it's not a matter of somebody ringing a bell and then somebody getting up and going and checking a radar to see whether or not it's something that they might consider a threat. By that time, it's too late. What you will have, though, is a system which is armed, and it is now looking for the threats that might be incoming. And when that happens, that is turned on. And once that is on and it is starting to determine whether or not that threat is real, there's not going to be a human that's going to pull a trigger. The trigger has been pulled. It's a matter of whether or not it's going to take out that incoming missile. So there is a difference, even today, between an offensive and a defensive capability when it comes to the taking of a person that's in the loop or a person who is on the loop or over the loop. And in some cases, once you've armed it and you've laid out the parameters, It's armed, it's ready to go. It's like a mousetrap. It's ready to spring.
So I do want to go to your questions shortly, but before we do, I want to talk a little bit about lessons learned. You mentioned Estonia, 2007, subjected to a barrage of cyber attacks. Estonia has turned around and become one of the cyber leaders in Europe. You innovated. How did you do it? What was the key?
Well, the key, of course, in the Estonian case, of course, it's not the same when we talk about the US or Canada, because, you know, Estonia is a small country and we were able to close all the channels coming into Estonia and, you know, then controlling opening of the channels. So, this was our chance. What else we did was that we created the Cyber Defense League, which is basically a voluntary-based high-tech community, which consists all the private sector, you know, bright brains, and we can engage them immediately if needed. So yes, we've taken these lessons, and now what we are doing from Ukraine. So once again we are taking these lessons learned from Ukraine, and it's you know, it's a lot to learn.
Yeah, so what are the lessons from Ukraine? There are many when it comes to innovation. Liam, you want to start that off?
Yeah, so one of the, we did a lot of work with the Ukrainian government very early on in the war, and one of the things we learned from that was that continuity is really the most important thing for a government to be able to run. Not just because if a government cannot operate, you can't actually demonstrate that you're looking after your people. So one of the first things they wanted us to help them with was to extract the registries so that the government could still continue to run wherever it was, and it started running in the cloud. So the innovation around that was then to think about, actually, what does continuity mean for a government? What are the things you need to save? What are the things you need to back up to ensure the civilian government can continue to run? Because that's just as important as having the military defense in place.
Madam President?
For me, one of the biggest lessons learned is that when you're facing mass production, mass human resources, etc., one of the most efficient ways to do that, if you lack the same amount of weapons or people, is to counter mass with precision. And this is where technology comes in. We look at the war in Ukraine, mostly it's reported as type of a World War I, World War II warfare, a combination of trench warfare and artillery fire. However, for Ukrainians, one of the crucial advantages, which I think was apart from the morale and the fact that they were fighting for their own country, what was crucial in the first phases of the war is that they were able to use the technology so much better than the Russians, that the Russians in the beginning completely disregarded the modern technology, which does not mean that they're doing the same right now. So Ukrainians were able to combine the artillery and the weapons, the rockets, the missiles, with very sophisticated ways of how to use the limited number of ammunition to be as precise as possible in striking military target. So using these different apps that I mentioned, that you get in information from different sources, and algorithms choose the targets and the best way to target that. And in addition to that, also, this does not pertain to artificial intelligence, but also the command and control structures, very hierarchical, very outdated Russian structures, in comparison to Ukrainian, where you move the responsibility to lower ranks and lower commanders in the field who are able to respond very quickly and swiftly before Russians get their answer back from Moscow.
So in terms of innovation, as a defense minister, what do you take away from Ukraine?
Well, for sure, there are many things to take, but well, a couple of things. First, what that war has shown us: be innovative on the battlefield. You know, you have to be innovative. Decentralize as much as you can, you know, because all the communications, everything, you have to be ready to take the decisions on the platoon level. Do not be afraid to make mistakes, and you know, be flexible. When we take Ukrainian army at the moment, I'm gladly say that they're world champions of interoperability. You know, they have full scale of world weaponry, and they are using all of that. They're putting you know, Storm Shadow under the MiG and shooting that. So in normal way, in NATO standards, it takes, I don't know, 10 years to put a new type of long precision weapon under the fighter jet. So it took for them a couple of weeks to do that. So this is what we have to take of that. Be innovative, be flexible, use Peugeot 206 for Stinger if necessary, so as a platform. So this is what they do, and they are using and they are bringing so much new information. DJI, or I cannot say the name of the company. So just civil drones to drop the grenades, whatever. Be innovative and let people to be innovative.
Senator, thoughts on Ukraine and what we've taken away in terms of innovation?
I don't think a war between superpowers would last 2 weeks. And I think if we're not prepared going in order to respond to a first strike and to be able to immediately respond with appropriate amounts of weapons and with the ability to have communications, command and control in such a fashion that it can withstand that first strike, then I think we're in real trouble. And as an organization, we, number one, have to have the munitions in advance. You can't wait for the war to start. Second of all, you've got to have the equipment, and the equipment has got to be interoperable. And this is no longer a matter of either a sea battle or an air battle or a land battle. This is using all of the different areas, air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace, and you will never have another major conflict without having cyber activity and space warfare.
And knowledge and information.
We have two questions right up here. Where are our microphone runners? Two gentlemen right next to one another. We'll see who grabs it first. And if you could identify yourself and keep your questions or observations short so we can fit
Luis
more.
Rubio from Mexico. The risks and the dangers of the technology that you've just described are obvious, at least conceptually. Which is more dangerous, social media or artificial intelligence?
Can you separate them?
Liam puts his head in his hands. Anybody want to take a stab?
They are one and the same. Look, misinformation is one thing, but artificial intelligence supercharges it. Artificial intelligence is what can be used to make it look closer to the truth, but still get a misinformed public to believe it. But the other piece on it is that we shouldn't be afraid of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence will also be the tool that we use to combat that misinformation in the first place.
To identify it.
To identify it and to combat it.
Okay, and we have another question.
Harris from the University of Ottawa. So clearly, as one of the panelists mentioned, we've taken the first 3 steps in a multi-kilometer journey here of battle to control or to dominate AI. Generative AI is a battle not just to get the best models, but to have the best models because they themselves will generate the next best models. And I entirely buy the senator's argument about how essential it is not to fall behind in that race. My concern, though, is that there are huge risks associated with this arms race. And, I actually thought ChatGPT's answer was pretty good. Like, we need to also be thinking about how we're going to develop some kind of regimes, at least to prevent advanced AI models from proliferating into the hands of actors who might create pandemic pathogens, for example. So I would like to hear more from the panel about how we're going to manage the risks of this race, too.
Does that come back to that question I asked earlier about deterrence? Because if we end up trying to determine, one of the things, the technology is moving so fast that if we try and determine, and any government trying to regulate and trying to determine it, will have built something brilliantly for what was there 5 years ago. So we need to have some very clear themes and tenets that we hold to, which mean that deterrence can be effective. And I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what those are, but the point I was trying to make is that it's going to change massively, much faster than we can legislate for Therefore, we need to take a different approach to deterrence.
Is it also changing too fast for militaries to keep up with? Procurement is slow. Technology moves fast. Mr. Minister, how do we bring those into alignment, or can we?
Well, you know, the problem for military normally is that, you know, when you buy something for your military, it will be in use for 20, 30 years.
Exactly.
So when you build an air carrier, so it will be in service for 50 years. So of course you can, you know, also take you know, a Beetle and modify it to the modern needs, but still, you know, the problem is in the military. So and this is why I believe that for the future, you know, still we have to be flexible, and we have to be ready to use the technology. I fully agree that we have many challenges ahead of us, and but I was watching one Netflix documentary about the scientific you know, research where they tried to find a cure for the cancer, and they put the machine, you know, and they thought, what happens when they turn around that, you know, that what happens when they give the task to the computer to find molecular for a cancer.
Right.
And they let it work, you know, and they came back the next morning and they thought that nothing happens. At the end of the day, there was like tens of formulas how to create a cancer, you know, by the computer. So you know, this is why I believe we really need these regulations, but also acknowledging that setting the regulations doesn't mean that we will not have the misuses. We always have. So we have drugs, but we have also narcotics. So it's a everlasting fight.
Madam President, do you have thoughts, particularly on this speed issue?
You know, one of my biggest frustrations in every job that I was in was when I proposed something and wanted to do something new, the instinctive response of the civil service was, oh, we have not done this before, this isn't the way that we do things, etc.
And they don't want to take risks.
And they
correct?
don't want to take risks, and it takes them forever to take a decision. You know, I was president of the country. It frustrates me when politicians who are the ultimate decision makers when it comes to procurement, when it takes them forever to take a decision. In my opinion, it's better to take 10 decisions, 6 of them wrong, 5 of them right, than to be working forever on one. So risk-taking is necessary. With procurement, it's ridiculous thinking that the cheapest product is the best one, that adhering to some of the elements, oh, come on. I mean, China and Russia are gonna roll over all of us if we don't change those procurement rules. And the dual-use technologies, keeping companies back because what they produce can be used for military purposes. So there's so many issues, and I've talked a lot to the private sector as well. I mean, they have responsibilities as well that I mentioned earlier when they don't want to share their products. But when it comes to regulation, we have to remember that one of the basic tenets of our societies is democracy, and that AI space is democratized in the sense that it's accessible to everyone. So anyone with access to internet can use ChatGPT, which, by the way, sometimes just makes up information and data, or even more dangerous programs that will tell them how to make a biological weapon or something like that.
Liam?
So I'm afraid I am a former civil servant. And part of my job actually these days is I go and help governments modernize at speed. And part of what people ask me is, oh, thank goodness you've done this before. So I found someone who's done it, because most of the time the question is not how much does this cost? The question is who's done this before? Now, one of the ways, and sorry to get really nerdy for 20 seconds on government procurement, is to create government procurement mechanisms which enable enable innovation, which take away the continual requirement to go right from the beginning at every procurement. And we did this in the United Kingdom with something called the G-Cloud, which enabled us to have a permissive procurement framework into which people could join and leave every 6 months. So you got the best new startups joining it. And once you were inside the tent, you know, you qualified, then you went through smaller, quicker procurements, which enable people to get going quickly. And deploying that with effective security in the defense space would enable businesses, large and small, to be able to get their solutions to the hands of the people that need them massively quicker and generate local economic growth.
the F-35. How many of you in here have ordered F-35s? A few of you? Okay. It was an example of one where it's been promised for a long time, but we're now into the point where they're actually flying, and now this is a flying computer. But it's a flying computer which has to be upgraded. It's now plug and play. There are parts of it that can be taken out and other parts put in. We learned from our mistakes in the F-35. The B-21 stealth bomber flew for the first time this last week. Now, what we know is that that is a flying computer, but it's a flying computer which will have upgrades in it. Today on your computer, every single one of us on our phone, you get a program on it that says the updates, and you push it and you get your updates.
But you have to buy a new one after 2 years.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this one's going to last us 50 years. But that's what's going to happen is you're going to have updates, and what we learned is we can make that happen. Government has to have access to the same types of upgrades and the same type of, I've already purchased the thing, I want the upgrades, I'm going to buy the upgrades, and it's automated.
And that's why having effective spend control when you're putting, because everyone in a procurement always focuses on the glorious moment when you hand over the check and you buy the thing, and nobody ever asks the question, how do I get off it? And it's by putting that into the procurement function that enables people to take the long-term strategic decisions.
So you work for one of the big companies, Amazon.
Yep.
A lot of the innovation is taking place at very small companies.
Exactly.
How do you better plug them in?
Oh, exactly, because the whole point of the way that we approach...
They will buy it.
Sorry. But
he says you'll buy it.
No, that's genuinely not the case. In fact, it's very much not the policy that we do, because the whole point of our approach, say, to generative AI is that we're trying to democratize the access to the opportunity of generative AI. So rather than building a model, we produce the building blocks on which people can build their models. And by people, I mean a defense department or a small business. Because you can access the technology we produce using a credit card. I gave the Senator earlier an example. When I did a startup in 2000, I spent £2.5 million of money I raised on the IT. I could do that today using a credit card. I think I get to $60.
Can I ask a question? When you, I shop a lot over Amazon.com, honestly.
Uh-oh, customer complaints.
But, you know, what do you do when you get these orders, you know, people pay by credit card? Do you analyze that? Are there algorithms who could predict that these are potential adversaries or terrorists? How do you react? Do you contact governments?
I can answer that question for the AWS business, because I work in AWS, not the Amazon business.
Yeah.
And yes, there's obviously a know your customer component that we go through. And to give you an example, actually, when the war in Ukraine started, we found we had no investment in Russia whatsoever. And so we were able to, we had no Russian state actors running on our services, no contracts there, but there were still some people who were running using credit cards. And as their credit cards ran out, that was the end of their ability to interact with us. Mm-hmm. And we have a very strong safety policy team who came along. And there was one time when somebody had bought a service through another provider that was using it for a group which we didn't want, that shouldn't be on there. And we got alerted, we took it off within 30 minutes. So there are ways, and there's a fantastic essentially safety team within the organization which is there to make sure that we have effective governance of the accounts that we run.
We have another question right back here. If I can get a microphone, please, right over here.
Thank you. Nicole Petrucci, Space Force. And then I'm also a 2022 fellow from that cohort. I have a question, thinking about space, since I'm from the Space Force. Space technology, it's a $447 billion industry, and that's up from $210 billion in 2010, and is projected to be about $1 trillion in 2030. And so, but the problem with these technologies is their dual use. They can be used for great purposes. So how do you promote growth and innovation in these industries while still managing those risks?
I believe most of the inventions and most of the most of what has come out from the military has ended up in the civil use. So we know that, and or vice versa. But mostly still, when we look at the history, then many inventions are coming from the military industry, ending up in the civil side. So, I believe we all have to urge that, and we all have to push that, because at the moment also in Estonia there is one very high-tech company who is producing something linked to the space, because they are using the space energy to make X-rays, not X-rays which are, but nevertheless, I will not go to that. So, but the point is that this clearly is a dual-use, device what they are bringing to us, and this is exactly what we have to do. And I believe, in every matter, in every invention, we have to keep that in mind. And when we talk about the private sector, the private sector first and foremost are interested of that it will go to the dual use, because this is much double of the money. From military they can take 4 times the price, and then in civil 2 times the price. So
it would also be fair to say that because the private sector has now invested in space, and they've now put lots of satellites up in space, a lot of those can be used not just for dual use, but that means that they are now at risk, because in a time of war, there's going to be every attempt to take those out of the picture. So part of the discussion also is how do you defend your own assets in space? And look, we're spending a huge amount of money in the United States, but a significant amount of it is also in some of the most exotic weapons that we've ever had before. But it's because we have to be equal to or better than our adversaries are, and a lot of that is in space, because we've got so many space-based systems that support all of the other activities, air, land, and sea, and cyber. And so they're gonna come after us. We're gonna go after them. This is not a race that we can afford to lose, and we have to be one step ahead of our adversaries. As long as we're one step ahead and they think we're one step ahead, we're probably safe. About the time they wonder whether they can challenge us in space, that's when things get dangerous down here on Earth.
We have another question back here from an individual. Actually, can I have you pass the mic to the gentleman in front of you? Because I know he's from Ukraine, and I'd love to hear
yes,
your
I am.
question.
Yeah, my name is Ihor Dvoretsky. I'm an Armed Forces of Ukraine soldier. In the past, I used to work with the cloud technologies. I used to be the senior developer advocate with one of the biggest nonprofits that are focused on the open source software in the cloud. And these days, I'm bringing the innovation and tech into the Ukrainian army. So since I'm with cloud, my biggest take here to the panel is what are the thoughts about using cloud in the highly regulated environments, kind of like the air-gapped environments and all that stuff? Because the cloud revolution in the private sector has happened almost 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. In the private sector, I believe there are still concerns about using cloud technologies and specifically for storing the data of the highly sensitive data and all that stuff. So what's the take of the panel here, and what's the take about the cloud technologies right here?
Liam, that's made for you.
Yeah, let me just start. I mean, just one simple line to begin with. I mean, I was the CTO of the United Kingdom, and when I inherited my structure, I had 350 or so data centers around the country. I had no idea whether they were patched, whether they were together. We moved in 2013 to the cloud for the increased security posture that it gave us. And we've built significantly more on top of that. And that's one of the things that the cloud gives you, is the access to security that has been developed with the highest, you get the security at the level of the highest common denominator for the highest level people that are wanting to work with you on that. And also, just to give you a view of how does that continue, because I always believe that we believe that the incentives are there. We're a usage company, so if people don't trust us with their security, they won't use us. We don't get paid. We don't sell our services. So we have very strong incentives to make sure that the security is at the very highest level for our customers.
Mr. Minister.
Well, yeah, because we've been dealing with that for a long time, and at the end of the day, what I can say is about the belief. Do you believe or not? Because we had the same question. We've had electronic elections in Estonia since 2001.
Yeah.
So 23 years we've been electing our parliament electronically. And at the end of the day, do you believe in this technology or not? And of course, when I come to the state level, when you have a server, this server is linked to the internet somehow, and it can be hacked. It doesn't matter. Now is the question that do I believe more that I have a some hardware in my basement, which is linked with a wire, and it can be hacked. Or I have somewhere, not knowing exactly, but I have a gentleman who confirms me that it's secure. So this is the question at the end of the day. So you have to believe that. But when they can confirm me that and prove me that they are secure, they are safe, and they are credible, and these doors are really locked, then we don't have to be afraid of that. So at the end of the day, because Estonia has data embassies, so we collect our registries and we transfer our data out of Estonia to have them, in any case, secured in some other locations. So at the end of the day, once more, when we are connected via the internet, then it doesn't matter. Is it a server in your basement or somewhere in the clouds?
I would love to take the other question back there, too. You could hand the mic over.
Hi, Colonel Danielle Willis, U.S. Air Force. I also work at NORAD, and I have another data question. So as we look from our lens at globally integrated layered defense, we are relying on sharing data with our allies and partners so we can get a better view. So what technological solutions do you think need to be developed? And on the flip side, what are you doing on policy so that we can better share information between allies and partners?
Start with that. Yeah. Well, yeah. This is. Well, we have in NATO, as you probably know, that we have also the guys with the glasses, and we, on the cyber field. So sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
They have beards. That's.
Yeah. So. At the end of the day, what is important that we have to share the information, and it's about the protocols, and it's about the sharing the information, and as always, when we talk about the spies, when we talk about people who steal the data, then we talk about the human mistake. Someone has made a mistake, or someone has given the access to our systems. So to share the data, we have to agree on the certain level of security, and to believe that every 31 countries at this very moment, 32 in a close neighborhood, or in the closest future, agree on that level of security, because you cannot be 110 or 100% sure all the time. There are leaks, there are loopholes, there are possibilities, backdoors, etc. So we have to trust each other. And during the war, I'm almost sure that when we go to Ukrainian war, you will not imagine how they transfer the data, because during the war, what is also important that the information you are sharing during the crisis or during the war has to be basically used so quickly that there is no point for your opponent or adversary to use this data, because it's already used. So it's not secret anymore. So many challenges ahead of us. We have 32 countries, 32 different understandings how to protect data, but we will be there. We will get there.
I have another question about the alliance. Is there enough coordination and planning when it comes to innovation? Your country, for instance, is out in front in terms of cyber protections. Are the other NATO countries all developing something similar? Are you trying, in a way, to direct development in each country so there isn't as much redundancy, number one? And number two, what are you doing to ensure it's all going to work together?
Well, more and more, I would say. We have Diana now, so one of the branches here in Canada, one in Tallinn, in Estonia.
Explain what Diana is.
Diana is the innovation, basically, innovation agency for NATO.
Excellent.
Just to put it very simple. We have DARPA. So the point is that Diana, what the gap Diana wants to fill is that we have different innovative ideas inside of NATO, looking at the defense needs. And now, when we take the first time when we opened the beats, we had like 600 or even more beats and then we had money only for 50, I believe. So there are bright ideas outside on the market, and now we have to collect them. But yes, so we are going more and more to that, to have a common approach.
Yes, can I add to that? You know, coming from an EU member state of NATO, Croatia, which unfortunately is not really big on innovation and not participating specifically in Diana, which again frustrates me as a Croatian, but also as a transatlanticist. Another concern is this EU versus NATO mindset and competition that finally, I think we are overcoming in Brussels between NATO and the EU when we talk about
There's
European capabilities.
No.
Yes, there is a cooperation agreement, and we are getting there. And for years and years, the US was complaining about Europeans being as free riders because we were not investing enough in defense, with the exception of Estonia and a few other countries. Now, yes, we have picked up, we're investing, but you know, my concern is where are we investing? The quality of that investment and the focus. Are we just spending money to be able to say that we're a 2% defense investment? Or are we targeting the real capacities? And then there's the dualism when people say, of course, the European capabilities need to be strengthened, especially industrial military base. But we also have to keep in mind that with the accession of Sweden, which hopefully will happen soon, 90% of the EU population will live in NATO countries. So this dualism is very artificial, and we need to get over it and think of compatibilities, of removing redundancy. And in Brussels, we're doing a good job. But what I'm concerned about is the national levels where we have institutions or departments who deal with the EU and those who deal with NATO. And there is practically this competition, which unfortunately is still kind of a hallmark of the civil service, is you withhold information, you do the planning in stovepiping instead of coordinating together and thinking we're talking about common and joint defense.
Do you have a solution?
Yeah, the solution is really to work within the governments to remove that stovepiping and to remove that NATO versus EU mindset. It's completely outdated, and we have to think of the specific capabilities that we need and what nations can fill in those capabilities and how we can share them together. And speaking about transatlantic alliance or relationship, to have a really strong transatlantic artificial intelligence component or alliance as well in that sector in order to be able to move with innovation.
We have another question down here in the second row. Microphone way down here.
And there's a lady also on the left of yours.
This young lady with the long hair.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I'm one of the winners of 15 at 15. And I... we know that the effects of artificial intelligence can be dangerous, but my question is, can humans and AI coexist with each other peacefully without one taking over the other, and how?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Well,
Let me start. Okay, let me start. Look, here's the deal. Artificial intelligence is a tool that can be used for good or for bad. You're going to see it when we start talking about, in this particular case, the defense of our countries, or offensively to have deterrence against those other countries who are going to try their best to create artificial intelligence to make their weapon systems better as well. But there's another part of it, and that is quality of life. We can we can change the quality of life when it comes to some of the most dread diseases that mankind has today. There's hundreds of different types of cancer. We can cure the vast majority of them in the next 5 years if we use artificial intelligence for the right reasons. Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's diseases, items that cost countries billions, if not trillions of dollars to take care of their elderly. But think of the quality of life that you improve if you can delay the onset of Parkinson's or Alzheimer's. Think of the quality of life of everybody in here that's been affected because you've lost a loved one to cancer. We can use artificial intelligence now, not 10 years from now, but beginning right now to find the cures for those dread diseases. But it requires investment, participation, and absolutely the support of people around the world for their governments to invest in that type of innovation. But it is absolutely, it is not pie in the sky. It is for real. It's pumpkin pie this Thanksgiving, not 10 years from now.
And
There's an optimist.
And to be honest, it's the human being who invented artificial intelligence. So at the end of the day, there is a red button called on and off. But nevertheless, we have to, take the advantage. I fully agree with the senator that, that we have to take the advantage of that and not be afraid. So we have to be brave, and, as long we have bright young people as you, so we have the future.
We have a question back here. Actually, we have a couple. So if we could move a mic over. There we go.
Hello, I'm Colonel Calaroy Landry, U.S. Space Force, and a Peace with Women Fellowship 2023 member. So we've talked about dual-use technologies. We've talked about innovation around the globe. Senator, this might be a question for you. In order to tap into these global pockets of innovation, how do you see, or what are your thoughts on the influence of the international traffic in arms regulations in the ability to share innovation that we've had in the US with nations or even companies in other parts of the globe?
Yeah, really, look, can't you just toss me a softball? Look, here's the deal. Artificial intelligence, as we create it right now, other countries are going to create it as well. The question is as we integrate it into our weapon systems, and it's being integrated right now into our weapon systems, I don't know how you stop a bad guy from getting a hold of it and doing the same thing. It's just like, I mean, right now, if you've got a Stinger missile, somebody's going to try to steal a Stinger missile, and they're going to try to move it around. But here's the difference. With artificial intelligence, this race is never going to end in our lifetimes, okay? We're going to constantly have to be one step up. As long as we have adversaries in the world, or as long as we have terrorists out there, they're going to be trying. What we need to do is to stay one step ahead of the bad guys all the time. Are they going to be looking for it? Yeah, but can we use artificial intelligence to identify whether or not someone is actually trying to steal it? I think we probably can. Can we trace it using artificial intelligence? Yes, I think we can. But that means that we've got to be one step ahead of them in every single aspect of this. And I know this comes right back to what we talked about before, which was regulation. If we regulate for those people that are innovators, unless they see it as a positive type of regulation, they're going to go elsewhere. I think right now, Europe and Great Britain are going to find out that some of those innovators, because of what's being proposed, might very well leave and come to the United States or to UAE. In some cases, for the United States, if we were to implement everything that the executive order had suggested, which may not be doable to begin with, but if it was, they may very well look for a third party someplace out there to go to, or it may slow down the development of AI. But with regard to that, look, we're not going to stop the folks, the bad guys, from trying to get a hold of it, but we should be able to use artificial intelligence to accelerate our capabilities to find and catch the bad guys when it comes to trying to steal those weapons.
Quick follow-up.
I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but I think that was the question that you had.
So quick follow-up. President Xi has vowed that he's going to win AI, and he's throwing a lot into the race. What makes you so sure that he won't win?
Well, we have no choice. We have no choice. If he wins, the game's over. But here's the deal. He doesn't want his people to have access to information. In fact, he wants to use AI to stop them from getting access to information. If you were a developer, if you were one of these bright brains out there that actually participates in this, where would you rather be? Would you rather be in China? Or would you rather be in Europe or the United States? And the answer is they don't want to be in China. Look, they don't have walls keeping people out. They have walls keeping people in. and we got to keep it that way. We want the best and brightest people in the world to want to immigrate into our countries. They want to come here and innovate and be everything they can be. The only way that we win this is if we keep the brightest minds out there coming here rather than being stuck in places like China.
Quick follow-up from Liam and Madam President.
Very quick thing, just to add to what you said, Senator. I think one of the crucial decisions that the U.S. has made is the restriction of access to sophisticated semiconductors, microchips. China does not have that access, and it will take them years and lots of investment to catch up.
It's an interim, though, only.
Yes,
it won't fix it.
I think that's really a step in the right direction. And if you look at the war in Ukraine as well, semiconductors or sophisticated weapons have been making such a huge difference. So,
but I'd love to hear what Liam thinks about this.
Well, the thing I was trying to put a word in was about, and it reflects a little bit on Ukraine as well. It's one of the reasons why Ukraine was able to leverage technology really well is because they've had a brilliant heritage of investment in STEM within their education. And the point that the Senator raised earlier was about capabilities. And capability in terms of the ability to always have a very high-end and highly educated workforce is the competitive edge that governments can get and can generate for themselves. And we're sitting on a panel with the #1 education country in the world, according to PISA, which is Estonia. And you can see what they had in Ukraine. The investment in education is so important. And so countries that want to long-term get ahead will invest in STEM education.
Madam President, did you want to weigh in on that question?
no, I completely agree. Education is the key.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, bright young guys, and at the end of the day, when we have a very good education, then hopefully we don't have, the bad guys who would like to steal the stinger,
So this may be repetitive given what you've just said, but I wanted to do another quick round robin and get from each of you the #1 thing that can and should be done to increase the pace of innovation and the pace of innovation adoption. Liam, you want to start this one?
Yeah, investment in high-end education.
Yes, innovation does not mean just technological development. Innovation also means changing the ways we think, we do business, we take decisions. So innovation is not just about capabilities, innovation is also about concepts.
#1 thing we could do?
Well, when we talk about specifically and strictly about the innovations, then money is always important, but it's more important to know that there are no regulations. I know that I said regulations regarding the artificial intelligence and that regulating how we can control who is pulling the trigger, but at the end of the day, less you have regulations, more you have innovation. That's for sure.
Senator?
You've heard some great answers there. They're all correct. But there's one that we're missing, and that is can you imagine a good regulation? Think about patents and copyrights. If you're an inventor, you want to go someplace where you can protect your patents and your copyrights and where somebody can own an idea.
But this is after that you have innovated something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But if you can get paid to innovate, you're going to come there. And so for me, it's not just that, but the protection of patents and copyrights in the era of AI.
Thank you to my great panel, and thank you to all of you for your questions. Appreciate it. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are they, is Rachel here? Yes, I can. Okay, yeah. I'll just go back.
I'm typing. Okay, yeah, just let me know. I just figured we should be creative for It's 30 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jean Shaheen. I am honored to be co-leading this bipartisan, bicameral congressional delegation with Jim Risch, my colleague from Idaho. Jim and I think this is our third year to lead the bipartisan delegation. We think it's very important to be here in Halifax to share the commitment of the United States Congress for the discussions here in Halifax, which bring together democracy, representatives from all around the world to talk about how we can work together. This year, obviously, support for Ukraine has been the hot topic on the agenda, and I think it's important for us to reaffirm our commitment to make sure that we provide legislation in the Congress that provides aid to Ukraine, to Israel, on the Indo-Pacific, and hopefully on the border. So we have a lot of work to do, but we have already started working on this package. We will continue that when we get back. And I think it's, again, important that we reassure our allies around the world that this is a commitment that we have in the United States. So with that, let me turn it over to Senator Risch, and each of us will comment briefly, and then we will open it up for questions. Jim.
Well, thank you very much, Jean. And I am happy to be here with Jean, with this whole delegation, which, as you can see, is bicameral and importantly, bipartisan. The theme here this year was support for Ukraine. And obviously, that was at the forefront of the meetings that we had, the presentations that were made, and obviously a lot of the private discussions. Obviously, after October 7th, long after the agenda was set for this, we had the attack on Israel. So there obviously have been conversations about that too. This conference is always an excellent opportunity to get together with like-minded people from countries that are freedom-loving, that are democracies, and that pull the wagon together with us, and which are allies of ours. As always, We have some differences. That happens whether it's allies or with families or anything else. The fact that you have differences isn't important. What is important is how you settle those differences. And we had some good discussions in that regard on some ideas that we had different directions on, but I can tell you that by and large it was a very harmonious meeting. So with that, Senator Coons.
Well, thank you, Senator Shaheen, Senator Risch, for leading this delegation. I'd like to thank our very talented ambassador to Canada, David Cohen, who's also been a key part of our very positive experience here. I chair the subcommittee on appropriations that funds our State Department and USAID, and so it was principally focused on the humanitarian portion of the supplemental, but across a whole range of engagements with defense leaders from close allies, elected members of parliament, legislators from close partners and allies, and advocates for freedom from countries like Venezuela or Iran or Russia, where the countries are not close partners or allies, but the people of those nations continue to seek a path forward towards freedom. I was reminded at every turn of the central role that Senator John McCain played in helping found this, and it was wonderful to share a panel with Cindy McCain, now Director of the World Food Program, and someone who's been a central part of the many times I've been able to come as well. We look forward to your questions. This is a tremendous conference, a great opportunity to engage around the values that bring together our partners and allies and the very real challenges that await us upon our return to Washington, and that are challenges for all of us in the days ahead. It is better when facing those challenges to have close and trusted partners and allies like Canada. In some of the conversations with our Canadian friends and partners, we've also worked through operational challenges and priorities, and in some of the conversations about NATO and our security partnership, there's been a lot of questions about where the United States will stand, and I've been encouraged at how strongly all of us support moving forward with making sure that Ukraine has the resources they need to win. With that, I turn it over to Senator Mike Rounds.
Thanks, Chris. Look, first of all, Halifax does a great job in hosting this every year. And one of the opportunities that we have are the plenary sessions where we get together as a group and look at unique things that are current in nature. But the second piece that I think is so important are the bilaterals, the opportunity for us literally just to sit down and to visit with our counterparts from our allies. And that type of a discussion shows that we've got a whole lot more in common than we'll ever disagree on. Funding, naturally, is something that we all struggle to meet, the new technologies and what it means. And then once again, the current events that, as my counterparts here have all said in this very bipartisan group, we want to get to the point where we are funding Ukraine, funding Israel, funding the challenges in the Western Pacific, but then also recognizing that in our own country, we've got real challenges on our southern border that have to be addressed. Once again, our allies, they're curious about how we're doing it, but that support and that sense that we're in this together, that's something that gets reinforced when we come up here to this particular conference. And it's one that we appreciate, and once again, we look forward to every single year. This time, I'll turn it over to Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. Senator Shaheen likes to brag about New Hampshire lobster, but we had a pretty good lobster the other night, I'd say.
Well, they were immigrants from New Hampshire.
That's her story, and we're backing her, all right? Just one thing. This is my first conference at the here in Halifax, and it's been, for me, very valuable. Two reasons. One, this challenge that Ukraine faces and the challenge we face to maintain our support through thick and thin is something that is front and center here. And having folks get together who have that commitment, who then go back to their respective legislatures and have folks who then, because like Jean, you've been here 14 years, I think, you speak with a much more powerful, informed, incredible voice. And I know that's true with you, Senator Risch, on your side as well. So there's a real benefit for those of us who are here, united in our commitment to stay in the course with Ukraine, to be here here to have discussions with our colleagues about what the current challenges are, both political and militarily, and act and go back to our respective bodies and then advocate and give a path forward. So to be part of this and to maintain that commitment that my colleagues here have been leaders on is a great opportunity for me as a new member of the Senate. And now my old friend from the House of Representatives, Jason Crow. Good to have you.
Thanks, Peter. Jason Crow from Colorado. I'm representing both the great state of Colorado and the People's House in this delegation in here tonight. I want to thank Senators Shaheen and Risch for, once again, your incredible leadership for putting this delegation together in a bipartisan and bicameral way to send a very strong signal that America stands firm, we are resilient, and we are with our partners and allies. And I want to thank our Canadian brothers and sisters for once again doing an exemplary job of hosting this conference and rolling out the red carpet for us. Their hospitality is always incredible. Talking with our Ukrainians, our partners, and our allies the last couple of days, it's very clear two things to me. The first is that our alliance remains very strong. The debates that we have, the challenges that we are facing, the procedural hurdles that many times we are trying to overcome are actually signs of our resilience and our strength as democracies. And there's a resilience in our systems that our adversaries lack. And the second is that folks still look towards America for leadership. They look for us to be resilient, focused, and strong. And we are here to send that message that we are prepared once again to stand up and to meet the moment and to meet the very many challenges that we face and to get the job done. So thank you.
Good job.
Go ahead.
Mics on the left and right. Please state your name and outlet. One question, one follow-up, please.
So, two questions.
Two questions. Hi, Senators. Oh, is this on? Hello. Hi, Senators. Thanks for being here. I'm wondering the extent to which you guys talked about the 2% threshold for the defense budget for NATO. I know you met with the Canadian Defense Minister earlier, Senator Shaheen and Senator Risch. I know you guys have talked about this a lot back home in Congress and the need to get our NATO allies on board with that approach. Can you talk a little bit about how that went at this conference?
Yes, and in fact, we did talk about that, as well as the recent report that just came out about Canada's defense industry and the need to continue to invest. We pointed out that we view Canada as a neighbor, a trusted partner, a friend, and we share many security challenges through NORAD. It's, as we saw with the Chinese spy balloon, there is an early warning system in Canada, and so it's very important that we work together to be as strong as possible. And Jim, you may want to address the 2% in addition. That did come up, and we raised the concern that it's a commitment, as the defense minister said to us, that Canada made in Vilnius that they are going to work hard to address.
Yeah, thank you. You know, the 2% issue is an issue that we always discuss with our allies. This is nothing new to us. We know how to argue it pretty well since we deal with our European friends all the time. There's 31 of us in NATO, going to be 32, hopefully next week, maybe the week after. But we all committed to spend 2%. I think everyone is aware of that. Everyone has financial problems. All the parliaments and legislatures that deal with this all have to deal with their constituents that elect them. And so it's a balancing act, but it is important that everybody keep the commitment that they made. NATO is strong. I can report to you it's stronger than I've ever seen it. It's growing. It was a huge mistake that Putin made when he thought he was going to split us when he invaded Ukraine. But NATO is strong, but its strength needs all of us pulling together to meet the commitments that we've made.
Thank you.
Justin Ling, freelance. I'm wondering if you can tell me if you can identify any sort of technologies or innovations that have not been provided to Ukraine yet that could still be sent, could still be developed, that could fundamentally end the the positional warfare we're seeing. We're not a stalemate, but we'll call it positional warfare. General Zaluzhny has been talking about electronic warfare, about some sort of anti-drone technology that could provide air superiority, anti-mine. Do you think America, NATO, the EU, Canada could provide some of that technology that could help unlock that conflict?
I think when you ask the question in terms of new technology, let me broaden it just a little bit. The question is are we providing the appropriate types of technologies that they need, including the weapon systems? And we're probably not going as fast as a lot of us would like. In some cases, it's more challenging to do. In some cases, since you're bringing in and you're training individuals on systems that they've not used before, it means you train them, you've got to train them before you can send the stuff over. Some cases, what we found is that, such as with our M1A1 Abrams, the tanks that we sent over, it took longer than what many of us wanted it to. They're there now, they're in theater. You want to have the weapon systems that go with it as well. You've got to have the 155s as well. And so now it's not just a matter of providing some of the new technologies, it's a matter of making sure that they actually have the other resources that they need to make it through the wintertime. So it's a bigger problem than just the new technologies. I also have to give Ukraine a huge amount of credit. They have been innovators. They have taken the tools that we've been able to get to them, and they have innovated with those tools and made them work for them. When we talk about electronic warfare, there's clear evidence that they were able to bust through some of the Russian capabilities for defending their air defense systems, got in and took them out early on. That's not something that you can necessarily train somebody to do. It's something that they had trained, and they figured it out how to do it. Artificial intelligence is going to be an item which is on the battlefield today. It started years ago, but the best place was it. The Nagorno-Karabakh War showed everybody what could have happened 2 years, in September of 2021. Clearly, the Ukrainians learned from that experience. They've innovated it. Drones right now coming through, they can't get enough drones. So the more drones that we can get into them, the better off we are. A whole series, but it's not just the new technologies. It's a whole series of technologies that Ukraine continues to need. And part of what it is we need ourselves and our allies to continue that flow. We've got a challenge just in terms of delivering the resources through a supply chain that has been challenging, but we're coming up to speed. And as we come up to speed, I think those resources are going to be here a little bit quicker than what they have been in the past. I'll just say this as well. The aircraft, it sounded really good early on to send over the F-16s. It wouldn't have done us any good to have them until these guys get a chance to train on them. And at the time when they first requested it, it wasn't going to happen. It will now because they've been trained. Would it have been great if we could have had them trained already as a part of the mission to begin with? Yes. But since we couldn't do it for them then, now is the next best time. It's coming on board. Mr. Putin is going to find out that there's a whole lot of weapon systems coming on board that he is not going to be able to respond to, and it's going to give Ukraine the opportunity to continue to advance and take back the land that is theirs.
Okay, I'm gonna fix this because Andrew's much taller than me. Senators, Congressman, thank you for being here. I wanted to ask a question about Israel. Two questions, really. Given the fact that 11,000 people have now died in Gaza, it seems like, is it time for the administration to be more transparent about the weapons that it is sending to Israel? And then secondly, is it time to potentially put conditions on the aid that the U.S. is sending to Israel?
I'll take a run at that.
Okay.
I guess I don't know what you're referring to as far as transparent about the weaponry. We are very transparent about what we've sent to Israel, always have been, always will be. This is the war. This is not our war. It's Israel's war. They were attacked on October 7th. If you haven't seen the video, you that are in the media have a duty to look at the footage that was captured from the cameras that the invaders wore on October 7th, that Hamas was wearing. that will tell you why Israel is doing what it's doing. It is in a place that is really existential for them. They have made the decision, just as we in World War II said, we are going to eliminate the Nazis as a military force, as a cultural force, as a political force, and they have made that same decision right now. War is difficult. There always are casualties that amongst the civilian population. Every civilian that dies in this has died at the hands of Hamas. They hide behind women and children. They put their weaponry behind women and children, and it is a war crime, and that number is running up because of Hamas. They have within their hands the power to stop the shooting immediately. Turn over the hostages that they're holding, lay down their weapons and surrender. This thing's over.
Sorry, just to follow up, though, on the transparency of the weapons, there has not been a list put out to the public on exactly what the U.S. is sending to Israel.
I think you can get most of that online. The biggest thing we've done is the Iron Dome, and we're going to continue to reinforce the Iron Dome.
Thomas Stamina, the Kiev Independent from Ukraine. First of all, thank you for your support for my war-torn country. And second, there have been a lot of discussions at this forum regarding the many challenges that my country is currently facing. But I think there's one elephant in the room that we haven't really talked about, and the elephant's name is Donald Trump, who is currently the front runner of the upcoming presidential election. And my question to you is, do you have a plan on how to ensure a steady flow of aid to Ukraine in case Donald Trump wins the next election?
Okay, who's the lucky dog that answered that?
Look,
I nominate Jean.
Look, I think we're focused right now on trying to get this supplemental aid package through. It's a long time from now until the election, and I think our goal is to make sure that Ukraine gets the aid that it needs now, so it can get through the winter and continue to fight this unprovoked war against Russia.
That's right. That's good.
Hi, Ashley Roki with Breaking Defense. I want to follow up on Laura's question.
Can you come a little closer,
Sorry.
please?
Better? Ashley Roki with Breaking Defense, and I want to follow up with Laura's question. The Pentagon is not transparent on what weapons they're providing. They acknowledged they're not detailing it at. But is it time to begin end-use monitoring of the weapons that the U.S. is providing and/or put similar constraints that the U.S. has placed on Ukraine and how they use their weapons that are being provided?
You want me to hammer that again?
Well,
You know,
I can tell you'd like me to do that.
It's your turn.
Look, there's
Subcommittee Appropriations Chair, so.
Look, there are conversations about restrictions on humanitarian aid going into Gaza to ensure that it's tracked, that it's monitored, that there's guardrails, that there's no diversion. There are statutory obligations for how we disperse humanitarian assistance. There are also statutory requirements about purposes to which weapons that we transfer to allies and partners. And my hunch is that you'll see more reporting and more expectation of clarity about exactly how humanitarian relief is being delivered. And there are conversations about balancing that with military aid reporting. Restricting and directing the conduct of the war, I do not think you'll see in statute by Congress, but that's just my opinion. I do think our president, who immediately after the October 7th horrific terrorist attack by Hamas went to Israel, made it clear that we have Israel's back, has deployed 2 aircraft carrier battle groups to the region to deter Iranian further aggression, but has from day one also said, we expect you to conduct your wholly justified campaign against Hamas, a campaign of self-defense, a counterterrorism campaign within the boundaries of the rules of war.
Yeah, let me try one more. Let me try one more on that as well, because I think this is important. Some of the most technically advanced weapon systems that we have, that we share with Israel, and that they use as well, and that some of which they've probably developed themselves, are the ones that can pinpoint where they want something to hit, exacting it. When you do that, you don't need as large of a weapon system as what we used to have to do. So rather than having a 500-pound bomb, sometimes you can do it with 25 pounds. And so the amount of collateral damage is significantly reduced when you use a more technologically advanced a product or weapon system. And so when we start talking about restricting, in some cases it can be really counterproductive to what a lot of people would like to see, which is less collateral damage. So rather than talking about restricting the technologies that we provide to the Israelis, who have the same thoughts that we do with regard to trying to minimize collateral damage where they hurt people that are innocent, that are being held in some cases as shields by Hamas, it's better if they can take a smaller weapon system and pinpoint it and take out their target without doing a lot of additional damage. So, and I can't tell you if there is an ongoing supply or if Israel is using their own, but I would most certainly hope that they would be using the most technologically advanced systems they could, just because it's more accurate. No.
Thank you. Orion Donovan-Smith with the Spokesman Review in Spokane. Congressman Crow, I want to ask you a question here. You alluded to the fact that you're the only House member, part of the delegation here. What did the recent uncertainty about passing a CR have to do with the composition of the delegation here, and what does the dynamics in the House say to U.S. allies and adversaries?
Yeah, thank you. I suspect this, me being the sole representative of the House, has a lot less to do with the current dynamics in the CR and a lot more to do with the fact that we just finished 10 consecutive weeks of session and people are tired and want to get home to their families. So that's what I attribute this primarily to. And, you know, look, we're here to send a very strong signal that we support a strong national defense, that we support Ukraine, we support our allies in NATO. We have a lot of challenges, and we're going through the process. I indicated earlier that, yes, our system can sometimes be messy, right? Churchill just once said democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. It can be messy, it can be complicated. We're seeing a lot of challenges, a lot of stresses that our country and frankly every other country in the world is experiencing to some degree. That represents itself through their elected representatives. And we're having those debates. And I don't shy away from that. None of us ever do. That's who we are. We have those debates in the open, and that creates strength and resiliency that, frankly, our adversaries lack. Right? Our adversaries don't have that resiliency because there's no mechanism for their people to express their views and to vent their frustrations and to work out very, very tough and challenging issues. So we're going through that now, and we'll continue to go through it, and I'm very proud of that.
I'm sure you've had, just as a quick follow-up, I'm sure you've had some of these conversations with representatives from other countries here, and I'm happy to hear from any of the senators on this too, but has that been, have they been reassured by the idea that our system is more resilient?
Yeah, they have been, because they also know this deeply too, right? They share our systems and our values and our beliefs, and they understand the process that we're going through. And by the way, yeah, we have challenges and we're facing challenges, but we have historically as well. You know, I draw a great solace from the fact that we have gone through many struggles before as a country, and we've come out of them stronger. We've come out of them having learned a lot of lessons, and we're going through another period like that now. You know, our friends know that, and they're going through it too. And I would also like to comment, you know, on the question earlier on Israel. I want Israel to be successful. Israel must be able to secure itself and defend itself and to defeat terrorism. And the United States has some experience with this. You know, we spent 20 years at war fighting terrorism. We spent $3.5 trillion. Over 6,000 American lives. I fought the war 3 times in Iraq and Afghanistan. trying to dismantle ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and yet those organizations still exist. So there is absolutely a military component to this. And we will make sure that Israel has the capability to defend itself and to conduct the military operations that they need to conduct. But ultimately, this battle against terrorism they face will not be settled entirely on the battlefield. There will be a political, diplomatic, and humanitarian component to this that's going to be just as important. And centering humanitarian issues, which we all believe in, is going to be essential to the success or failure of the security of Israel.
Thank you.
Let me take a quick shot at that. Well, Ryan, that was a really good question, and I would say this, that most of the people that we're visiting here are parliamentarians, and they are familiar with the democratic process, which is not pretty, it's not smooth and easy, but it gives everybody a chance to get their 2 cents worth in, then we vote, and then we stand by it. So with all due respect, I've had a lot more consternation expressed to me by the media than I have by our allies here. And in answer to your question, they do understand this process and are significantly more patient than other people who attended this conference, present company accepted. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a bit of additional time, so we'll accommodate everybody who's in line right now.
Stu Magnuson, National Defense Magazine. Switch the topic to AUKUS. Australia says it has $6.5 billion to invest in our U.S. defense industrial base. They're just waiting for you guys to move some legislation forward to pave the way. Can you talk a little bit about prospects for that, when that might happen?
Well, you can talk about the prospects. Listen, I think there's a lot of support for the AUKUS legislation. I can tell you from New Hampshire's perspective, we're very excited because we have the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard that we share with the state of Maine. And we see this as an opportunity for us to share the information that we have learned about our nuclear submarines, and we think this is a great opportunity for us. So I think the issue is less about the substance of that legislation, and it's more about working out some of the specific details and moving it through the process, given all the other challenges we have to get to on the floor.
Are there
Jim,
any details that are hanging it up? Or?
Yeah, I can answer that. First of all, thanks for asking the question on AUKUS. Most of your readers, viewers are not fully on board with what AUKUS is, but AUKUS is the most significant enterprise that we are undertaking for our security, our national security in the Indo-Pacific. It's a great alliance with some great allies, and we're doing our best to move it forward. I meet with Australians probably at least once a week as we try to smooth these things out. This is going to be a process by which we actually amalgamate the industrial base regarding submarines in Australia, in the United States, and Great Britain. Also, that is colored by the fact that a lot of this, a lot of these materials have to cross a bridge that is classified. And each of us have different rules as far as how we handle classified materials. We all agreed we would try to smooth that out as much as possible. We're very close. We're pretty much done as far as the Australians are concerned. Great Britain, we're still pushing and shoving a little bit, to put it kindly, but we are going to get through this. These are our friends, they're our closest allies. We'll get through this. Thanks for that question. It's a really important point.
You think, when?
What's that?
When you think you could get it passed?
Now, you guys always want to get a calendar. Come on now. You know, I can't answer that, but I can tell you this. As Jean pointed out, well, we are anxious to take that cash that the Australians are saying, hey, America, take this money. But we've got to get legislation passed first. And we'll get it done. And we all want to get done sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Tutton. I'm a reporter with the Canadian Press National News Service. I think it's a question probably for Senator Coons. We heard an interesting discussion this morning with Prime Minister Barak about the rules of war, and I think you have a little familiarity with that. What is your take on whether Israel has followed the rules of war so far, particularly in regard to the principle of proportionality?
when you're done. Let me do that.
So Jim's eager to get into the mix and answer that. Look, I don't think it's an appropriate thing for me in public to do a quick back-of-the-envelope assessment about whether or not they've fully and correctly followed the rules of war with regards to proportionality. When our Secretary of State says too many Palestinian civilians have died, I think that's an expression on the part of the administration of concern about collateral damage, concern about the humanitarian cost. Our president has repeatedly and publicly called on the Israelis to be as targeted as they possibly can, and we've sent them folks with deep experience in conducting similar complex and difficult operations that are counterterrorism operations in an urban environment. I do think that we're communicating regularly with our close partner and ally Israel, both our support for their self-defense and our concern about the impact it's having on the broader support for Israel in the region and the world, and the impact on civilian life in Gaza. But at the end of the day, as you heard Ehud Barak, one of the most decorated Israeli soldiers in history, say, they see this as an existential threat to the nation of Israel, that if they don't complete the task against Hamas, they don't have a future. So this is a conversation we're engaging in regularly, respectfully, but in a way that I think reflects the hard lessons that we've learned, as Congressman Crow said, from our 20 years of experience conducting similar operations.
Jim, did you think? No, let Peter, you want to take a run at this?
Well, you know, it's not the topic of the conference, but I heard here from others who are watching what's happening in Israel. Number one, enormous empathy and horror at what Hamas did in Israel. And Jim, yeah, I think you spoke about that quite eloquently. It's truly shocking. All of us also were in America 9/11, and we saw how we reacted to that horrible attack where so many firefighters, everyday folks going to work, were slaughtered by Osama bin Laden. So there's an immense amount of empathy for Israel and what this attack did. There's an immense amount of condemnation of Hamas that has as its operating principle killing Jews and wiping out Israel. And there's also being expressed a real concern that the enemy Hamas is one thing, the innocent Palestinian people is quite another. And I've heard a concern I share about a war plan where there are so many civilian casualties, and a concern about what's next after this happens. So you've got this very dire situation where much of Gaza City has been destroyed. 44% of the homes people can't even return to. Civilian infrastructure is gone. You've had about 1.5 million people displaced. This is not Hamas. And the irony here, of course, is that Hamas did something absolutely horrendous, intending to provoke a response that inflicted enormous suffering on the Palestinian people. So I'm expressing what I heard is a shared concern about what is happening in Gaza and what the implications are with respect to an ultimate outcome.
Thanks so much for holding this. Maggie Miller with Politico. I was wondering, actually, for Senator Rounds, we spoke on Thursday just prior to this event, and you said you thought that you wouldn't have a single meeting that did not involve AI. Can you talk about what your meetings have been like here, and also for others on the panel, if AI has been a subject of conversation? If so, then on what specifically?
Yeah, look, artificial intelligence has been here for probably 50 years in different forms. But it has advanced substantially in the last few years because we've put together very large databases to train on. And we've also put together algorithms now that have gotten to the point where we are training computers to actually train themselves. And then finally, with the use of some of the new super chips, the ability to make yes and no decisions at a pace that we have never seen before in the history of mankind, you now have this combination of all of it coming together to create computer systems that can do analysis very, very quickly on very large databases. In doing that, we've added one more item into the mix, and that is the ability to connect different systems together. And so now you have supercomputers that are connected to other supercomputers in a cloud. And when you do that, you've created the opportunity for business people that create items such as ChatGPT and bring it to normal folks that on their computer system can now look at something and start asking questions, and they suddenly discover that there is a computer on the other end that, based upon the training it's had, can try to respond to and answer questions. That's what's bringing it to the forefront right now. But with regard to defensive capabilities, we've seen artificial intelligence employed in the battlefield or on the battlefield, within space, within our ability to follow radar systems, to connect radar systems and so forth for some time. The advancements now are going to continue to move at a faster and faster pace. Our challenge here is to make sure that those individuals that can actually compete or create new systems and make them faster, connect them quicker, that they want to do business with us and not with our adversaries, that we're able to share our capabilities with our adversaries faster than what our competitors can share with their allies. In the meantime, artificial intelligence can be used to defend us against their capabilities. If we stay ahead of, just as an example, the People's Republic of China, if we can stay ahead of them, then that means that they think twice about whether or not they could actually challenge us or take out our weapon systems. They're going to continue to try to move at a quicker pace than us. Our job is to keep away from them the appropriately trained databases, the algorithms, and most importantly, the chips that they need desperately to improve their computer systems. That's the short term. Long term, we want the brightest minds in the entire world to consider whether they want to work for a place like the People's Republic of China, or do they want to come to places like America and continue to develop and to reap the benefits of that development. So in all of the different meetings that we've had, there's been some element of artificial intelligence incorporated into it. Our challenge is to never get behind our adversaries, to make it more difficult for them, but at the same time to keep the confidence of the American people that what we're doing is right, we're protecting them, and that they'll see the benefit of artificial intelligence as well in an improved quality of life. That's the key item that will keep them in favor of continued development of this brand new tool.
Thank you. And this will be the last question.
Nick Schifrin, PBS NewsHour. Just a couple of quick follow-ups. Senator Rounds, you made a point about Israel using smaller bombs. The military, of course, has been talking to the Israeli military about this, and you said, I hope they're using the most technologically advanced weapons available. With all due respect, you're a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Senate Intelligence Committee. I think you probably know whether Israel is using the most capable weapons available. So, are they?
Yeah, look, let me just share with you. There's a couple of items. First of all, sometimes you can use a very small weapon and take out an individual, a leader, and you can use a small weapon system. The challenge with Hamas is that they've had years of developing really, really deep tunnels and fortifications. Unfortunately, sometimes when you're talking about really deep tunnels and fortifications, you're using a technologically advanced tool that can actually get down to where they're at, but it can also do other damage as well, just because it's so powerful. Sometimes a technologically advanced tool that'll actually get the job done, unfortunately, will also cause additional damage as well. What we're hoping, and that what we believe they do, because they have the same sense of humanity that we have. They have Western values. They're not a terrorist state. That when they do use that, they have done their best to try to minimize the number of non-combatant injuries whenever possible. And look, if you were to ask me who would I trust more to try to save lives, would it be Hamas or would it be the Israelis? It's the Israelis.
And quick to Senator Coons, you talked about reporting and it sounded like reporting was an active discussion with the administration. There are units within the IDF that state has looked into when it comes to the Leahy Amendment. Those have gone nowhere. And when we ask state and DoD officials whether there are judgments being made about how the weapons are being used, the answers are cryptic. So is the administration meeting its reporting requirements?
Well, Nick, I don't speak for the administration on that. I do think that there are statutory obligations that, as we move forward, will be discussed and reviewed. And so I don't have a firm current answer on that. But that is the sort of topic that, as was asked previously, is likely to be taken up in the coming months.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, thanks for coming.
Got it.